Chapter 48. The explosion training ground of Uzushio was also informally named Naruto's training ground for the simple fact that it was he himself that used it the most. That usually meant something was getting obliterated in a new and most likely world-breaking way. Nestled on the northern coast, it sported rocky wave-eroded terrain that gave way to a sandy beach a little to the west, while to the south and east was the forest that ringed the entire island. Today found Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi center stage, while Neji and his team all stood off to the side in attendance. Naruto was bouncing in place on the balls of his feet, while Sasuke was unsheathing his sword and Kakashi actually looked a bit focused. Naruto was all grins though, so, do we want to put anything on this one? Say, losers have to buy the winner ramen? Sasuke smirked and leveled his Chikudo towards the blonde. You're a little too confident, don't you think? Still bouncing from foot to foot, Naruto shook his head. Only one way for you to find out, huh? Within yelling distance but also far enough away to not get caught in explosions, Neji raised his hand. I'll call it then. This is a friendly spar. Keep it that way. I promise not to blow you to bits. Sakura would probably be pretty mad at me if I did. Naruto was still bouncing. Sasuke lowered himself a tad, ready to dash forward. I'll make sure not to slice off anything important. Don't want your little harem to come for me. His eyes shifted into the Sharingan with little effort. Kakashi decided to raise his headband and release his Sharingan. I guess I should take this seriously as well then. Neji could see all three of the men were ready and dropped his hand. Begin. All of the Yuzu ninja jumped away to hide among the trees. I just know they're going to go too far. Kana nudged him in the side. It's exciting though, isn't it? We haven't seen Lord Naruto fight all out before. En shrugged. Doubt he'll go all out here either. Instead of falling into their expectations, Naruto did not dash forward, instead unsealing his sword to have an exchange with Sasuke one-on-one while Kakashi began to circle around. You've been practicing, huh? Naruto came down with a hard overhead slash that Sasuke barely deflected and attempted to counter with a quick thrust. Naruto ducked under it, driving the hilt of Kubikura Bocho into his gut to send him away. Wanna clue me into your teacher? Was it Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke grunted and started working on channeling his own lightning chakra through his blade. Yugao actually. Apparently she saw me working through the basics and claimed I was, her words, a terrible excuse of a swordsman that needed proper training. So between her and Kakashi, I think I have you beat. Jumping away to gain some space and satisfied as Naruto's sword missed him and slammed into the ground, Sasuke launched his newest technique. Chidori Nagashi. An arc of lightning raced towards the blonde, who was already spinning and pulling his blade free of the ground. Now that's pretty cool. Wind building along his blade, he released a great breakthrough to break off Sasuke's attack. Definitely flashy. Dashing forward now and sharpening his blade's edge with wind, Naruto went on the attack. Grunting and beginning to sweat at having to dodge and deflect rapid attacks, Sasuke gave ground as Kakashi finally made it to Naruto's back. I should have remembered your wind affinity. Shoulda, but didn't. Creating two clones who drove off Kakashi with gale palms, Naruto smirked. Nice try. Kakashi however was saluting them as he flipped through air. I'd like to think so. Eyeing the explosive notes on the ground, the clones frowned as the original jumped away. Well shit. The explosion rocked the training ground, while Naruto cleared the smoke with a swing of Kubikiri. You think that's an explosive? I'll show you explosives. Creating a team of a dozen clones, they split in half and went after Kakashi while the other half set upon Sasuke at once. All were armed with dual kunai, still unable to copy the Kubikiri. Sasuke frowned and attempted to hack and slash his way through the melee. You just had to provoke him, didn't you? Kakashi chuckled as he tossed a kunai into one clone while another nearly caught him. A judo toss into a separate clone relieved it of that belief. I'm just getting into the spirit of things. Naruto himself however was working with his chakra, gently coaxing it through his eye and body. God, this is slow. Gently now. You can't force it, go slow. You have no idea how perverted that sounds. Shut it, brat. There, that's about as far as you can go, I think. Naruto subconsciously nods and eyes both of his friends, Purple Eye now sporting a second ring. Let's go nuts. Performing a shunshin, he was suddenly in front of Kakashi with his sword mid-swing. Heia-sensei. Slightly caught off guard, the elder ninja took advantage of the Sharingan as he dodged the swing. He however missed one of the clones sneaking into his blind spot, seals glowing. Did we mention we've gotten faster? Light and fire followed and a smoking Kakashi was flipping through the air. It took him a moment to regain control, landing on his feet and immediately setting to dodging and deflecting clone strikes with dual kunai. He was more than a little worried that the usual advantages of the Sharingan weren't helping. Seems you've started to figure out what that eye is about. Which would be a whole new can of worms. Wanna give us some tips? From the smoke of the explosion, Naruto had his hand in the air, a Rasengan floating there angrily spinning above his palm. Sure. A manic grin spread on his face. Don't die. Tossing the technique towards his former teacher's feet, he was rewarded with another explosion as the Rasengan dug a trench through the rocky terrain before destabilizing and detonating, sending even more rocky shrapnel in every direction. Sasuke half appreciated it because it cleared his space of clones, but he still had to save himself from the deadly shards of rock. Kakashi coming to a halt next to him, the two-leaf Nin watched Naruto warily. Should we be worried that he hasn't really used anything new yet? Kakashi shrugged, maybe. Should we step it up a bit? Yeah. Naruto was bouncing on his feet again. You ladies gonna keep yakking, or are we gonna fight? Maybe I should call Lee here to make things interesting. He almost missed the flare of chakra wafted off from both of them. It took all of his strength to pull Kubikiri in front of him to block the straight kick from Sasuke. Woo, you got fast. Were those my gravity seals? Wait, seals, courtesy of Gai-sensei. Sasuke dashed away again as Kakashi came in, chucking kunai and forcing Naruto to block. Kakashi slid under his guard then and launched a kick into the blonde's midsection, sending him away. I wouldn't be much of a teacher if I let you surpass me so quickly. Grunting but letting Kakashi toss him away, he released his own gravity seals and created a new batch of clones. Oh, you're in for it now. Instead of dashing in, he instead sealed away the Kubikiri. He wasn't looking to kill his friends after all. Summoning dual Rasengan into his hands, he considered that batting them around with explosions was fair game. Launching one and then the other toward Sasuke, who had no problem dodging the first, but the second hiding at the first shadow just barely caught him in the thigh. A quick substitution with a clone saved his leg, though the explosion did send him flying. Making a quick 4 seals, Sasuke welled up his chakra and sighed, Kuchios no Jutsu. Smoke billowed out from where he had been flying through the air, but when the smoke cleared he was gone. Naruto noticed this and tracked Sasuke's chakra signature instead with his eye. Oh ho! That is an interesting summon. He didn't expect an answer from his friend, though he did idly watch as Kakashi was starting to tire. Heavy Sharingan use still taxed him, it seemed. Dashing forward even faster than before, Naruto was crouching before the surprised Jonin. Gotcha! Kakashi grinned before being replaced by another Naruto clone who thankfully had the presence of mind to jump over the attacking original. Looking around quickly, Naruto spotted the man near the coast, just finishing up an array of seals. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. A great dragon built from the sea water behind him rose up before locking eyes on Naruto. Well shit. Naruto thought about his options before banking on his newest ability and held up his left hand, creating a barrier that was just barely visible. Bracing himself as the dragon of water roared at him and charged, he was pushed back minutely as the water dragon impacted with his barrier. Pulling the chakra away from it, Naruto grinned as it quickly was reduced back to just harmless water. Woo, didn't think that would work. Kakashi just sighed, that's not fair at all. Don't be a sore loser, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto had to quickly jump away as Sasuke and his chameleon dropped down on his previous position. Hey now, I was busy. Opening its mouth and returning to a more visible form, the chameleon summon released Sasuke, who was frowning. I wanna be pissed off that you could see us. Naruto completed his own seals and summoned one of the toads he had made a connection with. Oh, don't worry, I'm about to give you a real reason to be pissed off. Gamikaze. Jump. Yes sir. And they did, jumping high over the training ground and leaving the leaf Nin to wonder at what was coming next. We should be worried, huh? Sasuke thanked his summon and let it return to its realm, while Kakashi came up next to him. Absolutely. Above them Naruto had a new Rasengan in hand, roughly the size of a beach ball. I need some oil, Gamikaze. Shoot it towards the ground and then dispel, you don't want to be caught in this. Yes sir. Shooting the requested stream of oil, Gamikaze followed his orders and dispelled to return home. Left behind, Naruto finished the Rasengan and threw it down towards the ground at full speed and coincidentally through the stream of oil. Absorbing the oil while he still had some control of it, this did a few things all at once. All of the flammable oil was suddenly pulled in and tightly packed together at the center of the spiraling ball of death under extreme pressures. This superheated the oil into a state that under normal circumstances would have exploded, if not for the immense pressures pushing everything back inwards. That would change the second the ball hit the ground. We should run, huh? Already am. Neither of the leaf Nin were going to wait for the brightly glowing ball to hit the ground and decided sprinting to where the Yuzu Nin were watching would probably be safest. Behind them the Rasengan plowed into the earth like a meteor, before destabilizing and exploding like a supernova. The ground heaved upwards in a wide dozen-meter circle before rock and sand were tossed in all directions by an explosion that rocked the area. Tossed like rag dolls by the shock wave, they eventually came to rest at Niji's feet, while a madly cackling Naruto stood nearby with his hands on his hips. Behind him rock and sand fell like rain as a deep crater settled and smoked. So. Who's overconfident, huh? Naruto pointed a finger at Kakashi, and let this be a lesson. Never us explosions against me. Devolving back into mad cackling, he missed Sasuke and Kakashi groaning and rolling onto their backs. Oh, I'm just getting into the spirit of things, huh? This is the monster you created. He's even worse now. Sasuke was sore and knew he had more than a few bruises. Naruto's clones were definitely hitting harder. I may have underestimated him a bit. Kakashi panted and pulled down his headband to cover his eye. He had been sure that with all the work as a Kage, Naruto should have slowed down a bit. Teach him to make assumptions. I could have taken him if I had used my Kamui. Naruto was walking towards them, hands still on his hips. What was that about a Kamui? Kakashi points at his gifted eye, Sharingan technique. Lets me suck things in and take them out of a dimensional space. Takes a lot of chakra to use though. Naruto was at his side in an instant. Wait. Tell me more. Is that a space/time jutsu? Can you suck something in from one place and then take it back out in another place far away? Yes? Kakashi was worried that his student was suddenly so interested. Can you do it to living things? Yes, though I haven't done it yet. Naruto had his left hand in his own and was shaking it quickly. Tell me everything. How it works, what's the chakra usage, are there hand seals involved? Can I put a seal array on you when you use it? Sasuke just shook his head. You've just completed some hair-brained idea he's had in his head for who knows how long. Whoops. Within a few steps of them, Niji sighed and looked over the training ground. We'll be fixing this up again, I see. Anyone want to go and get Lady Karen or Lady Ino? Kana shook her head. And miss something else crazy happening? Not on your life. Lord Naruto just fought toe-to-toe with Sharingan Kakashi. It was amazing. Naruto already had a book and a pen out, scratching away as his teacher talked. This was perfect. His own little project might actually see the light of day after all. Kakashi just confirmed the existence of another dimension. That was all he needed. Tsunami was having a wonderful day so far. Karen had sent her good news via one of her messenger golem and now she was escorting the rest of the Konoha group over to Uzushio proper. While several of the younger members were delighting in riding on the train, it was of course the older ninja who were asking her questions. She was fielding them as best as she could, but her mind was a little preoccupied at the moment. As they were exiting the Uzushio train station and coming out to see the city for the first time, Asuma was turning to her expectantly. This is what Wave has been up to this whole time? This is a pretty big secret to keep to yourselves. How did you manage it? Tsunami waves a hand as the others join in following her down the steps to a waiting trolley car. It was actually our leader who did a good portion of the work. Plus the civilians were united in our mission. Asuma still was amazed. Wave had really outdone themselves it seemed, and rebounding back even stronger than before if the stories his father had told him about the village were to be believed. Still, this must have been going on for years. How could they let the other island of Wave get so bad in the meantime? They must have hyper-focused on themselves. Asuma made the jump in logic as they boarded the trolley and set off down the tracks behind another car on the same line. Guy had his arms crossed as he looked out over the scenery and the people, truly a lively and spirited bunch. Their youthful flames must have helped motivate them for sure. Tsunami shook her head. Reconstruction to this point was actually a little less than a year. Uzushio did not abandon Wave by choice, it was actually our benefactor that saved us in the first place. It was Shikamaru who caught the name of the current island first. Uzushio? Wasn't that the place Naruto was running? Who did you say was your leader again? Uzushiogakure was the birthplace of the Uzumaki, so where else would the remnants of the clan return to in order to start over? A previously abandoned island that they could rebuild in secret and build up defensive measures was an obviously good choice. But why go public now? Had they finally garnered all of the political support they needed? Tsunami could only smile. I didn't say, did I? Watching his student from the corner of his eyes work through the problem, Asuma just grinned and relaxed back finally. So this is Uzushiogakure, where Naruto settled down? Good to know we finally get to visit, though it's weird we only get to visit now. Behind him he listened as the others started to get somewhat excited. They knew Naruto had been in charge of a city somewhere, but he had always been careful not to mention where exactly it was. Tsunami acknowledged that with a nod. Well, things have changed recently. One of your numbers, I believe his name was Sai? He attempted to set off a bomb within the main tower. There is now an incident report and a hearing that must be held later. Asuma and Guy frowned at that while the various students behind them had mixed reactions to the news. Both older jonin had their own thoughts about the mystery genin. Both had figured the boy wasn't all he said he was, while Asuma had spent a few times talking with Kakashi and had agreed that Danzo most likely had too tight of a control over the boy. Idly watching as a pair of samurai walked along the road and practically towered over the normal civilians, Asuma sighed heavily. If there's any damage, I'm sure Konoha will of course take full responsibility. Tsunami shook her head as they entered the city center, hopping off of the moving car with ease and practice, and assumed the ninja would do the same. That won't be necessary. Uzushio has defenses specifically for such occasions. Tsunami led the way towards the entrance, past the memorial that she took a moment to turn to and offer a prayer, before reaching the entrance doors. Bowing her head lightly to a man holding the large glass entrance door open for her, she made her way inside. Thank you. Of course, Lady Tsunami. Returning her acknowledgement, the ninja proudly displaying an yuzu headband continued on his way outside, intentionally snubbing the Konoha ninja who had all walked by the memorial. Kiba picked up on that right away. Seems a little rude, yeah? Behind him Shino held the door for Tenten, Choji and Shikamaru as they all entered the large space. Tsunami answered him without looking back. You have to understand, everyone in Uzushio remembers not only why the original village fell, but also how Konoha treated the Uzumaki remnants. A suddenly cold eye turned back towards them. You'll find that with a few exceptions, Konoha will not find many friends here. Guy gave her a thumbs up however while flashing her a bright smile. Then we must endeavor to prove that the Konoha of now means nothing but peace towards the new Uzushio. We will work to clean up the sins of the past. Appreciating his words as they reached the elevators and entered one, Tsunami turned to hold the doors so everyone could enter. A wonderful sentiment. We'll see how that goes in practice. We did just have one of you attempt to level the city after all. Everyone filing in as she pressed a button for the 5th floor, Tenten spoke up as she had been watching the older woman quietly. Everyone seems to show you a great deal of respect. Is it Naruto who runs this place, or you? Never mind that she couldn't feel ninja-level chakra from the woman, that could only mean that she was suppressing it. Which that was something only someone of Kage level could accomplish. Tsunami's chuckle made her hopeful that she was on the correct track. No, Ninja-san. I'm not the leader. Though I am technically the mayor of Wave. No. Naruto leads Uzushio and does an amazing job of doing so. The elevator stopping with a ding, they filed out behind her as they came out to a busy-looking office space. Though there were many more ninja present along with secretaries and office workers. It had all of the hallmarks of a ninja mission office. Please follow me this way. Heading towards Naruto's office, Tsunami couldn't help but smirk as she wondered how they all would take the news. Tenten had a hand to her chin as she thought about it. I guess it would be too much to ask for another crazy strong woman to be a village's Kage. Tsunade-sama is great herself, but still. Shikamaru chuckled and patted her on the shoulder. You might be closer than you think. She moves too quietly to be a civilian. And Naruto is such a knucklehead. Though there was always the chance that leadership had changed the other teen in ways they hadn't seen yet. Sure, he had once told Shikamaru that he was only good for blowing things up, but the shadow user wasn't so sure of that anymore. Opening the door and peeking her head in, she eventually opened it the rest of the way with a smile. He's here and can see you now. Watching everyone walk in and offer greetings, Tsunami tittered as she went about her way. She had to make her way to her father now. She was sure he would love the new news. Inside the office it was Kiba who was pointing a finger at the other teen behind the large desk. What the hell, Naruto? You've been here all this time? Why'd you leave us over in Wave? And what the fuck, why's Niji here? Behind him En and Niji were grinning as Naruto leaned back in his chair as Kakashi and Sasuke sat in the chairs in front of his desk. Both looked a little worn out and grungy. Yo everyone. Asuma couldn't help but sigh, because of course the little blonde was behind the Hyuga exodus. Should have known. Shikamaru nodded. We really should have. His eyes trailed to Niji himself. How's life been for the Hyuga here? Niji shrugged. I don't know what you mean. There are no Hyuga here. Grinning he pointed to his new headband. The Hataru have been enjoying their freedom however. Rolling his eyes as everyone spread out, Asuma looked to Naruto. We heard from Lady Tsunami. Sai tried to blow this place apart? Sighing and nodding, Naruto placed his hands on his desk. Yeah, but we subdued him, no problem. So sorry, but he ain't going back with you. Kakashi waved it away before anyone else could answer. This is something that normally could cause a breakdown of treaties. If the worst we have to deal with is the offending ninja being imprisoned, then we got off easy. Agreeing with the other Jonin, Asuma nods along. Yeah. Plus I don't think anyone will really miss the kid except Danzo. A grin spread on Naruto's face that sent a shudder down Sasuke's spine. Oh, don't worry about that old bastard. I have something for him. But the reason I called all of you here. Naruto rooted through his desk for a scroll before pulling it out and tossing it to Kakashi. Yuzushiogakure is going public from here on and there might be a meeting between all of the major nations because of it. Konoha and Yuzushio are tentative allies at the moment, so from now on you all have a pass to enter the city. But as I'm sure you've run into, not everyone here likes you very much. Naruto relaxed back and shrugged, I can't do much about that, you'll have to fix that on your own. Kiba crossed his arms while Akamaru poked out from his jacket finally and spoke up, you could just tell them that we're the good guys. You're their Kage, aren't you? Naruto leveled bored eyes at the feral boy, ah yes, let me just subvert my people's free will and tell them flatly to accept people from the village that helped end Yuzushio previously. That's a wonderful idea. Seeing most of the ninja present flinch, Naruto again sighed and waved a hand as if to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. You guys are good people, I'm sure you can win them over on your own if you want. Giving him a thumbs up and repeating his sentiments from earlier, Guy was grinning at the blonde. We shall endeavor to change your people's preconceptions of us by displaying our normal youthful natures. Moved by the display, Lee mirrored his sensei, that we shall. And if not, I shall run laps around your city from sunup to sundown while apologizing for Konoha's misdeeds. Guy was inspired by his pupil, that is a wonderful idea, Lee. Why, if you should fail I will do the same, for 3 days straight. Truly inspirational, Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Both master and pupil came together in a manly hug, a roaring sunset over waves breaking on a coastal shore beaming into existence. Niji could only sigh and hang his head while Tenten banged her head against a wall while Choji and Shikamaru tried their best to stop her. Naruto was set to twitching while En did his best to repeatedly dispel the obvious genjutsu. This isn't right. Lord Naruto. This genjutsu is unbreakable. What is this? It's something only available to Bushy Brows and Bushy Brows Sensei. Call it a S-rank genjutsu and try not to think too hard on it. Naruto leaned over however as his door opened again and several women filed into the room, all beaming with smiles or in Kotohime and Koyuki's case, seemed rather nervous. Hey girls, where did you all run off to in such a hurry? Even Karen and Tayuya had come back. Sakura came skipping to sit in Sasuke's lap, breaking up the manly hug going on and adopting a know-it-all smirk, oh this'll be good. Kotohime and Koyuki came around to stand together on his left side, while Hinata and Ino came together on his right. Karen and Tayuya stood just a bit behind Kotohime and Koyuki while they both directed smirks at him. It was only as they were all together that all of the gathered Leaf Ninja noticed that they all had in one way or another adopted one or more of Naruto's usual colors. Naruto however was focused on how nervous the two older girls were. Hey, what's up? Everything okay? From humor to concern within an instant, he missed the giggling coming from behind him. Kotohime started first, idly playing with a fringe of hair, so, do you remember, the beach? Naruto nodded slowly. How could he forget that one? The moonlight and the ocean waves had been good that night. Koyuki continued on, or all of our various, moments. Naruto again nodded slowly, a blush now on his face. Koyuki was certainly one for cuddles afterwards. Kotohime and Koyuki linked hands and each firmly reassured the other, it seems our efforts have borne fruit, Lord Uzumaki. Kotohime was smiling and trying not to tear up. Koyuki had no such problem, shedding tears with a bright smile, or maybe we should start calling you Papa. Naruto's eyes went wide as around him the Leaf Ninja all gasped or made noises of surprise. Was this real? Were both of these women, was he going to be? Your? Karen leaned around both girls, pregnant, yup. Good job Papa. Naruto was standing before them in a moment, hugging them both tightly, I can't believe it. We're gonna be parents. Holy shit. Naruto backed away half a step while holding both girls' hands, we're going to be parents. Kotohime nodded, yes. And we're going to stick together, like we all promised. Koyuki leaned against her friend while Naruto watched them both with a slowly blooming smile, this is just the beginning after all. Naruto didn't know what to do. He wanted to scream, shout, spread the news. He wanted to run and hide and panic. He was going to be a father? He didn't know the first thing about being a father. But by the kami he would figure it out, just like he did everything else. Just a minute. I have to spaz out for a second. But I love you. Kami, I love you so much. And just like that he was gone, Hinata and Ino giggling as Koyuki and Kotohime both sagged with relief and decided to sit together in his wide chair. That went better than expected I think. Karen had been betting on Naruto freezing up or passing out in shock. Hinata shook her head, I keep telling you that Naruto is full of surprises. From outside they could hear a shout, Naruto's voice amplified in some way. I'm going to be a dad. Ino giggled, I think he's more than a little excited. Sakura nodded, you think? Mentally she was making plans of her own. She had promised to help Sasuke rebuild his clan after all but hopefully he wasn't in a hurry like Naruto seemed to be. She wanted to enjoy being a ninja and building up her reputation a bit first. Kakashi just sighed, any chance this calms him down somewhat? He remembered Minato-sensei when Kushina was pregnant. Those had been interesting times. Tayuya was grinning as she sat on a corner of the desk, fat chance of that. If anything, he's going to be even more protective. The gray-haired Jonin mentally agreed, just like Minato-sensei. Asuma, however, just looked around the office for a moment. Well, now that we've heard the big news, I guess we can head back to Wave and wait for Kazekage-sama to return. We should be leaving tomorrow after all. Ino shook her head, maybe. Gaara might try to stay for a demonstration within a week. From outside the ground shook and a giant toad appeared from a cloud of smoke. Naruto. Why did you summon me? I'm gonna be a dad gamma bunta. A dad. That's great news, my boy. This calls for sake and a celebration. On it, boss. I'm freaking out. Ahahaha, as you should, my boy. Hinata could only sigh and idly watch the pair from the window. Well, we've probably lost him for a little while. She could already hear a clamor coming up from the citizens as well. This was most likely going to turn into a night-long party at this rate. Well, this frees us up for planning at the least. Choji raised an eyebrow. Planning? Ino nodded and shooed the Leaf group away. This is girl time, so you boys might as well scram. Go find something to do in the city and don't cause any trouble. Asuma sighed. Was that really all you called us here? Tayuya nodded. Unless you want to talk about that Sai asshole and what horrible unspeakable things we're going to do to him. Asuma shook his head as the group started to file out, though Tenten, Sasuke and surprisingly Shikamaru all decided to stay behind. I think we'll explore the city a bit. From outside, more yelling. You'll be fine, boy, stop shaking on my head. I'm gonna be a fucking dad. Wait, I gotta do something. Just behind his desk chair, Naruto returned with a bright smile and holding out his left arm, seals glowing. Girls, if you would do the honors? Rolling her eyes heavily but smiling all the same, Kodohime chose 2 of the remaining 4 seals. You're so dramatic. Koyuki did the same, picking the last 2 seals and watching all of the remaining seals fade away. I think it's endearing. Naruto leaned down and kissed both women on their heads from over the back of the chair. Now, I need to go back to freaking out. I'll be back to pamper you and cater to your every whim in a bit. And then he was gone, leaving most of the girls giggling while Tayuya crossed her arms. Now I'm curious if he'll act like this for all of us or not. Hinata nodded. You know he will. Outside, more shouting. I should go get Jiraiya and Tsunade. Make him bring some good sake, boy. Will do. Sakura was making sure Sasuke could not run away. I'm sure that'll be fine, right? Karen was smirking. They won't want to be in Konoha for long anyway. Things are about to get weird there. Kakashi sighed. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. You're gonna want to pretend you didn't hear a lot of things pretty soon. Kakashi was suddenly up joining the Leaf group as they were leaving. Yup, I'm gone. I'll go join Naruto, I think. Sasuke frowned from under his girlfriend. I'd like to do the same. Sakura nodded and finally let him up. Fine, go get drunk with your brother. Both of the other males from Team 7 were gone, leaving the collection of girls alone as Sasuke dragged Shikamaru outside. This was girl time. Behind them all at the window, Niji and En did their best to blend into the background and continue their guard duty. Absolutely nothing would be entering this office today. Far away, Danzo was truly beginning to feel his age as a bead of sweat worked its way down his cheek and neck. The afternoon was working down into the evening and for most of the day he had been on edge. It wasn't something specific, just a general feeling of unease which, if history served well, meant that the Uzumaki boy was plotting something. All afternoon he felt like he was being followed. Childish giggling just at the edge of his hearing, while things around him just didn't seem correct. A plant moved when he wasn't looking. His chair just out of place when he returned to it, or paperwork just slightly different and shuffled not like he had left it. So he had been keeping to public places, staying with other council members during the day or lower functionaries within the tower. But now, as he walked home, he realized that those options were long gone. He was safe until he got home, but there? No. His paranoia was just getting the better of him. Yes, that boy was up to something, but he was more prepared now and on the lookout for his tricks. No. He would not be surprised tonight. Stepping through his entry gate and walking through the front door to his empty home, Danzo knew right away something was wrong. Yes, the home was quiet as it had always been and he couldn't feel anything out of place. But at the same time, things were darker than normal, quieter in an unnatural way. He couldn't quite place it. Like a memory just out of reach that slipped away the harder he tried to remember. Walking further inside and towards his study, maybe some of that imported Lightning Country whiskey would help him relax. Down the hall, a shadow moved. Who's there? Instantly on guard, arm unsealed and stolen Sharingan blazing in his skull, Danzo frowned as just like his senses told him, there was no chakra in his home besides his own. Maybe it was the paranoia and old age finally catching up with him. Taking a cautious step forward, he sighed at the large seal array that blossomed into life under his foot. Nope, paranoia was completely justified. Locked in place by some unseen force, Danzo could only watch as a half-dozen mini Narutos crawled along the walls and ceiling from an ever-darkening hallway. A woman's voice called to him. "Oh Danzo baby," a full-sized Naruto clone walked out from that darkness, fully in girl mode wearing a deep scarlet yukata with her hair flying free down her back. "You've been a naughty boy. And Naruto is here to make sure you learn your lesson." Danzo grunted as he tried to free himself. "You're insane. I've done nothing to you." The now dubbed Naruto only shook her head, walking around Danzo and trailing a hand over his shoulder. "Oh, so I don't have you to thank for that boy Sai trying to blow up my home?" Coming around from his back, Danzo was met with wide blue and purple glowing eyes and a grin full of razor-sharp teeth. "You tried to use my own bomb against me. And that just isn't done." No, not flashy at all." Her voice had secondary tones to it, like someone else was talking with her. "Not flashy. Not flashy. Boo. Copycat. Boo." The mini Naruto clones all parroted her words around them, setting Danzo's mind screeching as it all just seemed wrong in some way. Was this not Naruto and instead the QB? Had that foul demon finally broken free somehow? Naruto however pointed a dainty yet very strong finger at his chest, a sharp nail drawing blood. "But don't you worry. You and I?" She bent down a bit, offering a view full of deep valleys and sharp eyes that watched him through her bangs. "We're going to make sure you learn just how to be properly explosive from now on. Training. 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 You won't get away with this." Danzo was noticing it was taking more effort to speak, every breath was hard-fought. He did his best to ignore the cherubic voices giggling and laughing at him from all over his house. Were there suddenly more of the small terrors? "The roots of Konoha are strong. We will not be cowed by some upstart child." Naruto however backed away half a step, shark-like smile never leaving her face. My, you don't understand your place now do you?" Both of her eyes bled slowly into a deep blood red, slit like a cat's. "I already have." The dark chuckle that left her lips echoed through the house, though no one outside would hear it. Nor would they hear the screams that started soon after. Naruto had one last thing to say to the old man as he lost another life, but not the last of the night. "I'm going to learn every dirty secret you've been hiding away. One by one. So, scream for me some more will you? It's such a wonderful lullaby. Oh make." Naruto couldn't believe his luck. He was gonna be a father. Him. The knucklehead explosion murder boy. A dad. Next to him Jiraiya was laughing and had slung an arm over his shoulder while on his other side Sasuke and Kakashi both enjoyed a quiet drink in the shade. Between Kakashi and Jiraiya a quiet Shikamaru laid out and watched the sky overhead with a calm smile on his face. Their shade was provided by Gamabunta as they all sat in a clearing well away from the city and farms. Jiraiya couldn't help but be happy at the moment. "You've done good my boy." So. Who do you think'll be next huh? I'm sure you've been putting in the work." The fruits of that work were already sprouting after all. Two at once was a surprise. Sasuke just shook his head. "I just hope Sakura doesn't start getting any ideas from all of this." Naruto pointed at him as a flush worked on his face. "Maybe she should. How are you supposed to rebuild your clan anyway? You better catch up." Mismatched eyes and a finger stabbed at Kakashi as well. "You too. Knock up Shizun so we can all go through this together." Kakashi chuckled and shook his head. "I don't think it works like that." Sasuke nodded. "I'm really sure it doesn't. Spoil sports. It'll be fun." Naruto started laughing as Jiraiya egged him on to let loose while Sasuke turned to his sensei. "I'm not worried. I know Sakura wants to wait a little bit." Kakashi wanted to nod and say Shizun would wait as well but he had to pause. Shizun had been rather forward after the swimwear fiasco. Well, Kakashi never had understood the power of power panties before. But a power bikini? Yeah, he got that. He understood that one completely and to the core. That black number she purchased was less a bikini and more a collection of enticing string. But Kami did it do its job. Naruto locked on to his hesitation. "I'll send a clone to give Shizun the good news, maybe it'll egg her on." Clone made and sent before Kakashi could stop him. The older man did tackle him and ruffle his hair. "It's for your own good Kakashi-sensei? Leave my love life alone damn it. You're too slow. I need a dad buddy. Anyone but me you little shit." "Who you calling a little shit you Cyclops? Don't complain." "I'll complain all I want you explosion nutcase. You wanna go? I'll toss you around again." "Try it." "I will." Leaves left behind by two Shunshin techniques, explosions began to rock the area. Sasuke turned to the cackling Jiraiya. Shouldn't we, I don't know, stop them? Jiraiya could only offer a shrug. If Tsunade was here maybe, but she's with the rest of the girls back at the tower. Shikamaru turned his gaze to the older sage. Aren't you strong enough to do something? You're assuming I'm motivated to do something. Fair enough. The lazy Chunin returned to his sky gazing. Jiraiya shook his head, just like his father. He'll be fine. Laughing even harder while above them Bunta chuckled as well. Sasuke could only watch as Kakashi was sent flying while a very drunk Naruto swayed on his feet while thrusting his fists into the air. I'm gonna be the best fucking dad in the world. Believe it. Uzushiogakure was finding that today was going to be a bit on the sluggish side. News of the next generation of Uzumaki had spread like wildfire, and much as Tsunami had told Naruto long ago, it had set the populace buzzing. News that the family line would continue had set many of the older generation at ease. The Uzumaki were beloved by everyone within Uzushio and Wave, and they had no doubts that Naruto and his wives would pass their altruistic values along. That said, partying late into the night for nearly a week straight did have its consequences. Naruto was finding this out himself, jacket off as he stood on the observation floor with both all of Fox Den and the combined groups of Suna and the Konoha ninja. Tsunami and Tazuna were both in attendance as today they were supposed to receive the first spring airship to visit their tower. Tazuna had done good work. A portion of the observation floor had been modified so that the large ceiling-to-floor windows at one section could open into wide doors instead, where there was now a large deck jutting out from the side of the tower. It was occupied by a half-dozen engineers from Spring at the moment, but Karen and Anoka were working on a contraption next to the doors inside. Karen said it was a radio, something the Spring engineers had been working on that would allow them to talk to each other over long distances. Naruto didn't understand it yet, but he'd dedicate some time to it later. In the distance and breaking through the fog bank, a sleek silver and blue construction broke through. 6 fans propelled it forward with 3 on each side, while towards its bottom a large boxy carriage carrying the flight crew was affixed to its keel. The front was tapered to a point, while the rear was a squared-off flat surface that had flight controls jutting out to the sides and up above to a point. All in all, this version seemed less sexy and more functional. A proof of concept, Naruto figured. Karen gave an excited shout that drew everyone's attention as the panel in front of her glowed to life. Picking up the transmitting microphone in one hand, she pressed a button on its side and spoke into it. "This is Uzumaki Tower to approaching airship. Do you hear us?" There was a moment of silence before, with a little static, a voice responded through a speaker built into the panel. "This is the airship Fujikase and we hear you, Uzumaki Tower. It has been a long journey to reach you, over." A male voice responded to her as professionally as he could, though everyone could hear excited voices in the background. Karen grinned and high-fived Anoka. "Well, you're welcome to dock and take a breather, Fujikase. Over." Turning to everyone assembled, Karen gave them a happy thumbs up. "Radio works." Naruto turned to Koyuki, who had all but welded herself to his side. "So we have a few new things from Spring this time?" Koyuki nodded. "With the creation of the airships we knew we would need some way of communicating over long distances. Summons or seals just aren't practical. So instead we've been working with something else instead. Hence, the radio. Most of the work has been on making them smaller and more portable." The engineers had been excited to explain it all to her, but most of the techno jargon went completely over her head. It worked, that was all she needed to know. Naruto, however, was considering other applications. Think they could make it small enough for a person to carry? Karen was walking up as the Suna and Konoha groups had taken to the windows, watching the airship make its way through the air towards the tower. "We're working on it already. We should have some prototypes available to try out within a month or two. We're also adding a radio room to the fortress." Next to her, Anoka has a clipboard out and is taking notes. "Good to hear." Naruto turned to watch the ship make its way in. "Guess if people didn't know we were going public before, they certainly would be curious about us now." He wondered how many people had looked up into the sky and seen this airship? Looking over between Koyuki on his right side and Kotoheim on his left, he smiled softly and wiggled his arms. "I do need to move a bit, girls." Kotoheim shook her head. "Nonsense, my lord. Your place is right here." Koyuki nodded. "Agreed. You said we would be pampered. Commence with the pampering." Rolling his eyes, Naruto made a clone that wandered off towards Gaara. "Guess I'm going to be getting a lot of practice with this." Gaara was at the window watching the approaching ship with interest. It was now turning to approach the tower backwards, where they could all see crew members standing on an external deck at the rear while another was talking into a radio. Next to him, Naruto walked up, grinning with hands on his hips. "Amazing, isn't it?" Gaara nodded. "It's an impressive piece of engineering." What was the travel time between here and spring again? Naruto tried to remember what the engineers had said when they visited to explain how the airship would approach. All full speed it is a 7 or 8 hour travel time. Pleasurably the travel is about double that, so a full day with no stops. This first trip however made a few stops in order to perform inspections and tests. So the next one will be a full speed test back to spring. Humming and considering the distance, Gaara made the mental calculations himself and smiled, so a little shorter between here and Suna. That would make for an impressive travel option. How much cargo can they hold? Don't know that one. Remember this is just the test prototype. I'm sure the engineers will have a few different variants planned out after testing is complete. Naruto and the rest watched as the ship finally came within a few meters of the docking platform. Two of the engineers who had been waiting on the docking platform were waiting for large docking ropes to be tossed their way, which much like an ocean-bound ship they were tied to waiting anchor points while two ninja did the same between an upper portion of the ship and the walls just above the observation level. Anchored and only swaying a bit, the rear doors opened to lower a ramp down onto the waiting landing deck. From there engineers and flight crew filed out to be met by the waiting engineer team. Naruto's eyebrows only raised a bit as Sandayo himself filed out with an older man by his side, making for the doors to the tower. The real Naruto turned to Koyuki who finally sighed, "Did you know he was coming?" "No, but I should have guessed. He's been hounding me about something recently but I've only half paid attention." Koyuki had the decency to blush and look chagrined. Rolling his eyes as he and the girls wander forward, the doors open to a light gust of wind as Sandayo bows to Koyuki and Naruto, "Lord Uzumaki, it's good to see you again." Naruto bows lightly in return, "Been a while huh?" "Sorry, been pretty busy. I've been meaning to come and visit more." "So I've heard." Sandayo couldn't help but grin, having heard the news from the engineers, "You've certainly have been a busy little birdie." "Oh Sandayo no teasing." Koyuki wanted to smack him, but her blush and embarrassment held her back. It was nice that everyone was doting on her but she could do without the teasing. Laughing and shaking his head, Sandayo turned back to look up at the airship they had built. "Guess it's time to start making waves huh?" Naruto nods, looking back as his clone talks to Gaara while Temari and Kankuro listen in and the Leaf Ninja had all walked out to inspect the airship. Yup, no more hiding from this point on. Feeling memories shunt themselves into his head, Naruto turned as Gaara walked up to him. "Now that we've seen it is possible, we'll be returning to Suna to announce our alliance and possible build space for airships in the future." Gaara had reached out to shake hands with Naruto, who firmly returned the gesture. Naruto hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "I'm sure the engineers or Karen would be happy to send you along with specifications and designs for landing pads and working radios. You'll need them." Karen was quick to jump into the conversation, a scroll puffing into existence in her hand to be held out to Gaara. "I have just what you're looking for. Landing pads, docking decks like this one, radios and frequencies are all written down in this scroll." Temari accepted the scroll while Kankuro went to round up the Konoha group. Gaara himself bowed to Naruto lightly, "You'll have to come visit Suna soon. I'm sure we'll have much to talk about." Naruto can't help but grin and nod, "Yeah. I'm sure we will." Things were going to start moving very fast from here on. Progress would not and could no be slowed. "Maybe we can finally have that spar next time I come by." Gaara finally let a grin spread on his face, "I'm sure my people will just love that." Lunchtime was rolling around, but Naruto found himself in his office with several people standing before him. Now that Gaara had left with his group, Uzushio was back to normal operations. Which meant normal missions were back on the menu. This also included their planned raids on the Sound. What better way to make a name for themselves than crushing a different small-time ninja village? So, before him stood the now-named Riptide Squad 1 consisting of Yugo, Sasami, and Kin, and Riptide Squad 2 which was Hinata, Ino, and Tayuya. Naruto was leveling eyes on Yugo first. "You say you know where the base in the east is located, right?" Yugo nods, and Naruto grins, "Good. I think I can have a clone drop you off in the land of hot waters as a jump start. Head straight there and remember the plan. Use your seal, call me right away and we'll demolish the place and rescue everyone that we can. Tsunami and the aid station are on standby." Yugo salutes, "Of course Lord Naruto, we shall not let you down. I believe in you." Naruto then turned to the others, Tayuya bouncing on her feet, "And you know where the base in Wind is located?" "Abso-fucking-lutely." That brought a chuckle out of everyone as Tayuya was beyond excited. She was ready to bash some sound heads in. "Okay. We'll cheat a little and I'll send you to Suna with a clone via Hiration. From there you can make your way. Keep to the plan please." Hinata nods, "We'll keep her from causing too much trouble. Hopefully we'll finish before Jirobu makes it to Orochimaru." Naruto nods, "You better, or you'll miss out on the fun." Panicking a bit at that, Tayuya points towards him dramatically. You better not exclude me. Come and get me if Jirobu makes it there first, you got it? Sighing but relenting, Naruto nods, sure thing. I'll come get you if that happens. Personally, he really wanted to keep her out of it, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. His gaze swept over both teams, internally hoping nothing crazy would happen. Normally they all went together, but he had to trust that they were strong enough to complete missions without him. He wouldn't be able to be absolutely everywhere after all. Then let's get to it. Naruto made a pair of hardened clones who walked around to grab hold of a team. Be safe, don't do anything I would do. Ino grinned as Yugo's team flashed away, so no explosions or saving princesses from evil bad guys, got it. Saluting, Team 2 flashed away as well, leaving Naruto alone for the moment. Turning to look back over the village, the shadow of the airship over the buildings in front of him, he wondered if he was making the right call. He wanted to smash Orochimaru's shit in something fierce, but he didn't want to put those he loved in danger because of that desire. Grunting and deciding he needed to focus, he set about working through paperwork that had piled up a bit. Of course, within minutes of deciding to work he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. He looked up as a grinning trio of Koyuki, Karen and Anoka walked into his office. Karen had a bundle of large rolled-up blueprints and scrolls in her arms. Karen was quick to place all of her papers on his desk, grabbing the largest and spreading out the blueprint over his desk. Do I have news for you? Naruto could tell she was excited and full of energy and set aside his work almost immediately to give her his full attention. Lay it on me then. Karen pointed down to the large blueprint, a new airship design on display. First, the Spring engineers claim that they will have 3 variants to go for now. A passenger type that can carry up to 200 people. A cargo type that can carry roughly 15 tons, and a military variant, which is what I helped design. Naruto looked over the design, seeing the airship shape for what it was before shrugging and looking up to one of the women who had wormed her way into his heart. I'm sure hoping you'll explain what you've all designed then. 'Cause this is way over my head. Karen giggled but nods, pointing at several sections on the paper. The military variant can hold a crew of 150 along with supplies to support them. With that, there's also a bomb bay which can hold a couple tons worth of explosives. Karen locked eyes with him. Imagine a few dozen of your major scroll bombs primed and ready to be dropped from the air. Thinking it over, Naruto wanted to say almost immediately that it was an amazing idea. But he paused and thought about it. He had been truthful that he wanted to build a nation that desired peace. That meant, of course, that they would never be the first to strike if they could help it. Would having something like this be necessary? One of his bombs could level cities. Did they need an airship capable of dropping dozens of them? He'd have to think on it for now. Though having a troop transport itself wasn't a bad idea. Looks good, though we might hold off on mass producing my bombs for now. Let's focus on the civilian and shipping models and build a couple of the military units as a just in case. He accepted Koyuki coming around to settle in on the arm of his chair easily. She was in stage 5 clingy at the moment and he knew better than to complain. Nodding and almost immediately coming to understand where he was coming from, Karen smiled softly, of course. Just wanted to show what options were available. Moving the papers around, she pulled another large sheet to the top of the pile, sporting what looked like a tower of some sort. For Wave, they don't have the same natural defenses that Uzushio does. And also to the north the whirlpools weaken considerably. So me and Anoka were thinking about building guard towers. Naruto looks the design over, this one making a little more sense to him. It was a basic thing, the structure resembled a lighthouse for the most part both inside and out. Through instead of a light there was what looked like a giant cannon in its place. Think we'll need something this overkill? Karen shrugged, guard towers posted along our borders and linked together with radios won't hurt. And while the only water-faring nations we need to worry about really would be water, they did mention that pirates are a thing. Plus, lightning is always a concern. Nodding, Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Go for it, I'm guessing you'll need Ino when she gets back then? Both Karen and Ino had been working their earth affinities to the max and they would certainly make construction go a lot faster. Karen had a smile on her face as she rolled up the blueprints and stood back. I'm going to see how much I can get done alone first. Though I'll have to borrow Isaribi for a while. Haha, Gosu's gonna be bummed about that. Naruto had heard the rumors that the Chinoite co-leader had the hots for the reformed water monster. But if you need her feel free to take her. Will do. Anoka stepped forward now. Beyond that, border seals have picked up 3 larger than normal chakra signatures near the border. They are following the road with no attempts at sneaking in. Pondering that for a minute, Naruto certainly wasn't waiting on anyone coming to visit them. A team of 3? Do we have eyes on any of them yet? Anoka nodded. I personally took control of a golem to have a look. The one in the lead matches the description you gave of the woman named Conan. Blue hair with an origami rose pinned in place. Ah, maybe she had convinced her leader to meet with him then? Okay, just monitor them for now and keep me posted. They do anything fishy, I want to know about it right away. Anoka again nodded. Understood. Karen was already turning to leave. Their updates taken care of. I have one more thing to bring up. I'll catch up with you later, Karen. Karen smirked but nodded. Sure thing. I'll probably be at the cafe across the street. Isaribi should be there by now. Waving as she left, the door closed with a click, leaving Anoka, Koyuki, and Naruto alone. Koyuki, however, saw that Anoka had something of her own to bring up and smiled, kissing Naruto on the cheek. I should make my way out as well. I just wanted to see you. I'll come track you down later, okay? You better. Giving him a wink, the still deliriously happy woman walked out to leave the two alone to talk. Naruto raised a single eyebrow as Anoka walked around the desk. Everything all right? Anoka nodded and she pulled his chair out so she could settle herself into his lap, for now. I'm not getting any more work done, am I? You are. I just wanted to get a promise from you. Arms snaking around his shoulders, Anoka smiled gently as he nodded. Can I have some time with you later? Of course. You know I'll never say no to that. Naruto's answer was near instant. He never wanted any of the girls to feel left out or unloved after all. That wasn't his way. Wanna get dinner together or something? Anoka giggled but shook her head. I was thinking something more intimate. Now Naruto understood. Ah. Yeah. Guess you wanna get away for the night? Absolutely. Okay, just grab me later. He accepted the kiss from her with a smile as he ran his hands up and down her sides. Though at the end of it Anoka was up and bouncing towards the door. Sure, get me all worked up and then leave. Anoka blushed but shook her head. Sorry, I'm not as bold as Karen. Maybe you'll get some desk service another day. Winking at him and mission accomplished, the older woman was out the door with another giggle as Naruto gave out a frustrated groan. Leaning back into his chair, Naruto considered what his life had turned into. Then promptly decided there was nothing to complain about. He was however thinking about some of the memories that the clone in Konoha had sent him. Danzo was an old conniving bastard. But to help orchestrate the fall of the Uchiha? Stealing their eyes and sending Itachi undercover into Akatsuki? It was all a lot, and he was only a little annoyed that the clone was going to have all the fun with the old hawk. At least it wouldn't kill him, yet. Naruto wanted to break the old man first. But he'd need to send a letter to Sasuke soon, clue him into the news. Konoha hadn't just screwed over the Uzumaki, the Uchiha had been wronged in the end as well. Having that thought in mind, Naruto pulled free some paper and began writing. Might as well get that done now. A clone might even be able to catch up with the Uchiha he considered a brother. After this he'd leave a clone in the office and go track down Koyuki and Kotohime. Sure, they had told him it was very early in their pregnancy and there was nothing for him to really do, but it never hurt to get some pampering practice in. A few days pass, and Naruto can say for certain that things seem to be going well. Leaving behind a few clones to take care of his business and admin duties, he was checking over his equipment while Riptide Squad 2 were looking down on a small oasis that housed a rocky formation in the middle of a small lake. Hinata had said that the sound facility extended quite the ways down, but there were very little guards. Ino was checking over her Sanban while Tayuya was twirling her flute between her fingers. Naruto idly noted the grinning red head and voiced a question to her. How's the seal been lately? Naruto hadn't felt the need to check it in a while, and Tayuya hadn't complained of it either. Tayuya shrugged. It's been stable, better than ever really. Why? I've been wondering. After my training with the toads, maybe I can figure out how to perfect it. It was an idea he had been stewing over for a long while now. But he wanted a better understanding of nature chakra before attempting to build a new seal of his own for everyone. Might as well give them all every advantage he could. I've been thinking that everyone could use something similar. As sort of an emergency measure. Ino looked at him from over her shoulder. Oh, and calling you by your Hiratian seal isn't like the ultimate backup plan? Chuckling, Naruto finally stood and walked to join them. Sure it is. Here he smiled softly and made eye contact with them all, but I won't always be there. Something might happen to me. I might have to fight someone super powerful. You're all super strong on your own. I'm just thinking on the worst case that you need an extra boost until you can regroup or something. Hinata could see where he was coming from. I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, your idea isn't a bad one. Ino crossed her arms as she thought about it. Naruto would never leave them in the lurch. But that didn't mean something couldn't happen. So, wanna get things started? Hinata unsealed and donned a blue Hanya mask while activating her dojutsu, rechecking prisoner count now. Tayuya nodded and unsealed her own favorite mask, the red Hanya. It's been a while, think you can let us lead the way, Whiskers? Naruto nodded slowly as Ino put on a brown Oni mask. Sure, though the clones are going to keep pretty close to you just in case. Tayuya shrugged, that's fine, but we all feel like we need to stretch a bit, you get it? Yeah, I got it. Hinata turned back to him, roughly 2,000 people below us, I'd say at least 100 of that are ninja, probably less. But, there's only one way in or out and the path is singular, so there will be no splitting up until we reach the prison area. Naruto nods, sounds like making clones will be useless until we make it to the prison then. All of the girls nod and Naruto holds up his hands in surrender, fine fine. Lead the way. I'll be back up. He had a feeling that they were just as frustrated as he was. They hadn't been able to get out and have a good fight in a long while, everyone stuck being diplomats for the last month or so. Hinata took off first, flanked by Ino and Tayuya. Naruto brought up the rear, still making 6 hardened clones to bring up the rear. Fast steps carried them across the calm waters of the oasis before they were soon diving into the cave and down into its depths. Hinata was the first to speak up, the path curves and spirals downward, but there are no enemies for a few hundred meters. True to her words, the dim path in fact took the course she described, the cave lit by dim torches but otherwise looked like a completely natural formation. They carried on in silence, senses alert as they came to an area in the path that began to widen out, though it was still one way in or out. Hinata held up 2 fingers, pointing to either side of herself. Ino and Tayuya nodded and when they entered the open space, both trailing girls acted quickly. Ino dove to the left, Senbon leaving a hand to impale the surprised ninja waiting there in the heart. On the right, Tayuya had transformed without a word, a fist driving deep into the solar plexus of the ninja waiting on that end. Both ninja dropping silently, Hinata stopped to recheck their surroundings while Naruto whistled as he came in behind them. Good work, girls. Ino smirked and held up a fist, we've been practicing and training together a lot. Walking back to thump forearms with Ino, Tayuya turned to the only male of the group, gotta be fast with us. Hinata is turning back to them, we've still got the element of surprise. Past here is the prison area. Another large hollowed-out space much like that island prison we found. Naruto, you can sprint to the center and spam clones. We'll go about and take out the guards. Cracking his knuckles, Naruto is all grins, sounds good to me. This is your mission, so I'll follow your lead. So saying, he began to well up his chakra as they again began sprinting down the hallway. Though the path was wider, it was no brighter than before. As Hinata said, the path eventually emptied out onto a deck of sorts that overlooked a massive cavern that was ringed with prison cells on multiple floors. The girls of Riptide all dove left, taking different floors and beginning to clear out the guards as Naruto raced ahead, jumping out over the empty space before he was enveloped with smoke. Thousands of clones exploded outward, their jobs were to find and extract prisoners, leaving the fighting to Naruto himself and Riptide. Hinata had adapted her style some, realizing that she was much too flexible to be limited by the traditional juken, and as well, she had added some seal work into her style now. Bending at the waist to avoid a kunai slash from a guard, a kick to his jaw as she completed a flip staggered him. From there she dashed forward with a glowing palm, connecting with his midsection and sending him back into a pair of waiting guards behind him. He was smirking at the light hit, never realizing the explosive etched into his clothes until it was too late. The fireball that consumed him and his squad rattled the walkway Hinata was on, but she was quick to continue on. She would have to work on the timing for that. The delay was still too long. Above her, Ino was stepping over paralyzed and groaning ninja, many with Senbon sticking haphazardly from their bodies. Not only had she been working up her own poison resistance but had as well been refining her own special poisons and paralysis blends. Ahead of her a terrified squad backed away while trying to maintain morale. Ino could see their obvious fear though and smirked behind her mask. Ah, are the big bad ninja scared of little ol me? The leader brandished a short sword and motioned to his comrades, don't let her get to you. She's just one girl. Whoever puts her down can have her first. Turning back to look at the girl, he didn't miss the ground cracking under her heel as she was suddenly within striking distance. So fast. Ino put her all into her punch, connected with his center mass and launching him up and away. She watched him bounce off the wall before hitting the rail and being sent over the side screaming. Cracking her knuckles, she dashed forward again to continue the fight. They really needed to figure out why Sound Ninja were so quick to assume women couldn't beat the shit out of them. Tayuya wanted to go to town with her doki, but there simply wasn't enough room. So instead she was working with a weapon that was more in line with the enhanced strength of her seal. A 5-foot-long kanabo with heavy metal spikes arced out, clearing the path ahead of her and sending fodder ninja to their deaths over the sides of the rails. It was almost therapeutic with how easy it was to clear the path ahead of her, and the wide grin that spread on her face had the fun effect of terrifying her opponents. Idly watching as a flood of Naruto clones began freeing and flashing away with prisoners, Tayuya settled into annihilating Sound Ninja. Forever grateful that Naruto had saved her from that shitty place. 100 meters below the girls and settling onto the ground, Naruto grinned as he watched the proceedings around him. They had this now to a science, and Orochimaru sure didn't seem to care about his various bases anymore. Maybe by now he just knew Naruto would come blow them to bits? He'd have to ask the next time they saw each other. Tracking among the crowd and keeping an eye out, it was easy to pick out a well-outfitted man walking casually towards him from another hallway. Naruto had thought it went to more cells, but maybe not. The Sound Ninja was done up in their usual camo, though he was bare-chested and heavily muscled. The most notable equipment on him was a face mask that looked a lot like a hazmat unit. The clones were ignoring him as ordered, focusing on saving prisoners. That left Naruto to shrug and turn his attention to who was most likely the leader. Hope you don't mind, but I think Orochimaru wouldn't care about me making off with a few of his slaves. Mukura was a lot of things, patient however was not one of them. While this attack had been sudden and fierce, he had been warned that someone was going around attacking their bases. At the least, he would take out this kid and offer his head to Lord Orochimaru after he escaped. You know kid, you've got some real brass to come in here. A Fuma shuriken in hand, Mukura was planning on making this quick. Naruto didn't think this would be worth putting on a mask, and so instead pulled out a seal tag that was colored black, something experimental he had wanted to try out. I've been told that a few times. I think it's just that Sound Ninja are so weak I don't even consider them a challenge anymore. A vein pulsed in his forehead as Mukura continued forward with a snarl on his face. Is that right? Well, let me remind you just how terrifying Sound Ninja can be. Dashing forward, he watched as the kid threw the seal down on the ground, which did nothing. Bluffing me isn't going to do anything, you brat. Naruto smirked and waited, if you say so. He felt the trio of girls alight onto the ground behind him, each most likely ready to defend him if needed. It wasn't necessary, as the seal activated as Mukura jumped over it. Bluff or not, Mukura knew better than to just run over an unknown seal, so had leapt into the air for a better throwing position. So he missed the seal glowing an ominous purple color, but he felt some unknown force pull him harshly back towards the ground. Caught off balance, Mukura found himself trapped in a purple and black sphere where he was stuck floating off of the ground. What the hell is this? You think trapping me will do anything? Naruto shrugged, now's the fun part. Hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna play with time a little bit. Well, your time to be specific. Well, the seal was at any rate. Semantics. What the fuck do you mean? All of the Uzushio ninja watched as the seal did its work. Screaming, Mukura aged rapidly before their eyes. Strong lean muscle wasted away, hair turned gray and skin sagged on bones. Screams becoming weak groans, the process was soon reversed. Liver spots and yellowed nails reversing to their healthy and youthful states, Mukura was returned just as rapidly back to his 20s. Then he blew past that, screaming as he was becoming a teen, and then a toddler, and then an infant. It was jarring for the four to witness an adult intelligence behind those eyes, before with just as rapid a change, Mukura was sent screaming back the other way a final time before he was reduced to bones and dust. Seal no longer having a living captive, the barrier dropped and the seal burned away into nothing itself. Blinking quietly and daring not to say a word, the three women of the group slowly turned wide eyes to Naruto, who steadfastly refused to look at them. Deciding to be brave, Hinata stepped forward to gently lay a hand onto Naruto's shoulder. You're never using that seal again. Our word is law. Never again. As if on rusty hinges, Naruto nodded slowly. Yeah. I think I'll happily seal those notes away forever in a new forbidden scroll. Our first entry at that. Hinata came around to face him. Never again. Watching him nod quickly, Hinata sighed and turned back to the others. Let's go help the evacuation. Ino nodded without a word, while Tayuya shivered and followed along. He just, turned from a baby to dust. How, what the fuck? She was going to have a nightmare or two about that one. She just knew it. Left alone, Naruto mentally slid that particular group of seals over into the never again unless in an extreme emergency pile. Sure, it did what he wanted and confirmed some things, but he agreed with the girls. It was horrifying. Kurama was chuckling about it. Just imagine if you could catch Orochimaru in that? I have no interest in seeing Orochimaru as a baby. Yeah, but seeing him turn to dust would be cool. I'm surprised you don't have more to say about me having a seal that plays with time. Oh no, that part absolutely horrifies me as well. But I'm hopeful that since I'm stuck in you, that means I'm safe. Yeah. Can't imagine using that on myself. Isn't this technically a fountain of youth seal? Not really. Turning him backwards shaved years off of his life. Sure, he would have been a kid again, for like a month. The energy has to come from somewhere. Kurama nods at that and lays back down behind the seal. Well, whatever. Wrap this up so we can go back home. Mentally, Naruto nods and looks around to monitor their progress. This was looking to be a busy afternoon. Hopefully Tsunami wasn't too overwhelmed. A few hours later, Naruto ended up flashing back to his office with a happy but tired group, groaning as he dropped himself into his chair. The Riptide girls all stretched and congratulated themselves on a job well done. Though now they would go and find Tsunami and help her out in their downtime. 2 days off after all now that their mission was complete. Ino turned back to Naruto with a grin. Well, Whiskers, we've got 2 days off, so we'll be home lots. Tayuya was also grinned as she slung an arm over Ino's shoulder. We are going to celebrate first, and then help refugees. Pointing towards him firmly, Hinata's face was stern. Seal that abomination. On the double. Seeing Naruto nod, the girls all smiled and wandered out of his office. They would canoodle later in the bath. Left alone to get back to his work, he idly made a clone to check in on Kotoheim and Koyuki. Then with that thought in mind he made a few more clones. One to check on the airship, another to go find Karen and Anoka, and one more to go find Tazuna. Satisfied, he took a few minutes to organize himself and ready for a few hours of paperwork and reading reports. At least, that was what he was supposed to be doing. Not long after the girls had left, there was a new knock on his door. Come in. Niji and his team were walking in, Niji in the lead as his team came to attention before his desk. We have a report for you, Lord Naruto. Rolling his eyes, Naruto pointed at the pale-eyed teen. Come on, Niji, how many times do we need to do this? Until it sticks that you are Lord Naruto. Our report? Naruto relaxed back and waved a hand for him to continue, earning a giggle from Kana. Border Patrol shows everything mostly normal. We followed up with the larger-than-normal chakra signatures nearing our border. 3 people confirmed, 1 blue-haired woman of thin build, a black-haired man who looks perpetually tired, and a very loud blonde with a ponytail and strange markings on his hands. All 3 are dressed as commoners, wearing some combination of blue and white or blue and orange. They will make it to Wave by tomorrow morning at their current rate. Naruto nods and thinks it over. Riptide Squad 1 would probably be making the next base within a few days, so hopefully if Conan was looking for him she wouldn't mind waiting if things ended up overlapping. Okay. Just keep an eye on them while they're in the city. As long as they follow the rules and register they shouldn't be a problem. Niji nodded and bowed. Will you need anything else of us, Lord Naruto? For you to just call me Naruto would be great. Shaking his head and turning to leave, Niji motioned for his team to follow him. Maybe next time. Later, Lord Uzumaki. Good day, Lord Uzumaki. And just like that, Naruto was left alone again. Pouting as he considered his options. I hate this formal crap. Deciding that he was not going to put up with cheeky subordinates, Naruto made a single clone with the intention of going and getting ramen. He was met with a female him, smiling and twirling hair around a finger. I've really gotta look into why you show up from time to time. Naruto just grinned. Oh, maybe it's just your repressed feminine side trying to come out. Naruto gave his doppelganger a dead look. I'd like to say I don't have a feminine side, but your existence kinda makes that a lie. Can I trust you to do a good job? Naruto shook her head. You're trying to leave to go have fun with Ayam? No way, take me with you. Her eyes began to glow, blue and purple matching his own. Come on, it'll be Fuyuan. Naruto shook his head and dispelled this clone, making a new pair who thankfully were perfect copies of himself. Was his jacket really that short on him now? Guess it was time for a wardrobe change. I can trust you two with the office for a bit, right? Of course, boss. That one showed up before us, didn't it? They both shuddered as Naruto nodded. God, that one is so creepy. Inner feminine side my ass. The actual Naruto stood to make his way to the door as one of the clones took his place. Pop if something happens. I won't be far away. Got it. Watching the original walk away, door closing behind him, one clone turned to the other. Think we should tell him? Nah, he'll figure it out. Eventually. Probably around the time he figures out nature chakra and his widened connection with Kurama. Maybe. Less walking and more shambling, Jirobu has finally made it back to the sound base in the land of rivers. Nestled within a canyon under one of the country's many famous bridges, it was as always one of those places one would never find if they didn't know it was there. That said, Jirobu was no less terrified than he had been for his entire trip back. Safe from Wave and his pursuers he may be, but now he had to report to Kabuto and then Orochimaru-sama. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. But his orders were clear that if there was a failure of the team, he was to return no matter what. His biggest problem, however, centered around that failure. Because he didn't remember it. He remembered reaching the border of Wave with the rest of the Sound Four, camping on the beach while making plans to cross the strait. Then nothing. Memory hazy and broken, he couldn't figure out what happened after that. The next thing he remembers is pain, broken bodies and craters. It had been excruciating just working through his own beaten form in order to escape. He attributes his good fortune to being trapped under what had been Kimamaro's corpse. Most likely having been mistaken for dead, not that he was far from it, his body telling him he had plenty of internal injuries. Trudging through the halls and pushing his sore body further, Jirobu is met by a quiet Kabuto. Eyes cold and calculating, the medic gave him a once-over before frowning and putting his hands on his hips. I'm assuming it was a disaster then. Jirobu nodded, leaning against the rough stone wall while panting and catching his breath. Yeah. Team was completely destroyed. Never even saw them coming. And yet you live, interesting. Kabuto had known it was doomed for failure from the get-go and had wanted to make way for Wave himself. But Orochimaru had other plans, instead sending him to Kumo to check on a joint venture there. Come then. Lord Orochimaru will want to hear what you have to say. I shouldn't have to mention it, but he will not be pleased with you. Turning and leading the way, Kabuto does not slow for the injured boy. His mind is already racing, knowing something is wrong with this. The explosion-happy Naruto would never have left enough of the Sound Four alive to fit in a handbag, much less one of them intact enough to escape and make it all the way to Sound. No. This screamed trap. But in what way? They walk together in silence for a time before Kabuto decides to update the teen. We'll be moving soon to the East Base in the Land of Lightning. Orochimaru-sama has decided to make closer ties with Kumo in order to continue certain experiments there. Kabuto could admit that for once he didn't want to be involved with those at all. Not for any moral reason of course, but more, the retribution would not be kind to anyone involved. They continue on through quiet halls and an open gathering hall before they reached Orochimaru's chambers. A wide room bearing nothing more than a throne on which Orochimaru sat, a new bandaged body that gave the appearance of still trying to recover while for a moment, blue eyes flashed in the dim light. So you return, alone. Orochimaru motions to the floor before him where Jirobu comes forward to kneel. Explain yourself. Jirobu does so, explaining everything he can remember, all the way up to waking up covered in soot, dust and blood with his memory broken. Watching Orochimaru's face and watching his frown deepen the more he talks, Jirobu lowers his head fully to the floor. In short, we failed to even make it into the country and everyone but myself is dead. Orochimaru puts a hand to his chin as he thinks this over. He knew it was a gamble for the group to even have a chance to hurt the boy. He was skilled enough to make a Sannin sweat after all. But no, something else was bothering him. You're absolutely sure you can remember nothing else of the battle? Jirobu shakes his head. Lord Uzumaki never found us as far as I can tell. Kabuto and Orochimaru raise their eyebrows at the honorific. Orochimaru begins to stand. Say that again. Tone cold, the elder ninja remembers that one of the rumors surrounding the boy was that he had a Yamanaka with him. Shaking in place violently as he can feel the waves of killing intent coming from his master but keeping his head to the floor, Jirobu shakes his head quickly. I do not know why I addressed Lord Uzumaki as such snake bastard. Eyes going wide as the words left his mouth before he could help it or stop them, smoke was beginning to rise from his back. Why? His back begins to audibly sizzle and burn, but he is unable to scream out in pain. Blissfully for him unconsciousness envelopes his mind within moments and his body drops slack to the ground. After a moment and nothing happening, the sizzling stops and the smoke fades away. On guard but confused, Kabuto first ties and restrains Jirobu with ninja wire before ripping off his tunic, exposing a wide seal array spread across his back. It is clearly damaged, spots burned out from Jirobu's flesh, but what its intention was neither of the remaining ninja knew. I've never seen something like this before. Why build such an elaborate seal just to kill one ninja? Orochimaru is chuckling while shaking his head, having some idea of what might have happened but keeping it to himself for now. I believe this new body of mine is proving its worth already. Feeling a chakra spike, both sound ninja back away from Jirobu as in a flash, several ninja join them in his chambers. Oh ho, of course it was you. Naruto stands armed with the Kubikurabocho while behind him Hinata, Ino, and Tayuya all cover his flanks as they stand over the nearly dead body of Jirobu. Walking forward without a care in the world, Naruto bounces his sword against his shoulder. Oh snake bastard, I hope you're finally ready to face your death. Behind him Hinata idly checks Jirobu over. If he isn't dead he will be soon. Serves him right as far as she was concerned. Shrugging, Naruto smirks at the bandaged Sannin. They'll be joining him soon, so he won't be alone for long. He does point a lazy finger at the Sannin though in thought. I am curious about how you disrupted his seal though. I was sure that seals of that level weren't really your thing. Oh, they aren't. Orochimaru begins to pull his bandages free, blue eyes changing to glowing slitted yellow within moments, but you aren't the only one who's been working on improving themselves. Not taking his eyes off of the younger blonde, Orochimaru points towards the doorway. Kabuto, take the girls and go entertain them. I want to personally take the life of this brat. Behind Naruto the girls all don their various Uzumaki masks, while Ino leans forward just a tad. Think you'll want some backup? She knew he wouldn't, but they would feel better if they at least asked. Waving them off with a grin, Naruto shakes his head. Go on. Eyes beginning to shine, his grin becomes something feral and bloodthirsty. I've been waiting to kill this bastard for a long time. Without a word Kabuto races away first, the Riptide girls following after him. Neither group wanted to be caught in the crossfire between two super-powered ninja. That'd be a fast way towards a meaningless death. Stretching back and forth after driving his sword into the ground, Naruto doesn't let his eyes leave the Sannin, so, not going to slip away into the shadows this time like a little bitch? Oh, you wound me, Naruto-chan. I've only ever wanted you to join my side was all. I thought you would see reason by now. Just like your father, however, you're just as stupid for that. Says the guy running from every country in the nations and unable to keep his bases and slaves safe. Thanks for that, by the way, really jump-started my country's population. Naruto ripped his sword out of the ground, pointing its deadly edge towards the older man. Oh, I'm happy you're satisfied with my sloppy seconds. I'll be sure to raise your home to the ground when I'm done with you. I have need of more Uzumaki blood anyway. A long serpentine tongue leaves his mouth to flick and taste the air. No fear, good. It'll taste that much sweeter later. Naruto's grin never left his face. How about I make you taste your blood first? Then we'll see who's full of fear. Orochimaru begins to finally adopt a ready stance. Tell you what. If you push me enough, I'll tell you a little secret about your clan. You know I'm good for it. Seeing the boy twitch just a bit and no more, he did have to admit that Naruto had improved a great deal since their last meeting. That might be a problem. Having enough of the banter, Naruto creates a dozen clones before dashing forward through the smoke, sword arcing through the air towards Orochimaru's neck with a vapor trail following its edge. Orochimaru has little problem dodging away, though his throne and a section of the back wall receive a massive gash. Thrusting a hand forward silently, a torrent of snakes lunge for the back of Naruto. One of the clones comes to his rescue, explosive seal making short work of the snakes while Naruto himself is already lunging back into the fight, sword swinging and slashing in ever-tightening arcs that the slippery snake Sannin bends and twists away from. Deciding dodging wasn't going to get him anywhere except exhausted, Orochimaru regurgitates the Kusanagi from his throat and begins to parry and return attacks. Blades clashing against one another while clones circled them and looked for openings, while another half of them right seals alone the walls, ceiling, and floor. Seeing the work for what it is, Orochimaru attempts to destroy several of the clones with another snake hand. Naruto grins and gathers chakra into his sword, Kaze no Yaiba. A slash from Kubikiri extends out, taking off Orochimaru's hand and shredding his snakes. Gotta be faster than that bastard. With a thought, a new hand grows to replace the old. Oh, don't worry, Naruto-chan. There's plenty more to come. Internally he rages as the boy had not only gotten more skilled and increased his speed, but the amount of chakra he held had increased to insane levels. It was like fighting against Sarutobi closer to his prime. You have to realize by now, Uzumaki seals are no good against me anymore. Naruto shook his head as they danced back and forth across the floor, swords clashing and sending sparks in every direction. There are plenty of things that work on everyone. Concerned but undaunted, Naruto could admit to himself that Orochimaru still outclassed him in terms of experience, which wasn't a surprise given their age gap. Even now, the Kusanagi slips in, tears opening up along his arms as he isn't fast enough to dodge back. It does give him an opening to retaliate, however, a horizontal swing splitting Orochimaru in half, legs gushing blood while his upper half arcs through the air. You're getting slow, old man. Retching and mouth opening wide, a new set of hands spreads it open even further and a new Orochimaru climbs free from the husk. Think you'll be able to kill me completely before that poison catches up to you? Not that he expected it to, the QB would most likely be working to burn it out of his system. He dives back in, attacks more aggressive as he hopes to overwhelm the boy's natural healing ability. Naruto backpedals, sword braced at his front to block and parry the Sannin's attacks and protect as much as himself as possible. Even still he takes a few slashes to his legs for his hesitation. Grunting at the pain, Orochimaru gloats while attacking with a high overhead slash. You just aren't good enough, boy. Faster than ever, Naruto kicks his own blade up to take off one of Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru left screaming and backing away. Naruto now takes the offensive, hacking and slashing away with abandon as his opponent's bloody appendage bleeds on the floor. Grimacing and regrowing his arm, Orochimaru tries to stall while he attempts to think up a plan. You know. After I kill you and raze your little city to the ground, I'm going to take whatever is left of your clan straight to the rakeage. Out of all of the nations beyond myself, Lightning has the most experience experimenting on your clan after all. Bending and twisting away in a manner no other human could hope to achieve, Orochimaru is all grins at the frown that is beginning to grow on the panting blonde's face. Of course, I always was focused on how it could benefit just myself. I am looking to be immortal, you know. But Kumo? Oh, they became masters of breeding and bloodline mixing. Even this latest rakeage secretly requested whatever Uzumaki women and men he could get his hands on. I wonder how they're doing by now. You know how I treat my breeders. Imagine someone worse than that. The young leader of Uzushio could imagine such a scenario, and it took a lot of effort to keep his emotions under control. Though his attacks sped up minutely. Keep it up. I'm going to eviscerate you and hang you from the ceiling by your entrails. Checking around the room as they fight, Naruto notes that the clones are nearly finished with their work. I'm still curious, how did you destroy that seal on Jirobu? It's funny actually. I technically had nothing to do with it. It was you. Grinning and giving ground in the hopes Naruto would overextend himself, he internally scoffs when Naruto doesn't take the bait. See, Uzumaki have this quirk. You're almost like gods with seals, but you all do the same thing. You always build a failsafe into your seals so that other Uzumaki don't get caught in something destructive. Family above all else for you, right? Orochimaru's eyes shifted from baleful yellow to sky blue and back again. Think you can understand why your seal didn't work? Naruto did understand, and the fury that built up in his chest almost undid him. You fucking monster. Oh, don't worry, this one was mentally broken long before I received him from Kumo. An exchange for some new stock. The last that I had actually. Orochimaru laughed and danced away from a powerful swing that would have cleaved him from shoulder to hip, but he did add a new line of blood along Naruto's right side. I wonder, how long did this one hold up? Do you think you could do it, being used for years as nothing more than a breeding stud? Forced to impregnate your fellow clanmates for someone else. What if your partner was your mother? Sisters? Daughters? Kukuku. I wonder just how many Uzumaki bastards are running around Lightning by now. Around them the clones finish their work, a sinister red barrier coming to life and boxing them in completely from floor to ceiling. With a look, Orochimaru could tell that this was a barrier meant to keep things both in and out, and much like his had been used against the third, clone sat protected at the corners, watching them calmly. Naruto however had a snarl on his face. You know, I was all for giving you a quick death, you know. Something merciful for a misguided soul. Purple eye glowing even brighter, the boy finally backed away completely and pointed a finger at the man. You shouldn't have pissed me off. 'Cause now I've got a reason to try out something that might just kill us both. Orochimaru laughs and holds his arms out wide, inviting the boy to try. My cute apprentice thought the same way once. It is truly too bad you're going to meet the same fate. You should have joined me, boy. A third and then fourth ripple surrounding the pupil of his eye, Naruto grinned and showed off sharp canines. I'm going to rip you apart, limb by screaming limb. Try not to bore me too much. Try it, boy. You're already dead. Brandishing his sword while snakes billowed out from his tunic, Orochimaru gave a wide grin as his tongue tasted the air. Let's get flashy. Eyes shining and murderous grin stretching across his face, Naruto was ready to put Orochimaru down for good. He wouldn't be running away this time. Kabuto could say confidently that his life hadn't gone as well as he could have hoped. And in this moment, dodging and weaving through two avenues of attacks while a third member waited in the rafters, he knew he was well and truly outclassed. Hinata was keeping in close, juking a good counter against his chakra scalpels, as they danced and weaved around each other. And while he was attempting to put her down painlessly with his extensive medical knowledge, she had no problems countering him. Most likely she had some medical training of her own. Around them, Ino is circling and trying to harass him with poison Sanban and the occasional kunai. He has no problems deflecting those and even returning them back to their owner. Showing that while her strength had increased, her natural flexibility was nothing to sneeze at as Ino twirled away from the pair and kept out of range from further counterattacks. She waits and keeps moving, looking for an opening. Kabuto keeps eye contact with Hinata. I would like to talk. Watching for an opening and summoning her flute, Tayuya scoffs as her doki poof into being. Fat chance of that, you snake. You wanna talk to my friends. She arranges her doki to surround the group while Ino and Hinata continue to harass the silver-haired teen and wear him down. They had worked out a while ago that when against a stronger opponent they would turn things into a war of attrition. No unnecessary risks and no heroics. Kabuto would die, one way or another. Watching Hinata and Kabuto weave through support pillars and across the floor space, Tayuya grins as she mentally counts down until she can take the lead. Sighing as he gains a little ground by jumping back then around a pillar, Kabuto has to leap again back towards the blue-haired death machine as a group of Senbon nearly skewer him. I truly do wish to talk this out. Ino is watching Hinata, knowing she's starting to tire out and ready to pull her away to give Tayuya room to work. Like she said. Seeing an opening when Hinata faltered just a tad, Ino sweeps in, dragging her friend away as Tayuya's Doki rush in on their own mission to pound the man into paste on the floor, talk to her friends. Sucking his teeth as he weaves and dodges between the murderous summons while all three of the Kunoichi watch on, Tayuya working her flute somehow through her mask, he takes a moment to focus on the problem immediately in front of him. A club is crashing down towards him and with some acrobatics he sticks himself to it. Kabuto grins before leaping and flipped over that particular Doki, giving him a chance to dodge the knives attached to the other's hands. Knowing he can't dodge all three of them, he slinks behind the third and severs its neck with his scalpels, dashing away quickly as its corpse hits the ground with a shudder before dispelling. A little more breathing room now, Kabuto weaves in and out of attacks while addressing the girls in another attempt to entreaty peace. Who do you think kept security light at all of the sound bases? Who let the sound forgo to wave so ill-prepared? Who do you think let Jirobu on base even knowing it was most likely a trap? You don't have to believe my words, but my deeds should speak loudly enough. Tayuya frowns, adjusting her tempo and song as the Doki become more ferocious in their assault. You're just like your master, a lair and a snake ready to shed his skin at a moment's notice. Wait. Hinata comes to her side, a hand gentle on her arm. Let him speak for a minute. Tayuya stops her Doki, a club barely a breath away from smashing Kabuto into a wall while the other had its knives at his legs. You're kidding me, right? Tayuya however sees the firm look in Hinata's eyes and groans, you've got 60 seconds. Hinata nods, stepping a few paces forward and turning cold eyes towards the glasses-wearing man. Why do you want to talk so badly? Ino snips quickly, he just wants to save his skin, what else? Kabuto shrugs and nods, I won't refute that. I do wish to live. But just because I want to save myself doesn't mean that I mean you ill will or harm. I'm not truly evil. Above all things, my search has always been for the truth. Orochimaru has let me do that, but things have changed recently. I've been re-evaluating my position. Tayuya growls, fists clenched on her flute causing her Doki to twitch in response. I don't like this. I say we kill him and leave it alone. Nothing good will come from him. He experimented on others just as much as Orochimaru has. Shaking his head with a heavy sigh, Kabuto holds up his hands in surrender. I can't fully deny that. Only that my experiments were always towards knowledge. I never killed anyone if I could help it, and I never did anything to someone without gaining their consent in one form or another. Even you should remember that. I will not deny that my hands are stained in blood, but don't compare me to Orochimaru and the literal ocean of blood he has spilled. Kabuto takes the fact that his minute had come and gone as a potential good sign. I never touched children if I could help it, and mercifully killed any that required it. Kimimaro volunteered on the chance that I could cure him, and I genuinely did try to do so. Yugo's experimentation gave you your curse seal, but that was a bit before my time, I was only there towards the end. Both of those boys volunteered. If he had to give up all of his information in order to live, he'd do so in a heartbeat. He was not willing to die for Orochimaru. Not anymore. Tayuya is still firmly against letting him live as Ino and Hinata turn to each other. Ino leans in close to the shorter girl, why even give him a chance? We could have killed him by now. Still can you know? Hinata nods, except this is a chance to gain knowledge about all of Orochimaru's dealings from his second-in-command. Think about how important that could be. I could still probably pull the information from his corpse. Ino just knew Hinata was giving her a flat look but shrugged it off. It had to be said. Kabuto didn't necessarily need to be alive for them to get what they want. At all. He's committed so many sins. No matter what, we can't let him go. Agreeing with her friend and teammate, Hinata turns back to the slowly grinning Kabuto, why shouldn't we just cut your head off? I have information that'll be destroyed the second I die for one. Information about what few Uzumaki there are in the world. Experiments done not just by Orochimaru, but by Danzo and Kumo. That gets Riptide's interests, all three girls lowering their defenses a tad as they all individually think about that. If Naruto learned that there were more Uzumaki out there and they killed potentially the only known source of that information, they didn't want to consider how he would react. He took restoring and protecting his clan very seriously. If Kabuto was telling the truth, that pretty much guaranteed his survival. Hinata motions to Ino, you want to live, submit yourself to be mind-walked and chakra suppressed. You fight back at all, even a little, you die. Kabuto's smirk grew as he lowered himself to his knees and held his hands in front of him, palms up. Tayuya pulled back her doki as Ino made the necessary seal. Be careful, Ino. Ino winks at her before she completes her technique, Tayuya having to catch her body as her doki go limp, no orders for them at the moment. Hinata wastes no time in coming forward to block Kabuto's chakra points all along his spine and arms and legs. Additionally, she adds in a lesser suppression seal to his back and goes one step further by tying him up with ninja wire. Firmly captured and no longer a threat, Tayuya dispels her doki and seals her flute away. Ino could just copy his mind and we can kill him afterwards. Shaking her head, Hinata sighed, you know it doesn't work that way. I know, I just hate the thought of needing this fucking parasite even a little bit. Tayuya did have to consider though, that if he did have information about living Uzumaki, even a few, hell even just one, she would put up with a lot to save them. I hate this. So do I. Tayuya raises her mask and smirks at the quiet girl, do I have to repeat though, that this is a bad idea? Hinata returns her smirk while raising her own mask, there's an emergency explosive on the suppression seal, just in case. I can blow him to bits at any time. Whistling and much happier about that, Tayuya eyes the downed man, that one of Naruto's? Blushing and looking away, Hinata twiddles her fingers together, one of mine, actually. They both share a laugh together before they settle back into the silence. They weren't too concerned about the lack of noise from Naruto's battle, he had explained his plan to use a barrier to keep the Sannin from running away. But it did strike home that this base was all but abandoned. At least it would simplify destroying the place. Gasping as she returned to her body with a shudder, Ino held onto Tayuya tightly as she tried her hardest to rid her mind of everything she saw in that monster's head. By the kami, I wish we could kill him. Hell, I'd like Naruto use that fucked up time seal on him, repeatedly. Hinata raised her eyebrows, surprised and worried as Ino was the last of them to curse, ever. What did you see? Ino is pale and looks ready to empty her stomach, but controls herself even though Tayuya and Hinata can tell it is through great effort. There are more Uzumaki in Kumo. That he knows of at least, a dozen of them. 11 women, 1 man. It's bad. Really fucking bad. But. Here Ino steadies herself finally and stands tall, but still shaking. Whether it was rage or adrenaline, neither of her friends would make the distinction at the moment, but he's good on his word. He's got weird blockers in place so that, if we do kill him, all of his mind will essentially implode. We need him alive. Well, shit on a stick, guess the fuckstain gets to live another day. Frowning as she picks him up by his waistband, Tayuya wishes with all her heart things were different. Why was it her clan that kept getting used and abused this way? Why couldn't the rest of the world just leave them alone? She knew Naruto was against it, but raising the rest of the villages to the ground looked better and better every day. She certainly knew the Uzushio population could get behind such a campaign. Hinata turned to Ino as she raises her own mask and shakes herself free of the last of the technique. We need to get back to Naruto then, update him. Ino nods, he'll want to know, and we really can't keep this from him. She still wished with all her heart she had a way to copy his mind into a scroll or something so she could kill him. Sure, he wasn't as bad as Orochimaru, and maybe he had had a pretty shitty life up to a point, but Kabuto had done some real evil all on his own. He deserved to die. Brutally. Distracted as they were, they had no problem reacting as the wall in the direction of Naruto and Orochimaru caved in, the ceiling and several support pillars coming down at the same time. Donning their masks, Ino quickly builds a dome of earth around them while Hinata produces a blue barrier above them just in case. Tayuya drags the unconscious Kabuto in between them all, having to keep that bastard alive, at least for now. Going back in time a bit, Naruto and Orochimaru have long quit their banter, fighting against each other with everything they have. Orochimaru shows his experience, having little trouble working around and through Naruto's defenses to get minor cuts and hits in, while Naruto with his power and stamina can hack and slash the abomination's limbs off and forcing him to regenerate. Naruto gets the feeling that this is a losing strategy and begins to use his Rinnegan to full effect. Chakra waning as Kurama is focused on continually purging poison from his system, he grins as Orochimaru decides to start using jutsu within the enclosed space. Phoenix Fire. Trying to hem the boy in so he can slash him to ribbons, he is unprepared as the boy raised one hand to absorb the technique and its chakra before fighting back with a slash of his sword, putting him on the back pedal. Confused for a moment, Orochimaru wonders if Naruto can absorb fire-based techniques if it is all jutsu. Deciding to find out, 3 hand signs produce a low-level and low chakra technique. Static paralysis. Absorbing the electrical technique with ease, Naruto changes tactics and pushes Orochimaru towards the wall, Shinra Tensei. Thrown off his feet, Orochimaru knows now that all jutsu were probably out then and he didn't have time to figure out the nuance of what would and wouldn't work. Great. Idly he keeps an eye on the half-dozen clones that circle them, staying out of range of any counterattacks he might unleash but not attacking themselves. I'll admit, you've gotten very good boy. Naruto smirks and unleashing a wind blade with little effort, watching as Orochimaru folds his spine almost in half to dodge it. I try. Now, why don't you be a good old man and just die already? Opening his mouth and spitting forth a poison needle, Orochimaru is not surprised that Naruto blocks it with the Kubikiri, and mishearing your screams, Naruto-chan? Not a chance. Attempting to unleash a snake hand on his right while summoning a lower-level snake to his left via one-handed seals, he's not surprised that the clones can happily defend themselves. All of the snakes shredded in a combination of razor winds and explosions. Have I mentioned that I both love and hate Uzumaki chakra? Because I do. Continuing to grin as sparks flew between them as the Kubikiri and the Kusanagi clashed against each other, Naruto couldn't help himself. Blame my mom, she was the Uzumaki. Oh, I remember that whelp Kushina. Didn't she die screaming? Or maybe my memory is hazy. She did get captured a few times after all. It might have been a different type of screaming. You know I'm just going to make your death that much more painful, right? Chuckling darkly and avoiding another wind blade, Orochimaru bats away a vertical strike and thrusts his sword into Naruto's side. Blood gushes free, but a surprising breath of fire sends him away quickly. This body is an Uzumaki's after all. Are you sure you can kill him so easily? Hacking and spitting blood onto the ground, he trusted Kurama to keep him fighting at the least. Any real Uzumaki would be happy to die if it meant ending real evil like you. Kurama grunted and shunted more chakra into the boy's system. Don't take too many more hits like that, I'm taxed as it is without the other half of my chakra. Got it, I'll end this quick then. You better. Orochimaru dashes in, seeing the boy sway on his feet and assuming that he's finally starting to struggle. I'll gut you and pin you to the ground, then force you to watch as I tear those girls apart piece by piece. Coming around with a wide swing, he's unprepared as Naruto flashes the Kubikiri up faster than he can follow. But the pain, what was left of his sword arm and shoulder burned from where Naruto cut it free. A clone jumped between them, capturing his arm and sealing it and his sword away before diving back out of range. Naruto can't help but smirk. Lose something important there? Your girlfriend perhaps? You look like a righty. Grunting and deciding he had enough of this, Orochimaru begins to pull in nature chakra and mentally preparing for the consequences. You're so confident you can kill me, let's see that hold up when I'm fully immortal. Body expanding and becoming more and more pale by the second, Naruto looks on in horror as Orochimaru changes. Becoming more snake-like by the second, body growing scales, arms and legs fading as his body lengthens and changes. Chuckling in a raspy hiss, Orochimaru stares down on the horrified Naruto, look upon perfection and despair. So, you're a snake now? Naruto gives him a once-over before shrugging and bringing his sword to bear. Does that mean you have two dicks now? Or is it just one? I never really understood you in the end, but you area snake right? I'm going to kill you and the best you can do is joke about my genitals? Just saying man, if this is perfection for you, it has to have some benefits right? Naruto waited, both men watching each other while Naruto himself recovered a bit of chakra with thanks from Kurama for the breather. Well, I guess you do you. I'll stick with my human dick thank you very much. I'm going to kill you. Lunging forward, he misses as Naruto jumps away and launches a Rasengan into his side. It digs a shallow gash into him before dispersing, but Naruto has no problem launching several more into the much larger and slower target. You know, perfection usually means an improvement. This is just a big easy target. Being cheeky, Naruto frowns as the torn and bleeding flesh mends together quickly before his eyes. Well, that just isn't fair. Says the boy with the same healing factor and a literal demon in his gut. Lunging forward again in an attempt to either eat the boy or crush him, he misses Naruto substituting with a clone and making his escape. Coward. Naruto launches several more Rasengan, there not being enough time to form a Rasen Shuriken. I know you aren't talking about cowards. Naruto is a little slow on dodging the next lunge from Orochimaru, teeth tearing into his side and drawing blood. He retaliates with a slash from Kubikiri, but the wound heals nearly instantly. It does at least earn him some breathing room. What does it take to kill you? Better men than you have tried. Orochimaru lamented that this would normally be the point where he would take over the boy's body, but with the QB still inside him that was a no-go. That thing would eat his soul in an instant no doubt if he tried. Surely though he could at least cripple the boy and leave him near dead in order to escape. Kabuto had to be done with those girls by now and would help him return to normal. Tail swinging around to crush Naruto down into the ground, Orochimaru is there in the next breath to bite down hard into his body to inject lethal poison. He doesn't get to hold him forever, his clones coming to his rescue and violently shoving him away with that strange technique again, but that doesn't stop him from gloating. The Kusanagi wasn't the only tool I had for poisoning you. Just what did it take to put this boy down? It was more than a little vexing. Panting and bleeding, Naruto fought to stand, adding his own chakra to Kurama's in order to purge his blood of the poison. Gonna need more than that to kill me, bastard. Spitting blood off to the side, Naruto considered his options. On of his clone sacrifices itself, putting a hand to his back and purging its chakra into his system to fight off the poison. Grateful and more recovered, Naruto stands taller. Guess I can't keep playing around. Ripping away the remnants of his tattered jacket and undershirt to leave himself in his chainmail, Naruto jumps back into the fight, hacking away at the snake while Orochimaru attempts to capture him in the muscled coils of his body. Watching the snake's flesh heal almost as fast as he can damage it, Naruto begins to frown. Most of his explosives were out, and none of the smaller ones would be any good at this point. Which left him with few options. Orochimaru begins to feel rage build up inside of him, refusing to believe that this boy is continuing to fight toe-to-toe with him. Give it up, boy. I'm immortal. You can't kill me. Nothing you do will last against me. I have the world at my fingertips, my dream nearly at hand. Deciding to end this in a simpler way, his body begins to grow and expand. It didn't take much to realize that Orochimaru meant to crush him against the barrier, which he could absolutely do. Frowning but sending a mental command to the clones, the barrier drops with a whisper. Fuck this. Thrusting a hand forward and using more chakra than he felt he should, he screamed out his technique, Shinra Tensei. It was satisfying to watching Orochimaru crash through walls, and he was half a second behind him, sword ready to enact more carnage while a Rasengan bloomed to life in his other hand. Walls collapsing as they fall into a storage area with multiple support pillars, ceiling beginning to cave in, Naruto launches the larger-than-normal Rasengan that tears a large rend into Orochimaru's side. That's followed by Naruto leaping over his striking head, hacking and slashing all down his back before being launched away by a powerful tail. Blood pools on the ground below Orochimaru's large body, but he can't help but chuckle as he again continues to heal. Is that all you got, boy? Looking up and seeing the blue sky, Orochimaru smirks, I can escape at any time now. Naruto waves his sword to the distance, go ahead. You're covered in seals by this point, I can track you from here to sea country at this point. You'll never be free of me. Not that he planned on letting the transformed Sannin run away from here in one piece. He is distracted however by coughing and hacking behind him, turning he sees that they've collided with the other's battleground. Hinata has dropped her barrier while a coughing and wheezing Ino has lost her concentration and her earth barrier crumbles. Seeing his worry for what it is, Orochimaru dives for the bodies that he can sense but not see at the moment through the dust. Swatting Naruto away with his tail, he makes his plan. He doesn't care if he hits them or not, Naruto is as always his real target, and the boy takes the bait hook, line, and sinker. Flashing back in front of the girls by homing in on their seals, there's a moment of extreme pain as his sword goes flying and Orochimaru rushes past, body coiling around a few of the remaining support pillars with blood dripping from his lips. And just like that, your boyhood sentiments will be the end of you. I'd say this has been fun, but honestly this end is disappointing. Dazed and losing blood, Naruto wobbles on his feet as he knows his arm is gone and most of his right side have damaged pretty heavily. Oh fuck you, Orochimaru. Holding out his left arm and forming a larger-than-normal Rasen Shuriken, he plans on ending things all at once, now that there's more room. Orochimaru turns away, goal achieved for now, don't be such a sore loser, accept your death with honor. Fat chance of that. Naruto stumbles and readjusts his footing at the girls all rush to attack Orochimaru in their own way, no time to ask questions and knowing Naruto wouldn't be interrupted right now. They are however quick to realize how little help they are going to be, Hinata unable to get close to the agile snake, while Ino Sanban bounce uselessly off of his hide. Tayuya's Doki are able to do some damage, but his healing factor make that a moot point. Regarding them with contempt, Orochimaru swats them away with ease as he turns to look up at the sun. The world is waiting for me. Goodbye, scion of the Uzumaki house. Slithering up towards what's left of the ceiling, he nearly missing Naruto heaving and throwing his attack his way. More of this? Pitiful. Naruto grins through the haze of pain as he keeps his hand outstretched, Bancho Tenin. Pulling the large body of Orochimaru towards him and into the path of the attack, he's satisfied as it hits, the dome of wind blades expanding and enveloping the massive body of the snake summoner. Naruto knew its deadly work, hundreds of thousands of microscopic wind blades tearing into Orochimaru's flesh and bones until there was little left. But, there would need to be more, and Naruto promised to tear him limb from limb. Blood pooling on the ground and sure that he was dying, Naruto begins to well up the last of his chakra while several clones have finally joined them in the room. Though the haze, his vision swims and something appears before him. A seal, no, something he envisioned. Willing it to be real as the Raisin Shuriken begins to fade, he smirks as Orochimaru crawls out of his previous large body with a new one. Mouthing something but not having the energy to shout, Naruto starts his next attack. Orochimaru had had enough. It was time to leave before the brat finally did get lucky and kill him. Better luck next time, Naruto-chan. Leaping away, or trying to, Orochimaru is locked in place by a large seal inscribed on the ground. How he got there was a mystery, but the black ball hovering at his navel and beginning to pull at him left no doubts about what might be happening. You cockroach! Why won't you just die? Naruto grins, eyes unfocused as he slips Orochimaru the finger while Hinata and the others rush towards him, "'Cause you aren't enough to get the job done, Orochi." Body beginning to be dragged into the pea-sized ball, pain like nothing he ever felt before filling him, he watches as his literal flesh and blood is torn from his body. You damned Uzumaki! This will kill you and yours as well. I curse you and all of your descendants. I'll see you in hell, you little monster. Dropping to his knees and relaxing back, unseeing but still smiling, Naruto shook his head. You tell them who sent you, Orochimaru. He doesn't get to see Orochimaru pulled the rest of the way into the void, flesh, blood and bone breaking away before everything within 10 meters is sucked in as well, including his old body. Task done and no further instructions given, the ball dissipates harmlessly. Spent, Naruto falls to the ground and rolls to his back, barely able to make out the sun and the sky as Hinata drops to his side, glowing hands attempting to heal or seal the bleeding on the ruin on his arm. You idiot! That was too reckless. Why would you? Fighting through the tears, Hinata does her best to focus trembling hands on healing the boy. But already she can feel that his heart rate is slowing. Too much blood has been lost. Tayuya. We're going to do an emergency transfusion. Come here. Tayuya nods, hobbling over before being stopped by one of the remaining clones. What? What the hell? The clones don't respond, one coming behind Naruto with its purple eye glowing while the last pulls Hinata away from the main body kicking and screaming, "Let me go. He's dying. We have to, you can't make us watch him die." The lead clone shakes its head, gotta try something out first. This had only been practiced once or twice, but now was the time to make it work. Reaching deep into their connection with the Rinnegan, the clone summoned something foul. Behind it, a blonde head with too many teeth burst from the ground. Rinnegan eyes staring at all of them, the mouth opened and the eyes focused on the shallowly breathing Naruto himself. Tentacles were quick to scoop the boy up and drag him in, mouth closing to chew him up. Screaming with horror as they were sure they just watched Naruto be eaten by a literal monster from hell, Hinata jukens the clone holding her and makes a dash for the demon head. It's proven moot when, with little fanfare, the head spits the rejuvenated and whole body of Naruto back onto the ground before it and the clone poof away in smoke. Caught off guard but keeping her priorities, Hinata drops and slides to his side, hands glowing and veins bulging around her eyes to check him over from top to bottom. Ino and Tayuya walk up while supporting each other, frowns on their faces as they try to work out what they just saw. Ino is the most vocal, is he? Taking a minute before sighing with relief, Hinata collapses onto her rear with relief. He's fine. Whatever that was healed him completely. It's like nothing happened. Opening his eyes slowly, vision filled with the tear-stained faces of the girls above him, Naruto smiles and reaches up with a hand to softly wipe a tear away from Hinata's face. Sorry about that. Wasn't even sure if I could use it, to be honest. It wasn't Hinata or Ino that reacted first, but a sobbing Tayuya who both slaps him across his face before clinching his chain mail and burying her face into his chest. You absolute asshole. Reaching up weakly to wrap an arm around her shoulders, Naruto nods and doesn't deny it. I'm sorry. I know I pushed it a bit. Hinata gave him a hard look. To rely on something untested at the end? We should have flashed away and confronted him another day. It would have been the safer option. The more sane option. Naruto nodded. I wanted him dead. The things he told me. I couldn't put up with him being alive for even one more day. He accepts Ino and Hinata joining the dog pile, laying on him and reassuring themselves that he was real and alive. I'll do my best not to be so reckless in the future. Ino sighed and tightened her hold around his middle. You just killed a Sannin. I doubt there are many people on this continent that can give you that kind of fight again. Hinata shook her head. Let's not jinx it. You know his luck. Chuckling before groaning as, even though he was healed, his muscles were still sore. Yeah. Let's not do that again anytime soon. Idly his vision travels over to the bound and sealed Kabuto. Guess he let slip about the other Uzumaki then? Hinata sat up and nodded, only a little confused but figuring Orochimaru tried to taunt him. Orochimaru say much of the same. Naruto nodded and she sighed. Ino mind-walked Kabuto. It's bad. Yeah, I know. Orochimaru was describing some pretty horrible shit. We'll need to interrogate Kabuto fully to make sure he gives us everything, but I'm happy to execute him the second we find the rest of our clan members. Tayuya mumbled out from his chest, refusing to let him go. Burn him alive. It's what he deserves. Or maybe use that time seal on him. I don't care. Sighing but realizing that they need to finish up and get back, Naruto creates 4 new clones with some effort, raid the rest of the base and return. On it, boss. They rush away, leaving the group alone under the crumbling ceiling and blue sky. Looking down on him, Hinata finally softens her smile and rests a hand on his cheek. You'll have to relax when we return. A week at least. No arguments here. I feel like someone dropped the tower on me. He didn't want to think about the fact that his body was literally just chewed up and rebuilt in whole. Everything that had happened within the last hour was objectively just horrifying. Orochimaru experimenting on himself and turning himself into a snake monster, the revelations about the last Uzumaki, nearly dying not once but twice. Yeah. He'd take a week off after this one. Looking up to the fidgeting Hinata, he opens his mouth to say something but receives a soldier pill for his troubles. Eat it, don't complain. Seeing him nod, Hinata sighs and looked around the rubble. So much carnage. Ino finally sits up, though a hand stays in contact with the man she loves. Orochimaru is finally dead. It's Kami. Still overwhelming. Tayuya chuckled. Can we bring him back and kill him again? Ino swats her in the shoulder. Let that monster stay dead please and thank you. Naruto lets the girls bicker and banter above him back and forth. So much would need to happen from here on. I'm so fucking tired. Kurama chuckled. You've just killed a Sannin and the best you can say is that you're tired? Yeah, and I think that's enough honestly. Kurama nods, laying down behind his cell bars. No complaints here. That was too close for comfort. You really pulled yourself out of the fire forcing your Rinnegan at the end there. Hurt like a bitch though. Be happy you didn't damage anything. And any later and you wouldn't have had the chakra to finish your healing. Imagine being spit back out only half finished. I'm pretty sure the girls would have had a fit with my half chewed up corpse. They laugh together before they sober up and relax together. I'm gonna have to raise Kumo to the ground, aren't I? Kurama shrugged. You have your family. Do you really have to save clan members who may not even be alive? Kurama saw the determined look enter the boy's eyes and nodded. Right, shouldn't question that. Be smart. Orochimaru was strong, but only because he was so focused on living. Others are powerful in a truly terrifying combat way. I'll keep that in mind. That Kumo Jinchuriki, he didn't seem like a pushover. Time will tell, partner. Naruto chuckles and nods, chest rumbling as the girls watch on, Tayuya finally sitting up and clearing away her tears. From the corner of his eye, he sees the clones returning with heavy scrolls in their arms. Think it's time to go home. Ino clenches her hand at his side. About Kumo. What are you thinking? Dirty and grimy and ready for a long soak in the bath, she was still worried about the future at the moment. A long cry from the prim and sparkly girl she had been a year and a half ago. Naruto sighed and returned his gaze to the sky. I can't just flatten the city outright. We'll have to infiltrate, find our clansmen and extract them. Not sure how to do that yet. Tayuya frowns and crosses her arms. I'm all for charging in through the gate and killing them all. Hinata smiles and shakes her head. We need to be smart and cautious. This is Kumo. They've been around almost as long as Konoha and were part of the group that destroyed Uzushiogakure originally. Tayuya snapped her fingers, all the more reason to raise them to the ground. You know we can't. Like Naruto said, we have to find our clansmen first, take them to safety. Hinata's eyes turned cold as a disturbing grin spread on her face. Then we can rain down fire and death on their village. Ino nudges the normally peaceful woman. Oh ho, look at you. Starting to take after Naruto, aren't we? You've all corrupted me. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. It's always the quiet ones. Groaning as his ribs protested, he waved off the girls' concerned looks. Come on, help me up so we can go. I'm tired, need a bath, and want to relax for the rest of the day. Ino helps him up, Hinata and Tayuya taking the scrolls from the clones as they dispel and return what chakra they can back to Naruto. Are you okay? Really? Ino leans in to support him more as he shakes his head slowly, mind still a whirl with thoughts. No. But I'm trying not to hyper-focus. It's more than family that had been wandering aimlessly only to find us. There's a chance that we have family that's been captured and abused all this time. Tortured. It doesn't sit well with me. And part of me feels like I failed my clan. Naruto doesn't have long to dwell on morbid thoughts, Ino turning his head to lock eyes with her. You aren't responsible for everything that happens, Naruto. You've done your best to save everyone you can, but you can't be everywhere at once. Tayuya nudges him from his other side, clamping onto his arm tightly. You've done better than anyone else has in protecting us and bringing as many of us together as possible. Don't sell yourself short. You aren't Kami after all. Naruto nods, unsealing a V2 from a hidden seal in his pants and giving it over to one last remaining clone, nodding to it as Hinata joins in on the group hug. They flash away without another word. Left alone, the clone feeds chakra into the scroll and starts up at the sky, a satisfied smile on its face. And so ends the life and horror that was Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. A man who sought godhood, but was no more than a demon in human form. Farewell. Not far away, the limp body of Jirobu comes to life. Still broken and weak, Orochimaru thanks the stairs that the curse seal had enough of him here in order for him to jump bodies. However, as he rolls over to look up upon the sun, he knows this is the end. Heaving a heavy sigh, Orochimaru reaches out as if to grab the very sun itself. What a shitty end to a shitty life. Light and fire followed, and a new glassed crater etched itself into being. Nestled into one of the land of river's many canyons, it would be attributed to the wandering maelstrom, though no one would understand the significance of this particular one. None save the man himself. When asked, he was always describe it as a well-earned grave marker. The sun rose on the island nation of Uzushio and its people. Today would be no different for a majority of the populace, between construction, travel and now that spring was sending along orders, engineering commissions. In one office their tired but dedicated leader toiled away at one thing every Kage struggled with. Dreaded paperwork. While Naruto was happy to use his clones to cheat his way past it, having free time did nothing for him today. Only a day since returning from glassing Orochimaru and nearly dying, everyone in Foxden had heard the story, and all of them had been cross with him since. Sighing heavily while Gosu and Isaribi stand guard, Naruto considers his options for today. Hinata was staying close, acting as a secretary and vetting his visitors, while Ino and Tayuya had opted to help out Tsunami with the refugees. Kotoheim and Koyuki both were back in spring, a potential meeting between daimyo coming up, and Karen and Anoka were as usual down in the lab working together. Flipping through a paper while three clones sit off to the side doing the same, Naruto hopes Riptide Team 1 are doing well and call him soon. Anything to get him from behind this lonely desk. Stomach growling, Naruto heaves another sigh as he reads through a neighborhood report from the civilian bureaucracy about the schools. Man, maybe I need a break. Ramen sounds real good right about now. Naruto hoped the girls hadn't gotten to Ayam. She was always fun and full of gossip for the day and he needed someone cheerful to take a break with. Maybe a lunch date would break some of the ice with Hinata? Ayam had integrated with Uzushio quickly, though she was planning to make a tour of the nation soon to expand her horizons. Behind his left shoulder, Isaribi cleared her throat. I don't think that's the best of ideas, Lord Uzumaki. The ladies of your house have made it clear that you are to stay put and rest. Grunting and turning to look back towards her, Naruto tried an easygoing grin as he hooked a thumb over his shoulder. Oh come on. We can get lunch together. You both can guard me and make sure I don't do anything I'm not supposed to. Naruto wiggled his eyebrows and tried some more conspiratorial tone. I'm your superior, I can order you to come along. Isaribi shook her head quickly. Of course you could, Lord Uzumaki. However. Idly her eyes trailed to the open door where she could see Lady Hinata happily working through a stack of paperwork of her own, sorting and deciding what would be coming his way next. I'll have to say that the Uzumaki women are much more terrifying than you. Scoffing and resting a cheek in a hand as he leaned on the table, Naruto mumbled with a bit of irritation, you just don't know any better. I can be scary. Give him 10 seconds and some Kurama chakra and he'd have some Kage pissing their pants. Damn straight you would. At least someone remembers how awesome I am. Your women will still kill you though. Traitor. Isaribi regains his attention, eyes large as she attempts to pout. Are you really going to refuse the words of a cute woman, Lord Uzumaki? Lady Ino said you were better than that. Grunting again and waving her off, Naruto wouldn't admit out loud that he was a sucker for cute girls. Not today at least. Pussy. Shut it, I'll cut you off from my senses. You wouldn't dare. Wanna bet? Yes, I do. In the end Naruto didn't respond, because they both knew he wouldn't. By this point Kurama was something like a older uncle to him. Pervert and battle maniac though he may be. Behind him and unnoticed as he goes back to his work, Isaribi and Gosu high-five and grin at each other. One minor crisis averted for the moment at the least. Gosu grins and relaxes just a tad. Worry not, Lord Uzumaki. When lunch rolls around I'll be nice and go get ramen for us. So you can stay put. That was the problem, wasn't it? That he couldn't leave the office? The pencil that flew faster than he could track and lodged itself into the wall changed his mind. Lady Hinata hadn't even moved, humming away with a too cheerful smile on her face, but he knew that she threw it. Second thought, staying on guard is for the best. Isaribi was right, the Uzumaki women were terrifying. Naruto sweats a bit but nods, yeah, probably for the best. Hearing papers ruffling and looking up, Naruto and the others watch as one of the ninja receptionists, the dark-skinned blonde and blue-eyed Mihoshi, is bouncing her way through the door. Attempting to greet them and carry the paperwork all at once, she ends up tripping and falling flat on her face with a thud. Used to her antics and smiling, Naruto raises a hand, "Yo Mihoshi." Stuck to the floor, the blonde raised a hand, "Good morning, Lord Uzumaki." Bright and cheerful as ever, Mihoshi takes some time to gather up her spilled papers before rebuilding the stack and standing at attention. "Just a few mission reports to bring to you for inspection and eventual filing." Coming forward to set them down on the desk, leaning forward and unintentionally giving Naruto and the rest a clear view down her shirt, the bubbly girl stands tall and salutes him. Also, Tsunami has registered 3 ninja from the Land of Rain who have requested an audience with you. They are staying within wave for the moment and had no issues giving their information. Leaning back with a sigh, Naruto thinks it over for a moment. The only ninja he knew from Rain would be Konan. So she must have brought friends this time. Her leader perhaps? Or maybe guards. That would be likely. But if they were being honest in registering, he could humor them. "I'm staying here to be on call for an urgent mission. But let them know if they're okay with waiting for a few days that they can have their meeting. At the least, they can have my permission to visit Uzushio proper. Under tight surveillance, of course." Nodding and bowing to him, flashing everyone for a second time, Mihoshi smiles and turns to walk away. "I'll pass along the order. Have a good day, Lord Uzumaki." Bouncing away in multiple ways, it is Gosu who ends up earning a smack from Isaribi. "Oh come on. That's not my fault. You were looking too." Blushing but looking away, Isaribi scratched her cheek. "Still, don't ogle other girls in front of me at least." "So you can ogle but I can't?" "I didn't say that." "But you slapped me." "I did." "And you ogled her too." "I did." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Come on Gosu, let it go." Having an affronted look, Gosu motions to the angelic Isaribi. But, she slapped me?" Sighing again much more heavily, Naruto waved a hand. "Kami, go ogle her together, why don't you? Obviously you both like her." When he was met with silence, Naruto turned back to see each of the guards staring at each other. "Seriously?" Isaribi cleared her throat quickly. "We have no idea what you mean, Lord Uzumaki." Gosu nodded. "Of course not." Naruto shook his head and gave a glare to his new stack of paperwork. "Sure you don't." Grinning and glad that her lord isn't in the mood to tease them, Isaribi leans to the side a bit. She sure is a bubbly personality. Nodding and picking up a report to read through, Naruto hums, "Yeah, her and her partner, Kion, they even each other out pretty well." Reading along for a few minutes in silence, birds flying by his window as the time ticks by, Naruto flips a page over. "I wonder how Yugo and the others are doing? You wouldn't be stuck here and so worn out if you hadn't forced your Rinnegan to evolve like that. You aren't wrong." Flipping through another page as one of the teachers details the almost necessity of a replacement guard golem, Naruto wants to grin about that but can't. "Have you found an issue? How the hell were grade schoolers training their golem to arena fight other golems? That shouldn't be possible at all." "No. I don't think at least. One of the skills is different than what I remembered. That ability to will complex seals into existence shouldn't be possible. But you did it. Whatever that technique was against Orochimaru. Not like I remember it. I was pretty loopy between the blood loss and missing an arm. It was like my gravity seal, only magnified by a few thousand times. Or maybe, more like a void? I don't know. I'd have to play with it to recreate it." Kurama shuddered and shook his head. "It was terrifying enough the first time. Let's not have a repeat." Geez, 2 techniques shuffled into the forbidden section in a week. That has to be a record. Thinking about it, Naruto does eventually nod as he finishes the report and signs it off. "I'll be more careful, but something about that one I can't let go yet. I have to figure it out. I can't save you if your women decide to beat you into the ground." "Fair enough." Naruto moved to grab another file, but was distracted by a hopefully much better reason. Karen was here, smiling brightly and for all appearances happy to see him. Smiling himself, he raises a hand. "Karen, please tell me you're here to take me away to inspect some new work of yours." Shaking her head and dropping a large beaker full of a dark green liquid in front of him, Karen adjusts her glasses and makes them shine. No can do Naruto. I'm here to deliver this instead. Naruto eyes the beaker, nose crinkling. The smell wasn't horrible. It certainly wasn't something he wanted on his desk though. And what is this? Maybe it was some new medical thing she cooked up. It was, just not what he wanted. It's your lunch. Still smiling and now grinning, Karen put her hands on her hips. This is, for me? Yup. Wouldn't something, I don't know, more normal be more fitting? Like, even donburi or takoyaki or dash. Karen's eyes shadow over as she places both of her hands on the desk and begins to lean over him. I worked hard to make something that has all of the nutrients and vitamins that your body needs to make a full recovery. Because, you know, you did almost die. Eyes going unnecessarily wide, the scientist was still grinning. Against our wishes might I add. Are you sure you want to complain? Shaking his head quickly, Naruto waved his hands back and forth for extra emphasis. No, of course not. Eyeing the green sludge, Naruto knew there wasn't an escape from this. Guess he should have known better. Any chance I can add something to make it more appetizing? Shaking her head as she stood up straight and her smile stretched back across her face, Karen once more had her hands on her hips. No can do. This has everything your body needs and I don't want a chance tainting that with sweeteners. Plus, you'll have to drink 3 of these a day for 3 days, just in case. Ah, come on Karen-chan. Have a heart. Trying a different tactic, Naruto leered at her. You know it's not everything my body needs. Let me come visit you and we can figure out the rest. Shaking her head as an ominous rattling sound of chains rubbing together begins to fill the air, the young woman can't help but grin that much more. There will be none of that until we confirm that you are fully recovered. Eyes sharpening and her grin finally dipping down into a frown, Karen eyes her love. Would you like to complain some more? No complaints. I'm good. Splendid. Smiling and turning away, she motions towards Hinata. I'll leave your refills with Hinata, have a great day. Swaying her hips as she left, Naruto was left behind to sigh and twiddle a finger on his desktop as he eyed his lunch drink. This sucks. He really couldn't complain though. Thinking on it fully he realized that dying would have meant not only leaving Uzushio without a leader, but his family without a husband and father. Yes, there would be times when he would have to fight, but Hinata wasn't wrong. He could have retreated, they could have planned something else out. How long would Orochimaru have lasted without Kabuto? In that form, probably not long. He let his rage blind him, and this was his penance. Reaching forward to grab the beaker, he took a deep breath before chugging half of it in one go. Shuddering as he slammed it down on the desk, he hoped he could work his way back into the girl's good graces. No good food or loving time for 3 days. He might just die. Behind him, Gosu leaned over to Isaribi. If I ever piss you off that much, just kick me in the nuts and get it over with. Isaribi was grinning. I don't know. I like this way of doing things more I think. This did more damage mentally after all. That was what made a lesson stick. B. To the east and nestled deep in a dense wood, Riptide Team 1 looks over the entrance of a very abandoned and possibly recently raided sound base. Feeling out with his senses, Yugo confirms that he can't feel much of anything in terms of people. No threat meant there would be no reason to call in Lord Naruto. This makes things easier at the least. Sasami hums as they stand together, Kin on his other side. Are you sure we shouldn't just call Lord Naruto, just in case? Kin shook her head, defending Yugo's decision. We should be able to handle things well enough on our own. We can't call our Kage to bail us out of every situation. I guess. Yugo nods and leads the way. If we do run into something, we'll call him. Not a moment sooner or later. Hi. Leading the way, Yugo does at least concede that they will have to call their lord eventually. At the minimum we will have to call him in order to destroy this place. We can't leave a base like this open for anyone. Kin sighed and considered that, one of us should start working on learning seals and the like. It's what Uzushio is known for after all. Sasami nodded at that. I'll do it. You have your genjutsu and Yugo has his bloodline. It'll give me something unique. You're unique enough without any other special skills or knowledge, but we'll support you in your endeavors. Yugo comments offhandedly as he takes them deeper into the ruins of the base. Focused as he is, he missed the blush that covers Sasami's face as Kin leans over to poke her and grin. There's something up ahead. Can't get a good read on it, so keep your guard up. Both girls turn to focus, though Kin voices a question. I'm guessing you've been to this base before then? You've having an easy time getting around. Down long and dim hallways, over cracked and broken floors and past humid and dark doorways, Yugo was completely confident about where he was going. Yugo nods once. Yes. When Orochimaru first found me, I was placed here. Until my bloodline was found to be useful to him and I was moved. I met Kimimaro here, and we promised to carry on one another's dreams if one of us died. Thinking about it for a moment as he leads them into a wide-open laboratory, the floor space dominated by mostly empty medical tubes much like Keirin's own back in Yuzu. To think, I would be the one to outlive Kimimaro. Guess I'll have to be the one to live a full and happy life now. Coming up next to him, Kin lays a gentle hand on his arm. Do you resent Yuzu for killing Kimimaro? No. Eyes latching onto a tube that was still completely full of water, Yugo walks towards it and the strange feeling he was getting. We both knew the risks of working with Orochimaru. I wish things could have been different, but life has never been kind to us. With some luck and hard work, maybe it could be possible to revive his clan at the least. If I can convince Lord Naruto to do so. Kin shakes her head slowly. You know Lord Naruto won't agree to experimentation like that. I agree, which means there would have to be volunteers. Yugo smiles at her before turning back to the test tube, close enough now to lay a hand on the glass. How odd. Sasami taps the glass on his other side, frowning as she peered into its depths. You sure you feel something alive in here? Looks like boring old water to me. My senses are picking up on living chakra. Someone is here. Kin grins, pulling free a brass hand bell from her pouch. Well, if someone is here, I can always rattle them around a bit. Ringing the bell once but not adding chakra to it, she pointedly eyes the test tube. Inside the tube the water churns and swirls before forming into a person, much to Riptide's surprise. Pale and naked, Suigetsu grins and waves his hands in surrender. No need to rattle me around, I'm here. Seeing and recognizing Yugo, Suigetsu salutes him. Welcome to the slaughterhouse. Hope you enjoy your stay. The last he had heard of Yugo, the perpetually crazy man was liable to rip your head off with no warning at all. He didn't want to piss someone like that off today. Not after surviving a Kumo raid. Seeing that Suigetsu is nervous, hopefully meaning he would easily talk, Yugo stands a little straighter. What happened here? Ihei, well. Gulping and deciding he did not want to die, Suigetsu started to talk. Well, it looks like someone has been running around smashing sound bases and Kumo decided to raid this one. Not like there was much here to take, just a few researchers and a dozen prisoners. Nothing exciting beyond me. Thinking it over and not having any orders considering a situation like this, Yugo turns to Kin and Sasami. With the base empty our mission is null. Kin nods. We could take him at least, have something to show for coming all this way. Sasami shakes her head. You know we don't take anyone against their will. At least not unless they try to kill us first. Kin turns bored eyes to the naked boy. What do you say, wanna try and kill us? Nope. I'm good, no thanks. Suigetsu was not going to get into a fight with Yugo of all people. At least, not without a weapon. But Suigetsu considered further that he was most likely very outclassed at the moment. Both of these girls were completely comfortable with Yugo, which meant one of two things. They were expendable and knew it, or they were powerful enough to keep Yugo in check. Which mean they would be strong enough to put him down as well. Nope, he'd be playing it safe for now. Yugo motions for the girls to step back. At the least we'll free you and be on our way. He'd do what was necessary and then return to Yuzu with Lord Naruto's assistance. Maybe they could rest and go take on a bounty mission next. Surprised and curious Suigetsu steps away from the glass. You're gonna free me? Just like that? Orochimaru sure has softened up. Chuckling, empowering an arm with chakra, enlarging and increasing its power, Yugo shook his head. I serve a new master now. Lord Naruto. Who is also now allied with Kirigakure if you are interested in returning to your old home. With a shout and a thrust, the glass shatters and Yugo returns his arm to normal. Suigetsu is free to walk out into the lab while whistling, catching a tunic that Sasami had unsealed and thrown to him. Thanks. Dressing himself, Suigetsu thinks about what Yugo said to him. He could return to Kiri, start his mission all over again. The legendary swords wouldn't collect themselves after all. Yeah, if I can get back to Kiri, that'd be great. Yugo pulls free a paper seal and begins to add chakra to it. Don't be alarmed. Suigetsu raises an eyebrow. What's that do? Just making a call. In a flash Naruto is there, frowning at his surroundings and unintentionally raising his chakra as his eyes lock on the pale-haired boy. Suigetsu instantly knows that whoever this is could kill him in a moment and most likely would if the look in his blue and purple eyes was anything to go off of. That wasn't the face of a man, it was like staring at death. Yugo with Sasami and Kin bow to him however. Lord Naruto, we have news to report. Tired and still worn out as he is, it takes a moment for him to clamp down on his chakra. Turning curious eyes to Yugo, Naruto nods. What's up Yugo? I expected you to call me outside of the base, not deep within it. Another casual glance washes over Suigetsu, before Naruto turns fully to Yugo. Wanna get me up to speed? Yugo nods. The base has been raided before we made it here. Kumo made off with a few researchers and a dozen prisoners. Suigetsu is the only survivor otherwise. He does wish to return to Kiri. Taking it all in with a nod, Naruto makes a clone before unsealing AV2. Okay, let's get back to Yuzu then and have a chat. He was thinking over the fact that there were only a dozen prisoners here, same number as what Orochimaru said he had given to Kumo. Had they just missed saving the Uzumaki? Or just a coincidence? Clone wandering off down a hallway, Naruto grabs Yugo, who in return lets Kin and Sasami grab onto him, and he grabs a confused Suigetsu. Hope you don't get motion sickness. That confused Suigetsu more. What do you dash? 1 second he was in the dark and dank ruins of the lab, and the next he was dropping to the floor of a well-lit office several stories up. Bookcase on one wall and a collection of exotic weapons on the opposite. Suigetsu decided he was going to hang onto the floor to keep the world from spinning. Naruto was already walking around his desk, heaving himself back into his chair with a sigh. Behind him Gosu and Isaribi wave to the Riptide team, welcome back. Yugo nods while Kin bounces in place. Did we miss anything? Isaribi motions to Hinata visible through the open door and then eyeing Naruto. You could say that. I'm sure you'll get filled in later. Naruto watches as Suigetsu gets to his feet, nervous but standing tall all the same. So, you want to return to Kiri, right? Yeah, that's right. Suigetsu was hit with the realization that this man wasn't just insanely strong, but a Kage to boot. Nope. He wanted to be as far away from this guy as possible. Eyes turning hard for a moment, Naruto had to consider that he couldn't really stop the guy from going. For all he knew, Suigetsu was a member of some proud or prestigious clan in Kiri. I don't know how long you were locked away with Orochimaru, but Kiri is in the middle of changing towards a less bloody future. So I'll ask. Are you more aligned with the Kiri of old, or the new? Maybe Suigetsu would make things simple for him. Scratching at his head, Suigetsu shrugged. Kiri is Kiri. As long as I can return, my loyalty won't be doubted. Maybe he could reunite with whatever of his clan was left. Get some updates before continuing on with his quest. That was what mattered to him. Decision made, Naruto figured that without a good reason he didn't have a justification for keeping Suigetsu here. Plus, it would be one less headache for him. Well, it's not my place to keep you from getting home. He turned to regard Yugo. Can you escort him to Wave and help him charter a boat? Sure thing. Yugo is already backing away, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Suigetsu bows low to the Kage. Thanks a bunch. For the save and for sending me home. Naruto waves him off, pushing an empty beaker towards the edge of his desk while returning to paperwork. No sweat. Good luck, and when you get to Kiri tell me I said hello if you can. Confused but nodding, wondering how he was going to track down this Mei person, Suigetsu turns to walk out. Sure thing. Leaving with the Yuzu team, the loner ninja mentally makes plans for what to do once he gets back to Kiri. Office quiet once more now that the others had left. Naruto sucks his teeth a bit, and here I thought I might get some excitement. Isaribi shook her head. Be careful, Uzumaki-sama. Lady Hinata might hear you. Said girl was walking into his office with a new stack of paperwork and a smirk on her face. I did, by the way. Papers dropping onto his desk, the pale-eyed girl looks to the empty drink. Oh, you need a refill. In the corner the group of 3 clones groaned out that they had just finished a stack of work. They were properly ignored. Naruto shakes his head though he moves the new stack to his inbox. I think I'm good for now. Eyes going hard for a moment, Hinata unseals a new beaker and places it on his desk, taking and sealing the empty. Nonsense. Drink up. You need it. Turning to walk to the group of clones, picking up completed and sorted folders and files, Hinata again turns to walk back out of the door. And we will be having a longer conversation tonight, husband. Saying nothing else, Hinata leaves, Naruto glumly staring at the green liquid. He was sure it was mocking him somehow. Isaribi takes some pity on Naruto, leaning over with a smile. I'm sure things will be fine, my lord. Why, she put this stack of paperwork down a bit gentler than last time. She idly noted one of the clones coming over and taking half of the new stack before returning to their desk under the weapon wall. Naruto shook his head, moving to get back to work. It's all right. I deserve it. They do mean well, and they deserve to be upset with me. He'd have to figure something out to make it up to all of them. He wouldn't be completely passive through all of this. On the road and making her way to her next destination while the sun sets, Yujito decides that she has had enough for today. Getting off of the road and making her way into a tree with good leaf cover, she settles in for the night. I've got 2, maybe 3 days before I make it to Wave. Matatabi nods. Think you're ready for this? No. Conflicted about this mission, Yujito wondered over what B had said to her. He had been very clear that the Uzumaki would not be taken by force, and she believed him. Uzumaki were well known for being stubborn. Willing to fight indefinitely, till death if needed. She had heard stories from some of the ninja tasked with breeder maintenance about what could happen to an Uzumaki who came off their pacification drugs. Shuddering at the idea of someone biting their own tongue not even seconds after regaining their full consciousness was terrifying. If nothing else, the willpower of an Uzumaki deserved respect. And to think, the Maelstrom is both a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki. I think B had the right of it. If the Raikage wants him, he's going to have to beat him into submission. And you know he's willing to do so. There's only one Uzumaki male left in Kumo, and that one is getting old. The Matatabi had her own opinions of humanity and their need to subjugate each other in whatever manner they could. But that was well outside of her ability to do anything about. At the least, she could protect her container. Wishing she could be on her way to doing any mission other than this one, Yujido takes out a length of rope and ties herself to the tree, making sure she won't fall in the middle of the night. Things will work out. Hopefully. With some luck the Maelstrom will catch on and capture her right away. Though she didn't hold out hope for how she would be treated. Yes, Kumo treated its ninja better than most, but they were still tools. To be used and expended at will, and Kumo Jinchuriki were at the bottom of that totem pole. And she knew what that entailed all too well. Daimyo. High-ranking nobles. Merchants. She had been popular for some time. Jinchuriki women were in high demand for a lot of reasons. Thankfully the Matatabi was good about making sure she couldn't get pregnant against her will. She herself never wanted to bring a child into this world as long as things stayed the way they were. A prudent decision, I believe. Unless you're finally ready to defect from your village. Which to the ancient chakra being, would be the better decision. Why stay loyal to a village that was willing to throw you away when necessary? Can't say that I am, at least not now. But what if? What if the Raikage ever ordered her to bear a child? She'd probably finally follow through with her own secret plan and kill herself. Maybe. If she could free her Biju first, then she'd be all for it. Internally, Matatabi sighs loudly, you don't need to kill yourself. God, I'm taking control and getting you laid when we find the QB container again. You need something positive. And you are supposed to be staying out of my mind, cat. Not truly upset, Yujido did have to remind herself that her Biju was just looking out for her. Blushing at the mental image that popped into her mind when the other blonde was mentioned, she shook her head quickly, we have a mission to complete. More like a suicide to get on with if B's measure of the boy is accurate. Consider all your options, kitten. Talking is of course one of them. Fading back into the depths of her mind, Yujito was left alone. She really did consider getting captured being the best outcome for everyone involved. She certainly didn't want to die, nor did she want to spark a conflict between villages. Though that may happen regardless. Adjusting herself and folding her arms around her middle, Yujido began to drift off to sleep as the night moved on. Tonight, the same lonely dream. A life far away from ninja, something peaceful with wide open fields and a quiet home. Maybe 2 children or just 1. No more loss, and no one wanting to use or abuse her. Yes. A good life. A simple life. B. Night had fully descended on Uzushio and Naruto was lowering himself into the bath. Alone for the moment and unbothered about it, he considered his options for tomorrow. He planned on giving the okay for Conan to come and visit his office so they could talk, but beyond that he was stuck behind his desk for another 2 days at the least. Not that he was raring to go anywhere just yet. He still needed to brainstorm and figure out just what he was going to do with Kumo. Well, I'm team razing that village to the ground. Of course you are. Naruto couldn't fault him about it though, it would be the easiest thing to do. Fly overhead and spam clones to find and rescue the Uzumaki, and then blow the village away with a V2. Short, sweet, simple. Of course, that ignored any innocence that might be involved, or the political fallout from such a move. Taking a deep steadying breath before exhaling slowly, Naruto lowered himself a bit more into the water. This sucks. From the doorway, it was a quiet pair that were the first to join him. Tayuya and Ino were quick to ease themselves into the pool-sized bath and make their way towards him, concerned looks on their faces. Ino at least flashed him a smile, good to be out of that office? Like you wouldn't believe. Not moving as Ino and Tayuya settle on either side of him, he is only a little surprised by Tayuya clinging to his arm tightly. Hey. Tayuya shakes her head, I'm going to ask some things, and I need you to be honest, okay? Looking up to him, she watches as he nods slowly with his eyes locked on hers. What were you thinking, when you decided to continue fighting Orochimaru once you were injured so badly? We all know you're strong, unimaginably so. But, you don't use the Hiraishin in combat, you didn't even consider retreating even a little bit, and you keep forcing your eye to evolve further and further. Would you? Looking away from him finally, staring down into her reflection with a frown on her face though she refused to let him go, would you have been fine with that? Dying and leaving us alone so long as you killed him. Waiting for a moment to be sure that she was done talking, Naruto sighed and looked up into the ceiling. No. No, I wasn't thinking. I wouldn't have wanted to leave you all behind. I need you to know and understand that. I wanted him dead in a way I never wanted to kill anyone else before. Things had always worked out for us up till now, that I just didn't even consider that I couldn't win. And once I knew I had a technique that could heal me, I let that go to my head and did something reckless. Looking down and staring first at Ino and then at Tayuya, Naruto nodded firmly. I'll be better from here on. Survival first, mission second. Tayuya squeezed his arm. I love you, Naruto. But I need you to understand, if you take a needless risk like that again, I'll leave. It was quiet between the three of them, only the water sloshing against the rim of the pool providing noise. I never thought that I could find happiness like this in my life. I was sure that I was going to end up like every other Uzumaki woman I had heard about. But, you changed that, gave me a better life. We built a better life together. But, if you could throw that away, no. I can't stay and watch you do that. Turning watery eyes towards him, he pokes him hard in the chest. I can share you with the others because we all love you. But I won't be second place to some vendetta. You always make sure you come home, you start fighting smart, or so help me, then next time I'll use the Shinigami mask to bring you back just to kill you myself. I'm sorry, Tayuya. I promise, on everything that I am. Never again. And he meant it. A hard lesson, but one that he needed to learn. He got lucky with Orochimaru, and he couldn't rely on getting lucky anymore. Tayuya poked him again once more for emphasis before sighing and leaning into him, much more relaxed than before. You better keep your word. And you're giving me massages for the rest of the week to apologize for making me all mushy and emotional. Asshole. Chuckling and nodding again, Naruto slipped an arm around her slim waist and pulled her further into him. But you're always so soft and feminine, Tachan. The elbow to his gut screamed in defiance of that. Yeah, noted. Ass. Ino shook her head and leaned into his other side, daintily picking up his arm and laying it over her shoulders. We all feel mostly the same, though with different extremes. So long as you learn and improve, we'll all be happy. Smiling, she sighed and enjoyed the muscled arm around her shoulders. You aren't some random murder hobo skipping across the nations. You have a family, a people to worry about. You can't leave things to chance like that. I understand. Good whiskers. Now, get to making clones. We all need back rubs. Looking up, he finally noticed the rest of the girls were here, still minus Koyuki and Kodohime. Hinata, Karen and Anoka were smiling softly as they all lowered themselves into the waters, each watching him calmly. Making clones, Naruto bowed his head to them all. I'll be better, that's a promise. Hinata is the first to nod and float over to the real him, kissing him lightly on the lips before floating away to be picked up out of the water by a clone. We know. Don't think this gets you out of a few days in the doghouse though. Pouting, Naruto watched his clone start to work the girls over. Can I at least have normal food? Karen giggles before a moan escapes her lips. No can do. That stuff really is the healthiest thing you can have right now that'll help you fully recover. Coupled with Kurama's healing and you'll be in tip-top shape in record time. Tastes like you took every vegetable known to man and blended them all together. Getting a giggle from both Karen and Anoka but no response, he had a feeling he was pretty close with his guess. Arg fine. I'll be good. Ino leaned further into him. Oh you big baby. If you're a good boy, I'll do something special for you at the end. Leaning into his ear, Ino smirked as he twitched at her breath tickling him. You know, that thing I do with my tongue first thing in the morning? Rolling her eyes from her position on a towel, Hinata couldn't help it. You just can't help it, can you skank? It's for Naruto, so no. Always happy to snipe back and forth with her friends, Ino was still Ino after all. Naruto counted himself lucky. This could have gone a lot worse, and he was grateful that it didn't. Guess that was just the power of the Uzushio baths. Tomorrow would be a new day, but at least he was able to clear the air with his wives. Many were still getting used to the newest addition to the city skyline of Uzushio. The large airship jutting out from the Uzumaki Tower made for an impressive conversation starter, but it was a bit of an eyesore to the locals for now. However, to tourists, it was fairly impressive to see such a ship docked there so peacefully in the sky. Having gotten the go-ahead to come and visit, Konan and Deidara were two such visitors to Uzushio. Being escorted by an outwardly chipper Ino, they step onto a waiting trolley while looking out towards the city. Almost right away Ino can tell that Deidara is the one to keep occupied, Konan very much the quiet type who has been putting up with the louder and more animated man. That was fine with her, gave her opportunities to build a psych profile after all. So, Deidara right? You're originally from IWA. Nodding enthusiastically, Deidara focuses completely on Ino. Yes. From their blast core. But, they didn't appreciate my art, so I took my show on the road so to speak. Here he spread his arms out a bit with a wide smile that showed a lot of teeth. Leader lets me show off my art to the masses, and I couldn't appreciate that more. Though of course, my art pales in comparison to your leader's. Truly he is a visionary and an once-in-a-generation genius. His work outside of Tanzaku? Truly just, chef's kiss perfection. Physically kissing his fingers, Deidara was very proud of himself at the moment. I'm sure he would love to hear you appreciate his work. Eyebrows raising a bit, she was beginning to worry that this guy might have more than a few screws loose. Maybe it was a trait of explosion users. Appreciate? No. His work is awe-inspiring. Breathtaking. Chilling. There aren't enough words to describe how his work makes me feel. But I've never been more inspired. Truly, even just a moment with him and I feel like I could improve just that much more. Reach new heights I've never even thought to reach. I won't go so far to say that I worship him, no, I'm not that idiot Haydn. But it's close. Ino couldn't help but smile and chuckle, knowing that from experience, this guy was acting a lot like a fangirl about to meet their celebrity crush. Just great. Well, you'll be able to meet him for a bit today to relay your message to him. Though of course, the usual warnings apply. It is Conan who chimes in, happy that someone else can entertain the demolition expert who to all who met him seemed a few marbles short of a full bag. We should not be long. I would just like to reconfirm his beliefs and extend an invitation to him to visit our own village. Then we will depart. Deidara tries hard not to pout, and fails. Couldn't we stay a bit longer? You know, so we can swap stories, experiences? Notes maybe? Conan levels bored eyes at him. Really? Seeing him nod, the powerful woman sighs and shakes her head. This is a mission, not a field trip. This is for my art, I shall not let anything stand in my way of that. I'll have to remind Pain of that when we return. Eh? Deidara paused as he thought about that. Push for more time for his art, or piss off leader and probably die. Well, I guess, if that's best then. As the two talk, Ino sits back and watches them for a bit, taking in their dynamic. While Deidara boasted explosion skills and amazing feats, Conan was very much the one in control. And further, this leader of theirs now identified as Pain was apparently very powerful. If for no other clues that the willingness for Deidara to back down and give up on his guest to improve his art. A little alarming considering, but Naruto would know what to do with that information later. More so too, remembering her notes and the third member of their team waiting in a hotel room back in Wave. Because who would have ever thought that Itachi would not only give his real name, but so easily as well. Granted, almost no one had believed it when he did, so there was that. It did however link these two to Akatsuki as well, and that had put everyone in Riptide on high alert. Were they here to capture Naruto then, or were they really just here to talk? This group had apparently been running around hunting Biju for a long while, only to suddenly stop. Ino and the others had voiced their concerns to Naruto only for him to wave them away with a grin. He assured them all that Conan wanted to talk and that was it. In his mind, why come all the way to his village so publicly just to start a fight? Especially in a village known once upon a time for its mastery of seals. Fighting on his home turf was suicide. No, Yuzu had nothing to fear today. That said, all of the members of Riptide were on high alert, keeping their distance but watching the two from afar. Karen and Anoka were down in their computer room and lab, monitoring things with the city golem more personally. Naruto may be confident and back to full health, but the girls needed to reassure themselves as well. As far as the rest of the general Yuzushio ninja knew, a pair of powerful ninja were visiting and to be on their best behavior. Ino and the rest knew that the Yuzu ninja were a very protective bunch, and didn't need to be riled up with the knowledge that Akatsuki were in town. Looking up as they entered the city center and the tower loomed above them, Ino hopped off and waited for the pair to do the same. Conan was the first to speak up again. Certainly there have been rapid advancements here. Lots of samurai and an airship. Does Naruto truly seek peace? This seems more like a ninja state building up its military assets in preparation to continue the same wars that many others have and do. It would be disappointing but predictable if that was the case. Like she and Pain had learned, power corrupted even the best of them. By the feel of the people around them, Naruto had a lot of power here. Ino took in the area around them, the main tower plaza a little empty due to the early morning hour. Though the city streets were busy and shops were already open, she had to remember that to an outsider it would look more military than it actually was. Maybe she'd recommend to Karen to toning down the samurai golem in the future. I can't say Yuzushio doesn't project an image of a normal military state. Rest assured though, in terms of operation and our mandate, that's the furthest from the truth. Pausing as she reached the first destination where she really wanted to gauge their reactions, she stands before the memorial monument. Best I can say, we do not want a repeat of the original Yuzushio Gakure. This month saw a mix of orange and red flowers of various species populating the space around the monument. Several people walked by, giving the group looks while Ino nods to many of them who greet her quietly. Both Akatsuki members stand before the memorial and read its inscription there. Konan is quick to bow her head, clapping her hands and offering a silent prayer to those slain. While not a heavily religious person, she still believed and hoped that those who died were allowed to pass on peacefully. As she took in how well cared for the memorial was, she considered that maybe she could do something like this in Rain. Well, if the people cared enough for it. What surprised her, however, was Deidara. Next to her, the usually spastic and loud man had dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the ground and offering his own quiet prayer before sitting up straight and rifling through his clothes. "What are you doing, Deidara?" Conan's voice was quiet, but questioning. He was beginning to attract a bit of a crowd after all. Curious onlookers weren't saying anything and no was stopping him, as he finally unseals and removes a roughly 20 centimeters wide piece of thick glass. Deidara smiles as he looks down into the surface of the dirty material. Refusing to clean it from where he had taken it from the crater just outside of Konoha, now deemed Glass Lake, there was half of a seal burned into its surface. He considered that he should explain himself a bit, however, as he finally stood slowly. "My art. It's all about love and expression of the perfect moment. I consider the explosion to be just that, the ultimate expression of beauty in a moment. And I can tell, Lord Naruto believes the same. But..." And here his voice quiets down, almost reverent as he nestles the jagged and cracked glass against the monument and among the flowers, reflecting light and catching attention. His art also shows that there is beauty that can last, in freezing a moment in time, of leaving a lasting impact on the world around you. A loud statement that shouts, "I was here." Voice raised for only a moment, Deidara stands back and looks up to the tip of the memorial. "The maelstrom showed me that explosions can be both a fleeting moment and leave a lasting memory. A testament to their creator. So I give this back, one everlasting piece of the maelstrom's first major artwork, come back home to show that he and Yuzushio are here to stay." Behind him, Conan's eyebrows go from raised to softening, a gentle smile on her face. "Perhaps I have misjudged you, Deidara." Next to her, Ino nodded with much of the same sentiment but did not voice it, seeing a quiet pair coming to join them. From next to Konan and apparently unnoticed, Naruto hums and internally chuckles at the light jump from the older woman. "That's a well thought out offering. I'm sure many of our citizens will appreciate it." Holding out a hand to Deidara, Naruto was all grins while Hinata stood quietly off to the side. "Thank you. Having this piece of my past returned is pretty touching." It reminded him that while he had nearly killed Gaara during the invasion of Konoha, he had come out of it with a loyal friend. It had helped solidify early that not everyone was too far gone, that some could be talked back from the edge of their darkness. Deidara reached forward and took it, firmly shaking Naruto's hand with a grin, as one artist to another. "The honor is all mine." Looking towards Konan while Deidara pumped his arm furiously, Naruto sent her a questioning look. She smiled and shook her head. "He's my guard for this time around." Nodding and eventually getting his hand back, Naruto turns and motions down the road. "Follow me, let's go on a little tour and we can talk." Konan fell into step next to him while Hinata walked just slightly behind them with Ino and Deidara, who again seemed to want to wax poetic about the meeting. Not far away and shadowing them is a relaxed En, keeping a respectable distance. Looking back, Naruto turns a grin towards Ino. "Would you mind going and checking in on Karen and Anoka?" Here he winks and hooks a thumb towards En. "I think I have enough guards for today and I'm sure they could use the company." Not even hesitating, Ino bows to Deidara and Konan. "It's been fun meeting you. I hope we can continue to be on friendly terms." Waving as she turned, she jogged back towards the tower while En took her place. Konan raises an eyebrow as they continue along on the right side of the street on the sidewalk, everyone easily giving them a wide berth upon seeing Naruto. "You seem to command a lot of respect from your people." Naruto nods, waving to a shop owner who tries to entice him with an early morning bowl of ramen. "It's easy, I think, when everyone knows you'll fight tooth and nail for them." Naruto watched a large golem lumber by shaped like a giant lizard and carrying about a dozen children on its back. "At one point or another, I've helped or saved a good portion of people in this village. I have their trust, not because I have power, but because I've put my money where my mouth is, so to speak." Naruto grins and looks directly at her now. "I want to build a peaceful world, or at least, as peaceful as it is ever going to be." Naruto did not fool himself on this. He couldn't change a lot of things, but human nature was not on that list. Thinking his words over, Konan does internally smile as the young man she had met before does not seem to have changed very much. Still the optimist with a loyalty streak a mile wide. "My leader says he is willing to meet with you, but, due to limitations on his body, it would be easier for you to come and meet him instead." Push came to shove, she could summon Nagato's main body here, but that could cause its own issues. Right now she knew him enough to know if there was a chance for talks to go well, he at least needed to be on comfortable ground. Hopefully Naruto didn't take offense to this. Which he didn't, Karen having updated him before he came down to meet with Konan, must be hard. I'm sure Akatsuki members are having a more difficult time moving around freely these days. Surprise clear on her face, Konan schools her features and mentally berates herself. Of course he knew by now who she was, coming here with Itachi of all people practically screamed it for one. Still, she felt compelled to ask, so you know. And allowed us entry anyway. Chuckling and nodding as the area around them becomes less business-oriented and more entertainment district, Naruto just smirks at her. Itachi was more than enough proof. But your wording was a clue too. You keep calling him leader, but never Kage. So it wasn't a village head, but with as powerful as you are, it had to be quite the organization. So, I made a guess and Itachi showing up solidified it. Here Naruto shrugged and folded his arms behind his back, so long as he remains peaceful in wave there will be no problems. Though Sasuke might be pissed off with him later when he found out about it. He'd still tell him regardless, he had made a promise, which was also why he wasn't flying off to kill Itachi right away. That was Sasuke's vengeance, not his. Konan can only shake her head, in his own way, twisted though it may be, Itachi does love his little brother. Of everything we can negotiate and talk about, Itachi's fate isn't one of them. That's between those two brothers. If Sasuke still wants to kill him, I'm sworn to help with that. Naruto stares ahead, continuing to smile for the benefit of people around them. Didn't want to give the impression this little tour wasn't going well after all. Konan can understand where he was coming from. You'll not have to worry about retaliation if you end up killing a member or two depending on who they are. We're more of a loose collection of strong individuals. Most are here because leader pays them, while some are more personal reasons. Not everyone believes in Pain's end goal, and that's okay. Nodding and saying nothing for a moment, Naruto continues to lead the way and offers waves to several curious citizens. Now firmly in the loud and boisterous district, Naruto motioned to brightly colored signs and busy-looking venues. Even early morning and people were finding time to relax and find ways to de-stress. Welcome to the party district. We may still be a military, but Uzushio's capital is meant to be more focused on the civilians. So it is here that an entire district is dedicated to entertainment and fun, whichever flavor that may be. From family stuff to the usual, more seedy. Very cavalier about that. Are you not worried about your people's reputation? Shaking his head, Naruto waved at a burly bouncer trying to wave him and his group inside a quiet-looking bar. In one way or another everyone gambles or drinks or smokes. At least we can give them a safe place to do so. You truly love your people. Konan can see it in all of the faces that return greetings or offer shouts to the young man. Admittedly a lot of the freedoms you allow your people seem reminiscent to Konoha. Finally shrugging while trying not to dwell on thinking about that place, Naruto keeps going. I am originally from that place, so I wanted to use as many good qualities while trying to avoid the bad. It's not perfect, but we keep striving to improve. Case in point, not far in front of them double doors burst open and two men go flying out into the street, exchanging fists while grunting and yelling at each other. Behind them and holding one of the doors open, a waitress in a fairly short blue yukata was yelling at them both. Don't you come back. Either of you. You cause too much trouble. Wait. Keiko my sweet. Let me explain. Explain this fist shitball. Screw you asshole. That's my girl you were getting handsy with. Naruto and Ko watch as half a dozen samurai jog into the street, quickly pulling the men apart and slapping cuffs on their wrists. Not ninja at least, Naruto was relieved about that. Pre-programmed as they were for certain conditions, the samurai were quick to finish restraining both men and carry them away. Yeah, not perfect, but working on it. Konan offers him a bemused grin. If those are your biggest issues, count yourself lucky. I do. Naruto continued the trek, the main road curving with its designed spiral. Always my biggest worry is corruption. Power corrupts, and I want to prevent that as much as possible. Power is the most dangerous drug. I'd like to build up as many allies as I can and then we'll experiment with different ways to run our nations. I'd like to build a system where we talk about our issues first. Force should never be necessary between friends. And those who aren't your friends? If they can at least stick to not being violent, I can do the same. But if they want to get violent, well, I have something for that. Konan nods. I think Pain would like to talk with you. I can't promise that he'll join your growing alliance, but well. She pauses as she considers her longest and oldest friend. Maybe I'm hoping for a bit of a miracle. Naruto nods, pulling free a temporary Hiraishin tag and handing it to her. When you return, add some chakra to that and I'll appear or one of my clones will. We can figure things out from there. I'm usually good for one miracle. Watching Conan accept the tag with a slight bow, Naruto continued, just a heads up, attempting to copy that doesn't end well. It's a one and done sort of thing. Conan sighs internally, as she had been thinking about copying the seal with her unique paper-based abilities. She didn't want to think about what nasty traps an Uzumaki seal might have on it, however. I'll make sure Leader is the only one to have the seal. Oh, also, it can only be used outside, keep that in mind. Behind them, Deidara tries to bring Hinata into conversation. Truly, Lord Naruto is a visionary and a true artist. It's no surprise that has carried over into truly inspirational leadership qualities as well. Hinata smirks, he is truly a one-of-a-kind man. No one could hope to replace him in our hearts here in Uzushio. We would march on the gates of hell if he so asked. Both watch each other quietly for a few moments, gauging each other while En watched on before Deidara bows to her. Only a truly remarkable woman can see a visionary for who he is. I can only assume that you are an artist as well. Shaking her head but smiling, Hinata returns the bow. You are an interesting individual. You must have incredible skill to be able to see Naruto's greatness from only seeing his explosions. Though I must admit, I do not boast the same proficiency that he does. Deidara nods, fret not. Maybe I can help inspire you and help with your art as Lord Naruto has done for me. I hope that one day I have the chance to spar and exchange ideas with him if time ever allows. This young woman had a good eye and deserved respect for it. Looking back, Naruto can't help but grin. We can make that happen today as I have plenty of free time. He only grins wider as En and Hinata both sigh heavily. He adjusts their course regardless and they begin making their way to his training ground, because every day needed an explosion or two. With the main conversation out of the way, there was nothing else holding them back after all. Far away, nestled deep within its forest, Konoha continued on with its own daily routine. Safely behind her desk, or as safe as she could be in a world where Naruto knew the Hiraishin, Tsunade handed over mission details to Team 7 while Jiraiya stood off to the side. Tsunade rests her hands on her desk while watching the group as calmly as she could. In light of more political shakeup between Uzushio and Konoha, we're trying to keep away from their area of influence for a short while. We're already on thin ice with the Spring Daimyo, what with Sai trying to bomb their newest and largest capital city. Tsunade sighs and relaxes back in her chair. You'll be going very far south, to the island of the Crescent Moon Kingdom on a protection and escort mission. I'll just say that this mission is extremely important for our reputation right now. IWA and Kumo both have been sniffing around as well, and we have to continue to show that we can and will continue to be as strong as ever. Not that they could do much anymore. While IWA had lost their Jinchuriki a long time ago, Kumo still boasted 2 of theirs. Konoha was obviously out of their own, even if they were still allies. But Kumo didn't know that, and with recent pokes at their borders, Kumo seemed willing to test them. Kakashi folds the mission scroll away and puts it in a pocket in his Jonin vest. Rest assured, Lady Hokage, we will complete this mission no problem and return quickly. I'm sure Sasuke and Sakura would love to join in on the upcoming Chunin exams and would be more than happy to put on a good showing for Konoha. Sasuke can't help but grin. That could be fun, beating around some wannabes. Sakura shook her head. I don't want to sound cocky, but by this point it'd almost be too easy. Kakashi shook his head and motioned for them to leave. I feel like you both are compensating for Naruto not being here. That's concerning. Sakura shrugged. We've got to keep you on your toes, sensei. Better than meddling in my love life. Oh, we can still do that, we have plenty of time. Sakura was still on a mission to convince Shizune and Tsunade to migrate to Uzushio instead. It was slow going, but she could tell she was breaking Tsunade down slowly but surely. Kakashi turned to Sasuke as they made their way through the door. Can't you stop her? You want to take one of her punches head on? No? Okay then. Leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya alone as the door clicked shut behind them, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle as Tsunade sighed heavily. Just what will we be unleashing on the world if we let them take the Chunin exams? Grunting as he sat in one of the chairs facing her desk, Jiraiya waved her concerns away. You want a show of force? Those 2 will get it done. Out of all of the rookies, they're leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else in terms of skill and strength. Tsunade can't help but relax back further, leaning in her chair and watching the ceiling. Every generation improves and climbs higher than the last. To think they would be so strong so quickly. By the time they're Kakashi's age, they'll easily be as strong as us. Jiraiya shook his head. Most likely stronger. You know how motivated they are to catch up with Naruto. The old man pauses at the calm look on his teammate's face and grins. You've been in a good mood lately. Things must have been going well for you. Yeah. Tsunade nodding absent-mindedly. Danzo hasn't been around much to make my life hell. Apparently he's taken a bit of a sabbatical to attend to issues at home. Didn't even know the old bastard had any family left to worry about. He had only stopped in to check in with the council once, and after that had been rather shut in. Only a few sightings of the man here and there in the village. At least people knew he was alive. Huh, weird. As far as Jiraiya knew, he didn't. But he wasn't going to say anything about it. Focusing back on the moment, Tsunade sits up and locks her gaze on Jiraiya. So, I've got a job for you. Oh ho, finally giving in to this pervert's charms maybe? I'll warn ya, I'll have you up for days if you let me. Waving him off with a blush, Tsunade pulls free another mission scroll. Shut it you old goat. It's a mission. Seeing the pervert clam up and wait, the Kage can't help but smirk. You need to get in touch with Naruto, quickly. Head to Yuzu and let him know that something has changed recently with Enko's curse seal and it has begun to act oddly. I've had to pull her off missions in the meantime. And because outside of Orochimaru the only people on the planet who have enough knowledge on these curse seals are you and Naruto, you can understand why I'm asking him. Jiraiya understood very well. He could suppress the seals, but Naruto could full remove them. Cheating punk. I'll convince the kid to come then. Well, either that or we can take Enko there. Gotta make it easy for the kid since we're asking him for something. Thinking on that, Tsunade knows that Jiraiya is speaking the truth. While on a personal level they were all still friends and allies, tensions between Konoha and Uzushio were still high. Sending Enko to Uzushio wouldn't be a horrible idea. She was already off missions and she didn't have a team to train. Sure. Go ahead and take her to Yuzu with you then. She might appreciate the break. Hell, take Irika with you, make it a diplomatic goodwill mission. That particular thought led her to rifling through her desk for a few moments before coming up with another slightly larger scroll and handing it over to Jiraiya. That is another payment that we owe to Uzushio. Don't touch it. We're making this an official goodwill mission in full. I'll file it accordingly. Goodwill huh? Jiraiya can't help but chuckle, in where we ask Naruto to spend some time helping us out? Tsunade waves his concern away. Naruto likes weird problems like this and he'll have fun teasing the hell out of Enko and Irika. Jiraiya does have to nod at that last point. Naruto would enjoy teasing his old teacher immensely. Alright. I'll get a move on then. I'll be back as fast as I can. Don't want to leave you alone too long. Chuckling as a pencil flew by his head, Jiraiya was out a window and bounding away across the village. Left alone completely now, Tsunade can't help but consider this some good luck. Sure, most of her highly skilled teams were out on missions right now, including most of the rookies, but everyone was giving Konoha space for the moment. While she knew better than to make a bet over it, even with herself, she did want to give thanks. Things were quiet. Nor did she have to worry about some shadowy terrorist organization coming after them anymore. That was fully Naruto's problem now. She knew he could handle himself at least, the explosion junkie. Down the road and away from the Hokage Tower, Team 7 walks along as they consider their mission. The Land of the Moon was a long ways away from Konoha, just the ship journey would be at least a week, maybe a little less. Focused as they are, they miss the blonde-haired girl sneaking in among them to wrap an arm around Sasuke's waist. Causing the boy to shudder and Sakura to squawk, they take in the blue capri pants, stretch-tight orange t-shirt and a black short jacket before they meet the whiskered face of their old teammate, even if he is currently a she. Sasuke couldn't help but twitch, twin orbs of soft flesh pressed into his side. What are you doing, Naruto? This had to be the real one, none of the clones could pull off the transformation this well. Don't you have a city to run? He didn't want to think about the fact that it was so easy for Naruto to sneak up on them. Granted, he knew them really well, so it did make some sense. It was still a little freaky. Naruto however just grins and hugs him tighter. Hush, call me Naruto when I'm like this. And I missed you guys so I wanted to see you. Mismatched blue and purple eyes bright as always, the pseudo-girl winks at him. Don't tell me I got you all flustered, Sasuke. Shoving his best friend away, Sasuke shook his head. Sakura was right, you're somehow even more insufferable than ever. I'll tell Hinata and Ino to bully you the next time I see them. Puffing out her cheeks, Naruto pouts. You're so mean. She however does accept a hug from a happy Sakura. See, this is how it's supposed to be. We miss each other, hug it out, swap stories. Sakura can't help but jab her friend in the shoulder. Why are you a girl right now anyway? Call in infiltration practice. Snagging an apple from an unsuspecting vendor, the pigtailed girl grins and takes a huge bite. I'm usually so in your face, I don't get to practice much. Sasuke shook his head. Kinda not fair when you can literally transform into whoever or whatever you want. Naruto winks at him, a teasing tone in her voice. Want me to turn into a slightly older Sakura? Bet that could be fun. Sakura scoffed and crossed her arms. Should I be worried that your practice is hitting on my boyfriend? I'm telling the Fox Den girls. Naruto leaned forward to look at Sakura from Sasuke's other side. I can always change into an older Sasuke. That got the girl quiet in a moment, the blush building on her face telling them all more than enough. See, my way is more fun. I'm not a pervert. Sasuke sighed. No one called you a pervert, Sakura. Kakashi however can't help but watch the three quietly. While it was nice for Naruto to be here as if no time had passed and for the moment Kakashi could pretend like his team had never been broken up. Something was very wrong about this. Something at the corner of his mind was tingling. He just couldn't remember what. Naru, Ko. Why are you here really? Shrugging, Naruto couldn't help the shark-like grin that stretched across her face as she finished off her stolen apple. Oh, just someone needed an attitude adjustment was all. Then I had some free time and wanted to come see you three. Her eyes turned back to Sasuke. You should actually come help me, you know. I think it'll be really good for ya. Handing him a scroll from an inner pocket on her jacket, she points at it calmly. Don't open that until you're outside and on your way with your mission. It's important that you remember that, okay? Sasuke nods, putting the scroll away. Sure thing. You'll have to tell me all about it when I get back. Getting between Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto can't help but widen her grin some more. Oh, don't you worry, I'll fill you both as much as you like when you get back. Here she wiggles her eyes at both of them. Why, I'll come crash at your place, we can stay up all night, get to know each other all over again. What do you say? Once more thrown a little off, Sakura sputters while Sasuke just sighs and can't help but feel like Naruto has gone even further off the deep end. I think the explosions have finally rattled your brain a bit too much. Kakashi however is frowning behind his mask, something finally starting to bug him a bit too much. Naruto, what is going on? Letting go of the pair, fingers trailing along their necks and making them both shiver, Naruto gets ready to blend back into the crowd. Nothing to be worried about. I mean well enough. You know, maybe you should consider taking some time off in Yuzu soon. I hear it's amazing this time of year. Sakura catches the tone in Kakashi's voice, which prompts her to realize with a start that all of this was a bit too outlandish even for Naruto. Hey, Naruto. Question for ya. What's up, Sakura? I gotta get back to what I was doing soon. What's your favorite ramen type? What kind of question is that? Naruto does look genuinely confused before grinning. Naruto loves all the ramen. From there she fades away between vendor stalls, and then she's gone. Leaving the rest of Team 7 standing there in the middle of the road. Forced to continue walking, their mood is instantly different. Sasuke is the first to speak up. I thought it was a little weird for Naruto to be so touchy-feely. But who could that have really been? Why had they decided to talk in the third person when answering them? It wasn't right. Sakura however shook her head. I think it was a clone. The chakra signature was way too close to Naruto's to be anything else. But, that was... I don't know. Personally she was even more freaked out about how easily the blonde bombshell blended in with the crowd. His clones are as weird as ever though. Kakashi is the one to voice his own more jarring opinion out loud. It was a clone for sure. But it was much too independent. It was the eyes that threw me off. Seeing his students look at him and wait, he points to his own covered eye. There were no ripples there. While last we saw him he had at least two. This might be a clone he made a long time ago and left here to complete some job. That logic was sound and made sense to Sakura. Good thing we didn't dispel it on accident then. Sasuke frowned at that. Didn't you slug it in the shoulder? Stumbling as yes indeed she did. That was more interesting now. Yeah, and since when do clones eat? Kakashi was frowning some more. They don't. The only way they would get answers would be to ask Naruto himself or track down the clone, but they didn't have time for that. For now we work under the assumption that Naruto made a more robust clone and left it to do something for him. We check the scroll once we're a day away from Konoha. Sound good? Sasuke nods. Yeah. No. Something else was bothering him now. More a feeling than anything else that he could put into words. Which also meant he'd agonize over it for days until he figured it out. Already putting the interaction out of her mind and worrying on the more direct issue, Sakura pointed at the pocket holding the scroll at Sasuke's waist, knowing Naruto. What are the chances it's something crazy that might blow up, hence why he wants us to open it away from the village. Shaking his head immediately, Sasuke smirks. It's Naruto. Nutter he may be, but he wouldn't hurt us. Sakura can't help but agree with him on that. You're right. Naruto wouldn't hurt us. Kakashi however now has a different worry. Because yes, Naruto wouldn't hurt them. But he was still on the fence about that being Naruto at all. Because under the feel of Naruto's normal chakra and demeanor was something else. He couldn't describe how it felt, but it wasn't fully Naruto, nor was it the QB. Waves crashing against a rocky beach, sun high overhead, Naruto is bouncing from foot to foot as he and Deidara face off. Deidara openly molds clay in his hands, smirking while Conan accompanied by Hinata and En watch on with exasperated looks on the women's faces. Naruto is beyond fascinated by his technique, coming next to him and watching closely. How the hell does that work? Is this a bloodline? I'm guessing they work your chakra into the clay to infuse it with explosives then. Mind racing, he completely didn't even think to ask about more normal things involving mouths in hands. Though that might come up later as his mind worked through his curiosity. Deidara nods as his right hand works a small amount of clay over and his left now holds a tiny clay bird. That's right. I have explosion release, so with these I can inject my chakra into the clay in order to mold it into explosives or other things I need. From his right now sits a small clay spider. With a jerk of his arms, the clay bird flies off into the air to explode while the spider scuttles along the ground before it too explodes and adds a crater to the training area. One of my favorite things is this though. Dumping both hands into pouches at his waist, it takes a minute but with some work and more than a few gross sounds from his hands, clay is expelled and molded into a giant clay bird that Deidara sends off into the air to fly in a circle above them. I have a few other forms that I've found useful and deadly, but that's a little much for today. These are just the basics behind my techniques. Naruto nods quickly, watching the bird flying overhead while thinking on it. So there were more materials out there that could accept chakra being injected into them, and some used them like this, huh? Naruto shouldn't be surprised really. But it was cool all the same. He wanted to push to see just how big Deidara could do, but that might be a bad idea. Watching Deidara eventually jump and begin to ride on the wind with his clay bird, Naruto gives him a thumbs up. That's pretty cool. Deidara can't help but preen a little bit. What about you? I know you use seals, but I've always been curious about how it works. Naruto nods, flaring his jacket open and unsealing several scrolls of varying sizes. From less than a foot tall to the largest that was just shy of 4 feet long and a foot thick. So most of the smaller ones, all of these less than a meter, are conventional. Meaning they're basically souped up explosive notes with a much bigger yield that increases as the size of the scroll goes up. But a couple are special. Here he held up a smaller one that was colored mostly in yellow. This one kills off all life within a certain radius, good for when you can't find your target specific location or if you want to kill a lot of things but save the structures. Here he sealed that one away before picking up one that had a green color to it with light blue bands at the ends. This one sucks all of the air out of a specified diameter, good for putting someone down non-lethally. Sealing that one away again, he picks up one that has a light purple to it as Deidara drops down next to him. This one traps everyone within a certain range within a barrier before blowing them to bits while saving everything outside the barrier. Sealing that one away as well, Deidara points to the largest that's colored in mostly black and gray. And this one? Yeah, actually, let me just seal that one away, we don't want to play with that one. Doing as he said, Naruto seals away his latest work before grinning. That one combines a lot of everything that I've learned up until now. Short version, everything within a 10-mile radius gets captured within a barrier that draws energy from everything within it, be it people or nature. Next, the seal converts everything within the barrier into energy, breaking it down to its base components like a lot of my other explosive seals, before collapsing in on itself and storing all of that energy for later use in a new reconstituted scroll. It'll change from black to white depending on how much energy is stored away. Naruto did hold up his left arm, where instead of a group of glowing seals that had been there before, was a single tattoo of a red dot on his inner wrist. You'll need the companion seal to even use that scroll, so it's locked to me and me alone. Conan along with everyone else overheard what he just described, subtly trying her hardest not to freak out completely by what he just said. So not only do you kill everyone trapped inside, but you then use them to fuel the next scroll? Naruto nods, yup. I figured if I ever got to a point to use this scroll that I'd go full on raze it all to the ground. Deidara has dismissed his bird, dropping to his knees and grabbing Naruto's hand, who is too stunned to pull away. You use the literal blood of your enemies to create a newer and even greater explosion? Nodding again while watching the older man who looking ready to weep, Naruto couldn't help completing his thoughts on it. Well, I figured that sure it'd be easy to kill my enemies in an explosion, but it'd be a lot more fun to force them to protect my home from greater threats later on, yeah. Deidara bows his head with no hesitation. I am yours, Lord Uzumaki. Truly you are a once-in-a-lifetime god of explosions that I could never hope to compare. I weep at your glory. Naruto turns to Conan, who looked ready to throw something at her companion. Does he do this often? Conan shook her head, never. Deidara looked into Naruto's eyes as the younger teen turned back to face him. I do have just one question, my lord, if I may. Seeing Naruto nod slowly, Deidara presses on. I've only been able to see one of your works, so I have to ask. Why are there depictions of ramen bowls in your fire? Naruto can't help but beam as Hinata and En give tired groans. Someone finally sees it. Yes. I'm finally complete. He'd deal with an apparent terrorist pledging himself to him later. This guy rules. Naruto had thought that it would be a good idea to see the Akatsuki ninja off personally, as a gesture of goodwill and to show that he didn't hold grudges. Of course, as they all stood at the fire countryside of the Great Naruto Bridge, himself flanked by En, Niji and his team, his eyebrow was slowly beginning to twitch. Konan looked more than a little frustrated while Naruto couldn't read Itachi clearly. Somewhere between bored and ready to leave irritation, they both were instead locked on to the man standing next to the blonde and refusing to move. Deidara had made it clear he was staying in Uzushio, having pledged himself to Naruto and reiterated this morning that he had meant it. While Naruto did feel a certain way about housing a known terrorist in his country, they were ninja. Alliances changed, yesterday's enemy was today's friend. That said, trusting the explosion user would be hard one for most. Not Naruto though. Anyone who could turn their chakra into explosions was alright with him. Think of the possibilities. Konan is over it, pain won't stand for this Deidara, you need to return with us. Deidara held up his arms in an X formation and shook his head, no can do. Like you said, we're more of a loosely held together band of mercenaries. Money or not, I've decided to leave. Itachi turned to Konan, keeping his eyes down and not giving anyone the idea that he might be willing to use his Sharingan here. He isn't wrong. Any one of us can pack up and leave at will. Yes, I realize that. But to leave in the middle of a mission? Deidara pointed at her dramatically, we're going to be allies anyway. You'll make sure of it, right? So it doesn't matter. Tell him I'm just making sure our interests are aligned during my stay here is all. Honestly, Deidara didn't care at all if Akatsuki allied with Uzushio or not. To work and learn from the genius seal worker and learn new ways to build explosions was a dream come true. He had once thought that he was the greatest artist when it came to utilizing explosives, but that delusion was long gone. No. He would stay, fight for it if he had to. I follow Lord Uzumaki now, I respect him. Konan couldn't fight that last comment. Most of the Akatsuki members didn't necessarily respect Pain as they did fear him, greatly. True and honest respect was hard-earned in their line of work. Heaving a sigh, she turns to offer the still twitching Naruto with a tired smile, please do take care of the idiot. I'm sure he'll be a handful. Hey! Deidara's indignant cry went ignored. Naruto grinned, can't be any worse than me. Have a safe travel, and I'll be seeing you soon. Konan was beginning to turn away, I'll make sure Pain summons you as soon as we return. Bowing to him, she turned to leave. Naruto turned his eyes to Itachi for a moment, hey, Tachi. Seeing the older Uchiha turn to him with a curious look, Naruto shrugged, for the record, I think you and Sasuke have a lot to talk about. Danzo has been informative, to say the least. That got a rise out of Itachi, eyebrows nearly disappearing into his hairline, you've learned something, have you? Itachi couldn't fathom Danzo spilling information about anything of his own free will. Which meant Naruto must have gotten creative. You could say that. Naruto's eyes began to glow eerily, that said, if Sasuke asks me, I'm still completely on board with kicking your shit in. Noted. Itachi let a rare grin grace his face as he turned away, stay strong, little brother. Following after a quietly curious Konan, the pair made their way back towards Rain. Naruto finally sighed and turned back to his own group, the crowds on the bridge parting around them without a word. Welp. Naruto's eyes turned to a giddy-looking Deidara while En and the rest kept a healthy distance. Let's get back, I'm sure En can help Deidara settle in somewhere in the city. And Niji, you and your team can report to the mission floor. I'm headed back to my office. And turned to older teen who looked ready to start bouncing on his feet, sir? Naruto grinned, I've got an idea of what to do with him, so for now set him up somewhere decent. Naruto turned his eyes to Deidara, you've got a few days off to acclimate yourself to Uzushio and our people. No explosions within city limits, at least, nothing destructive. I'll have missions for you in a few days, but I'll give you a call. You'll be watched, call it a probation. Deidara nodded quickly, undeterred, nothing is a hindrance in my quest to learn from you Lord Uzumaki. Naruto nodded and turned to the others, then let's get to it, later. With a flash he was gone, leaving the group on the bridge to turn back towards Wave on their own. Niji could only sigh and wave Jin and Kana to follow him, while En tried to get the still giddy Deidara to follow him. Kana had other ideas, turning to Deidara and asking a question that had been on her mind ever since she had seen the guy. So, real quick, can I ask you something? Deidara turned to her, silly grin still on his face, of course. Anything at all. If he could score points with some of the underlings, maybe that could build favor with Naruto. Kana looked purposefully down at his hands, so do those ever get in the way of you know? She made a circle with one hand while repeatedly inserting a finger with the other. "'Cause a woman is curious." Faulting and nearly falling over, Deidara felt defeat crawl up his spine. "Why is my sex life so important to everyone?" Kana cackled as Niji turned bored eyes to her. "Can't you be professional, like once?" Kana waved it away with a smile. "Don't worry Niji, I still only have eyes for you. I'm just curious. Hands like those, gotta be a girl's dream right there. They're for my art. If this kept up, he might just have to cut them off." Far away and settling back in his chair, Naruto was mentally preparing for how he was going to tie up as many loose ends as he could. He was resolving to go and train with the Toads not long after meeting with the Akatsuki leader, which meant he had a few weeks at best. As far as he knew, that meant he had to either put together a game plan for taking care of Kumo, or at least start the investigation. Kiri should be opening communications with them soon, which meant as well, if Mei was being honest, that they would be seeing the addition of 2 new clans. The Yuki clan was a somewhat known variable, and he would want to meet with them personally. The Zosensho was another matter. From the sounds of things, there weren't ninja per se, but shipbuilders. Would they want to settle here or in Wave? Did Yuzu have a need for warships? More things to worry and think about. Well, that's why he had friends and allies. No need to think about everything alone. That way led to madness and also meant less time for explosions. Settling in and getting started on a fresh stack of paperwork, making a group of 3 clones to help out as well, he looks up idly as Hinata is making her way inside his office. Another stack of papers in her arms, she offers him a smile all the same. "Good morning Naruto-kun." Dumping the papers on his desk, she comes around to lightly kiss him on the cheek. "Our guests have left then?" Naruto grinned as the clones took the new pile all to themselves. "Sorta, Deidara has pledged his loyalty to me and decided to stay. Anne is setting him up with an apartment." "Oh good, he has good tastes." Hinata wouldn't speculate on whether he was a good or bad person. All ninja had their pasts. As long as he was willing to adhere to how they did things, they wouldn't turn him away. Plus he recognized Naruto's greatness, a major point in his favor. "Anything else?" "Not yet, just ready to finish up some things so I can get the Toad training underway. I want to be done well before Kotoheim and Koyuki give birth." There was nothing in this world that was going to make him miss his children being born. He'd have to be dead. Nodding and looking around, Hinata gains a little smirk and leans down a bit, fingers tracing along her orange bikini top and pulling her jacket open a bit. "Need some under-desk support to make the day go by faster?" Naruto finally took in her look, raising an eyebrow at the black jacket over chainmail and orange bikini. "Is that my old jacket?" "You mean my jacket?" Somehow he just knew one way or another, he would lose something important if he kept up that argument. "How's the schedule look?" "Having fun sounds great, but it's pretty early in the day." He did rake appreciative eyes over Hinata's curvy form, enjoying watching her shiver and the naked want in his eyes. Hinata stood up straight as she thought about that. Well, Ino and Tayuya did say they would be coming by later. Tazuna requested another visit to the fortress as well. Karen and Anoka also said they might come by if they finished a project. Oh, and we got a call that Koyuki and Kotoheim are on their way back for this afternoon. Saying it all out loud, Hinata realized that they had a busy day ahead of them. Guess this is no time for fun. Naruto reached up and took one of her hands into his softly, running a thumb over her knuckles. "Stay by my side today so we can spend some time together. Sound good?" Hinata blushed but nodded. "Sounds wonderful." Giggling a bit, the happy girl skipped her way back to the secretary desk, a bright smile on her face while Naruto got back to work. "Score 1 for me." "Score 1 for you? You just gave up a blowjob. There's more to love than sex." "Bah. You can have both, specifically you. You can always have both." Kurama grumbled as Naruto went back to ignoring him and doing his paperwork. Yeah, having fun in the office sounded great, but there was a lot to get done. Now, later on tonight? That was a different thing altogether. Time passes while Naruto and his clones joke back and forth while doing paperwork and bouncing new ideas back and forth between each other. 2 new clones were currently etching seals into the blade of the Kubikura Bocho, under the watchful eye of another clone that had an open scroll in its hands. It is to this scene that Ino and Tayuya burst through the door, both cheery and in good moods. "Hey Whiskers. We've got an update for ya." Ino spun her way to land in one of the provided chairs in front of his desk while Tayuya walked more sedately to the other. Naruto gave them his undivided attention, flipping his latest paper to his outbox and nodding that he was almost done for the day. "What's up?" So far the refugees from the sound base are acclimating easily to Wave and Yuzu, though it has been some slow going. Culture shock and all. Ino was sure most would fully integrate no problems. Others might take a little more time though. They had to have been through a lot, being stuck with Orochimaru's usual craziness. Naruto didn't stop the smile that spread on his own face. Sounds great. I'm sure Tsunami is ready to have a break though. Tayuya nodded. Yeah. She's putting together an escort for the group that has asked to be returned to Wind. There aren't a lot, but since they're our ally we want to make sure their people return safely. Sounds good. I'll send word to Gaara as well to expect them. Surely the young Kazekage would send a few ninja to watch over the Wind citizens. Anything else to report? Ino leered at him and stood to lean against the heavy desk. Since we did such a good job, I was thinking we could head upstairs and be rewarded with a hot and hard food dash. Hey everyone! We got stuff for us. Bursting in the doorway without warning, Karen and Anoka walk in, each with large and heavy-looking boxes in their arms. We're not interrupting, are we? Tayuya chuckled at the frustrated look on Ino's face. Oh, nothing that won't get fixed later. What's that there? Tayuya watched as Karen and Anoka both dropped their boxes next to Naruto's desk. Just some stuff that we've finally gotten around to finishing up with the Spring engineers and some of the Uzushio engineers. Anoka was rooting through her box while Karen was making room on Naruto's desk, shoving his outbox aside but not off. Anoka came up with a bulky powder blue landline phone. Phone lines are up. Dropping it on his desk while Karen set about running a wire to a port hidden in the floor under said desk, Naruto had to back up a bit to let her work. So we can finally call the other nations without my having to flash back and forth now? Not that he would stop that. It was too much fun to pop in and scare Granny Tsunade from time to time. Anoka nodded. As a new nation, it took a while for the civilians to hook up the related communication lines and other assorted networks. We're patched in now, since you've given the green light for us to go official. Hands on her hips, Anoka eyed his new phone. We're setting up a switchboard on the ninja level. All calls to you will be routed first through your secretary. Naruto nodded and tried to ignore that Karen was starting to get handy. Great to hear. Anything else? Twitching as Karen found something sensitive, he watched as Ino balled her fists tightly. Ino kicked the desk. Hey bitch, if we all have to wait, so do you. Karen grumbled but climbed out from under the desk all the same. So close. Ah, come on. We've been hard at work for days. Let's us have this. Seeing Ino and Tayuya shaking their heads, Karen pouted. No fun. Even still, she picked up the phone and made sure it had a dial tone before nodding resolutely. Phone works. Anoka shook her head as her partner walked back to the other box. We're still playing catch-up on certain technologies because we decided to go it alone. But we'll have no problems catching up and surpassing everyone else now. Especially with help from Wave and Spring. Information was power after all. And being able to communicate quickly back and forth between Spring and Whirlpool would be godsend. Now that phone services are up and we have a radio tower going up at the Ninja Fortress, that means wide-scale broadcasting is soon. Maybe we can put together a video phone for you. Naruto considered that one. That would make talks with the other Kage a lot easier. Though he was sure the likes of Kumo and IWA would be more old-fashioned, wanting to meet up in person whenever they needed to talk. Naruto could go either way, but he still understood talking in person was always the better option. Bending over and going through her own box, Anoka begins tossing smaller handheld radios to everyone in the room, including Hinata who had wandered her way in with all the commotion going on. With the basic radio station complete, smaller radios are being issued to everyone. These are mainly for work within our borders until we build up some better units for working abroad. But, you can still use them for squad communication in the field. Tossing one to Naruto, Anoka gives him a grin. Naruto accepts his, a small blue box with an antenna and a cable that fed into an earpiece. We'll have to set up radio protocols and call signs. I'm sure you all will be taking either Riptide or Foxden monikers. Seeing all of the girls nod, Naruto sighs. I'll leave you to it then. Karen had left to attach a phone to the secretary desk, but was now making her way back into the office. It sucks, I wanted to see more of the Fujikes before it left, but apparently they're on their way back already. Karen had heard their plan at least. After some further testing and refitting, they would begin regular transport missions within the month. A small fleet, 10 in all, were already scheduled for construction. Anoka bumped shoulders with the younger girl. Oh relax, I'm sure you'll get your fill soon enough when they return. But that'll be a completely different airship by then. It'll be a production model, not a test type. Ino sighed and sat on Naruto's desk, skirt riding up and giving her man a wonderful view of her thighs, all according to her plan. So radios are up, broadcasting tower is next, guess this means we're finally going to have TVs again. Tayuya rose her hands into the air to stretch and sigh. Sounds great. Moaning as something in her back popped audibly, she relaxed her stance. I'm sure the kids will love it. Ino wiggled her eyebrows at the brawler. I bet you get along with the kids so well because you're just a big kid yourself. Say that again, I'll take you out. Wanna get all hot and sweaty in Naruto's office, huh? Don't twist my words, damn it. Tayuya did in fact want to get all hot and sweaty in Naruto's office, but that was a different matter entirely. Tuning the girls' banter out, Naruto turned his chair to gaze out over the city. Face calm, he takes a moment to appreciate everything that it had taken to reach this point. From here on, the city was just about completely self-sufficient. Progress might be a little slower, but he wouldn't need to create untold amounts of clones for construction anymore. Turning back to the others before a wrestling match started up and clothes started flying, he cleared his throat to gain their attention. So, I'm not sure if everyone's up to date, but I'll be meeting with the Akatsuki leader soon. Seeing everyone sober up and nod at that, he continued on, after that, I'll be leaving for a bit to go train with the Toads. Hinata is the first to speak up, seeing everyone's moods drop with the news, you'll train quickly but thoroughly, yes? Naruto nods, flexing an arm and grinning, I'll be back before you know it. Ino shook her head, it's gonna feel like an eternity without you here. Even if it was only for a few days. The idea of being separated for a month or more was agonizing. But at least she had all of her friends. They could all lean on each other for support. Tayuya mirrored her thoughts rather well, you better come back quick, we gotta stomp out Kumo, one way or another. Firmly agreeing with her, Naruto scans all of their faces and puts on a grin, I've gotta get this done now, before things get too busy and I lose the chance to do this. Naruto's eyes land firmly on Tayuya. That does lead into my next issue. Someone is going to have to be the face of Uzushio while I'm away. Seeing where his eyes were going, the rest of the girls all turned to look at Tayuya as well. Tayuya noticed this, looking around frantically before pointing a finger at herself. What? Me? Are you insane? All of the girls were smiling at her genuinely and her heart begins to race. No. No way. I'm not cut out for this shit. Fuck that. Make Hinata do it. She was the clan heiress after all. Surely she had more training for this. Hinata is the first to shake her head, while I could lead, I'm not Uzumaki by blood. Sure, our people would not oppose me, but it speaks more deeply that it is you. Ino nodded, plus, a lot of the civilians know you. You're great with the kids and always take missions in the city to help out. Tayuya started to shake her head, seeing the conclusion of this coming already. No, I'm only good at fighting and breaking things, so I try to help out if I can is all. That's all. Karen giggled, all of the ninja respect you as well, more than a few of us have caught you training on your own at the South Shore, you know. Naruto nodded, I've watched in too, you're really strong Tayuya, I hope you understand that. Wanting to pull her hair and scream, she focused on the man she loved, I'm just making sure I don't fall behind. Seeing nothing but love and support from him, her shoulders begin to slump. Well shit. Chuckling as Ino walked forward to pat her on the shoulder, Naruto nodded, you're known as stern when needed, helpful always, and powerful. You're a good second in command as far as everyone is concerned. You'll do great. Seeing her finally nod and get hugs from the rest of the girls, Naruto grins, don't worry so much. It's only till I get back. And think of all the people you get to order around. Tayuya did think about that. She could order Gosu and Isaribi on more joint missions, maybe get them to stop pussyfooting around their relationship. Oh, and she could commission that statue of Naruto he kept denying at the ninja fortress. There were a lot of possibilities suddenly. Well fuck. Fine. Dramatically she took a stance, raising her nose and pointing at Naruto, you better hurry back though. 'Cause if you take too long I'm going to ban ramen in the city. Sweating, Naruto shakes his head, you wouldn't. Wanna test that? I better not. I know better. Everyone laughing at that, Naruto relaxes back while the girls cheer Tayuya on while his clones worked quietly off to the side. Guess he really did have more incentive to come back quickly. Toads better be prepared to work hard. Only a day away from meeting their client, Team 7 camps out though their collective mood has dimmed. Sasuke had finally sat down and read the letter given to him by the Naruto clone, and to say that it was taking a lot not to fly back to Konoha and hunt down Danzo was an understatement. To think his family was killed because Danzo and Hiruzen were convinced the Uchiha were going to start a civil war, and Danzo convinced Itachi to kill everyone? Harvested Sharingan eyes from the dead? Sasuke could understand why Naruto thought it best to leave the village now. Sakura was doing her best to keep some of his darker emotions at bay. When we get back, I'll help hold the old bastard down. Not the healthiest outlet, but she was trying. After everything with first the Uzumaki clan and now the Uchiha, Sakura as well was done and over with Danzo and the Ninja Council. They were unsure if the rest knew about this particular Black Ops mission, but Kakashi cautioned that they most likely didn't know. Sasuke just sighed and leaned back on his hands, looking up into the starlit sky as evening fell upon them. Damn it. This is so frustrating. Danzo stoked the flames of bitterness in my clan, used Itachi to kill them all, then harvested their eyes for his own gain. Wanting to tear his hair out, he appreciated Sakura laying a calming hand on top of one of his own. Dying just once isn't enough for that old bastard. I'm gonna have Naruto keep reviving him until I'm satisfied with killing him. Another scoff as his rant cooled off, Sasuke turned his eyes to the fire they had made. For Konoha's sake, the council better not have known about this. If they stood by and did nothing about it, that would mean both the Uchiha and the Uzumaki were sacrificed for the village. And for what? TSK should have taken Naruto's offer and moved to Uzushio. Kakashi nods and surprises both of his students. For you being so young and so much having happened, Konoha doesn't make much sense anymore. Why stay? They took your family, tried to enslave your best friend. Whether it was the council's decision or not doesn't change the fact that it happened in our village. Kakashi understood how difficult it could be to reconcile feelings of being betrayed by one's home. Thoughts of his father and of Rin raged through his mind. So many deaths and betrayals. Sakura leaned into Sasuke, enjoying the arm that automatically came around her midsection. I'm ready to go with you whenever you are. I'd like to bring my parents along, but I'll understand if they would rather stay. Tsunade might not be so understanding, but I think this might push her to leave as well, which is only good for us in the end. Plus that would include Shizune, which would then motivate Kakashi-sensei. It was wins all around for them finally. Sasuke nodded slowly, thinking about things he would need to accomplish first. I need to get back to the compound first. There are scrolls and information I need to dive deeper into. Maybe we can get Naruto to help me with that. That weird eye of his might help out. Some of the Uchiha texts could only be read with a more mature Sharingan. But one never knew, Naruto's eye had its own special properties that might help. Kakashi can't help but sigh, watching his two remaining students planning on defecting. Allied nation or not. I'm going to lose my last students then. Guess my luck really isn't all that great after all. Sakura waves his concerns away. I'll let Shizune know too. Hearing this, she'll leave with us in a heartbeat. And think. Team 7 will be all together again. Sure, they might not be able to run missions with Naruto often anymore since he had a village to run, but they could figure that out later. Sputtering, Kakashi eventually just hung his head. I never said anything about leaving the leaf. Both of his students give him level looks before turning back towards each other and continuing their planning session. I've been a leaf ninja all my life. I can't just uproot now. I'll be added to the nuke-neen list no matter what. Sasuke tries not to be condescending, but fails a tad. We understand sensei, really. But Konoha and Uzushio are allies. Maybe, in the interest of not starting a conflict, we could call it an exchange program instead. Kakashi frowns and braces his hands on his lap. And just who could Uzushio send to Konoha in order to exchange for us? They were pretty much the strongest team currently on roster. Guy was close, but no one trained like these two. Giggling together, it was Sakura who shook her head and answered him. No sensei, you misunderstand. Team 7 is going to Yuzu, in exchange for Yuzu not flattening Konoha. Sighing heavily, Kakashi should have known better. Listen. Let's finish this mission. We still have a long way to go and I hear out client is a bit hard to deal with. Sakura puts a finger to her chin as she thinks about the mission a bit. Think we can convince them to charter a boat from Wave instead? Could be a fun detour. Kakashi waves his hands. Nope, we have a plan we stick to. You both can sightsee an apartment shop later. Sasuke shrugs. Naruto transported the Uzumaki shrine from the Land of Fire to Yuzu. I'm sure he can do the same to the Uchiha compound. He'd have to remember to ask his friend about that the next time they saw each other. More pressing though, was how was he going to deal with Itachi now? On the one hand, he understands his brother a bit better, but on the other, his brother still tortured him and killed his clan. He wanted revenge, but there was a new element to it now. Maybe he could try talking, for once. With some horror, a feeling of intense dread began to fill his chest. Eyes going wide as he mentally realizes that indeed, like the others had teased him about, he's slowly becoming more Naruto. Naruto could admit that whenever Tazuna put his mind to something, Naruto somehow always ended up impressed. So today, with Koyuki and Kotohime at his sides, they followed behind that elder architect as he led them down along a wide hallway down into the fortress. No one else was in this area, focused on the upper floors and the interior work going on there. They could all smell the sea down here and wondered if this was an emergency escape route. Tazuna couldn't help himself of course and began to describe what had been going on. From here on I'm pretty much done, except for this last thing that I hope you approve. See, because we're a water nation, I was curious if we would build a navy, and with that in mind I started to think about where we would even put it. Out in the open would be a bad idea, but we didn't really have a way to conceal anything either besides that eternal fog you put up. So, We got to looking around and doorway ahead of them opening up, the smooth floor gave way to rough stone and scattered work lights. Watching the younger teens gasp as they look out upon the open space, Tazuna waved a hand out at the cove that they found themselves in. It was a very wide space, roughly 1,000 meters wide but only 500 meters deep. High above them was the stone ceiling of the mountain that was above them, and ahead of them was the entrance, a high and wide arch that would easily fit even the largest of Wave's cargo vessels. The space needs some work obviously, but we could turn this into a seaport and a shipyard for a military navy no problem given some time and effort. Naruto nodded, looking around the dim space while the waves crashed against the rocks. How did you find this? Tazuna chuckled and rubbed his neck. You can partially thank that water ninja of yours, Isaribi. She found it during her scouting and let us know about it. Total distance between here and the fortress is about 200 meters, and I think we can mine out some space and dig facilities and storage into the very rock itself. This is all pretty much bedrock. Tazuna motioned back the way they came, still grinning. Your clones would really make short work of this. Naruto nodded, though his earth affinity was weak, the direct opposite of his natural wind nature. He did however look to Kotoheim and Koyuki. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? Kotoheim nods. A navy on standby would be prudent. We shouldn't rely on just our natural defenses after all. Koyuki has walked forward a bit to look down into the water, seeing crabs and small fish flitting among the rocks, plus, think of the other possibilities that open up. You can contract your navy to patrol the local waters. Keep pirates at bay and put the civilian ships at ease. Naruto considers that and nods. You aren't wrong. Okay. Naruto nods resolutely and thumps a fist into an open hand. How long do you think it'll take you to pull up a design and start construction? Tazuna was already holding a long roll of paper, already have something drawn up, actually. Welp, should have expected that. Naruto chuckled and turned to look back out towards the cove. This might work out perfectly. Some of our transplants from Kiri would probably find this perfect. Naruto thinks about the Zosensho clan though he had yet to meet with them. Hopefully the thought of a port and potential shipyard might entice them enough to stay. You're free to request help from any of the others whenever you wish. This is a priority. Tazuna can't help but grin as they all turn to head back towards the fortress. That's great to hear, Boyo. Now. Here he looked over his shoulder to watch them as he led the way back towards the fortress. You girls doing all right? I'm looking forward to more grandkids. Koyuki can't help but giggle while Naruto shakes his head. You have a grandson already, you old goat. The more the merrier. Speaking of, he's floating around here somewhere too. We should find him and see what he's up to. Tazuna was happy Inari was taking after him and learning the trade. He'd have to watch after the kid more closely soon. Maybe they could work on the port together. Kotoheim leaned into Naruto as they returned to the surface. It is good to be home, my lord. Naruto wrapped arms around them both. It's good to have you both back with me. So, wanna make a date of it? Let's go get some food? Seeing both women nod, Naruto waved to Tazuna. Gotta get a move on, Tazuna. Give me a call if you need clones, okay? Sure, get going already. Seeing the boy tighten his grip on the girls and flash away, the older man shook his head with a smile. It was good to see kids act their age, healthy for them. Now to find my grandson and make sure he hadn't turned something upside down. Days pass and having returned to the land of rain and sent Itachi on his way, Conan now stood before Pain. Having explained everything that had happened and handed over the temporary Hiratian seal to him, she waited patiently for what he had to say. While she had been nervous the entire time on the return journey, that had been tempered with the knowledge that she had been able to spend time alone with Itachi. The young ninja was still rather quiet, but she had coaxed him into opening up just a tad. Not enough for her liking. More work was needed. Nagato stared down at the tag in his hand, mind churning with ideas. So Deidara defected to Uzushio then? No matter. Apparently the Biju might not be needed at all. The Uzumaki had someone more useful already. I will meet with Naruto, go ahead and rest for now. He flatly ignored the glazed look that entered her eye as she bowed and left. Whichever poor soul finally gained her attention got a quiet prayer from him and not much else. Looking up, it took little effort to slip through the window and make his way to the rooftop, easily scaling the walls with chakra at his feet. Taking a moment to look out over the landscape, the long thin skyscrapers of rain looking like reeds, Nagato wondered briefly if it was possible for things to be different. He was beginning to doubt himself, going back and forth with what he wanted. Maybe talking with the boy would help him make a decision. Looking down at the seal in his hand, he fed it a small amount of chakra like instructed. He feels a spike of chakra before not far from him a blond boy wearing black pants, a black jacket over an orange muscle shirt and black combat boots settled into a relaxed stance. Full Rinnegan meeting half, they both eyed each other quietly for a minute, considering what their move would be. Naruto, however, didn't have that normal patience, holding up a hand with a grin. Yo. I'm guessing you're Pain. I'm Naruto. Naruto remained as calm as he could, though mentally he reminded himself that this was a man that put fear into the likes of Deidara and Itachi. Even a twitch in the wrong direction could send things in the wrong direction here. So, time to feel this guy's mental state out. Nagato bowed his head lightly, though his expression never changed. I am Pain. It is good that you've come as you agreed, young Uzumaki. Returning his gaze to his village for a moment, Naruto looks out into the distance as well, coming to the edge of the roof and whistling with some appreciation. It'd be cool to have some skyscrapers this tall in Uzushio. Maybe one day, huh? The future is as uncertain as the wind. Naruto nods. Konan tells me you dreamed of peace, once. Naruto turns a watchful eye to the older ninja. Your dream of peace really all done and gone? Nagato takes a moment to think about that. He was still fighting for peace, just in his own way, the only way left in this world. Myself and my friends dreamed of peace for as long as I can remember. Of ending the fighting in our home, of ending the wars and finding a better way. Our teacher instilled that hope in us. Naruto nods as Pain pauses in his speech. No one should have to fight, talking and reconciling is better. Shaking his head, Nagato continues to look out into the rain-soaked distance as his mood darkened. We grew strong, built up a following even. But the cold truth always has a way of finding you. Pain. Suffering. No matter what we did, the cycle of hatred would always reign supreme. So I decided to forge a new path, the one true path that this world could understand. We could unite everyone, under one singular emotion. Naruto was beginning to get the feeling that there was no budging this guy. Something dark was rooted deeply in him. Didn't hurt to try though. What's that? Still emotionless, Pain nodded once to the city below them. Pain. Our banner wasn't enough, our strength wasn't enough on its own. But pain, fear, suffering. Everyone can understand those. Everyone who experienced enough of those never wants to fight again if they can help it. So, I found the only true release from this cycle is to unite the world through pain. Here he finally turns to Naruto, through me. Pain. As the one true kami. Wielding a weapon so destructive and devastating that no one would be willing to fight against it ever again. Naruto mentally nodded as his thoughts ranged true. Their ideologies really did differ too much. There are better ways to unite people. True peace, an end to suffering comes from understanding. From talking and accepting others. Fear. Death. Pain. You're just going to build resentment, nurture more hate in people's hearts. It won't last. He believed that as well, but getting Pain to see that was a different matter. He had come hoping to find someone of a more like mind. They both had the same end goal, sure, world peace. But they both had a different idea of just how that was going to be accomplished. And they both were willing to do a lot to make it happen, Naruto feared. Pain finally nods, eyes focused on Naruto. I believed that way once. Had even fought under that banner for a long while. But one day soon. Even you will come to see things my way. Here Pain held out a hand to Naruto, and when you do, I'll be here and we can spread peace to this world. Together. The boy was simply naive. But time would change that. It always did. Naruto shook his head, matching gazes with the other Rinnegan user. I hope not. That amount of suffering that might have to happen to make me change my views might unleash something truly horrible. Maybe that is what the world needs. If that is what the world needs, it'll only end in fire and death. Death and rebirth are all parts of life, Naruto. Pain turns back towards the city. If it all has to be burnt down and rebuilt anew, so be it. So casual. Naruto finally let some emotion crawl into his voice, contempt lacing his words like acid. So much for finding a new ally here. To speak of ending the world and killing potentially millions. Was life truly so unfair to you? Pain doesn't answer him right away, face still carefully neutral. Everyone has hopes that life will be kind to them. Fair. It rarely is in the truest sense. But Kami. Pain. I am here to remind them that life is just, if unfair. That their lives are but playthings for the powers that be. I am here to unify everyone in a true manner, not by the shell games and proxy wars that have been used up until now by the old ways of the major villages. A head turns towards Naruto, taking in the boy's disgusted face with a small grin. I truly do hope that your way of doing things works out for you. That you get what you want out of life. But, if not, you'll come to me then when that day arrives. Naruto shakes his head. If a day ever comes that I lose all hope, I'm sure you'll be the first to know. Whether they both acknowledged it or not, there was too large a divide between them. They may not like it, but there would most likely never be an alliance between them. Naruto believes love and hope will save the world. He had fought for that, built his family around that mantra. Spared Konoha because he believed the people deserved a chance, even if those in power were corrupt. Because he wanted a real peace to bloom. But Naruto could tell, Pain saw that there was too much ugliness in the world, in humanity's heart. They couldn't be saved, and the world would either need to be beaten into submission, or cleansed. Pain would rule with fear, the antithesis of Naruto himself. Turning away, Naruto offered one last look at the older man, blue eye focused and sharp over his shoulder, a warning then. Pain nods, say what you will Uzumaki. The remaining 5 bodies of his 6 paths arrive, alighting on the rooftop behind him. Naruto gives him a wide grin full of oddly sharp teeth, you ever march on Uzushio, and I'll be putting your claim of godhood to the test. Got it. Another step, and there was no flash. Naruto simply vanished from sight. Pain frowned as in his hand the temporary seal burned away into nothing. So that was the ruler of Uzushio. Sighing and turning away, directing his remaining bodies back down into their storage tubes, Nagato himself smiles. The boy would come to him eventually, now that they had talked. He was too much like himself at that age. Too hopeful. Too willing to charge into danger. No. Naruto was young and naive and either couldn't, or most likely refused to see the truth that was right in front of him. But given some time, Naruto would see things his way. The world always made sure to do so. Appearing back in his office before a surprised Hinata who had been in the middle of talking with Tayuya, Naruto sighed and leaned against his desk for a moment. Taking a deep breath and holding it, he counted to 30 before releasing it in a slow exhale. Hinata came to his side, gently touching his shoulder. I'm guessing it did not go well? He didn't look like he had been in a battle at the least. Naruto shakes his head. Akatsuki is going to be a problem, later at least. I don't think I have to worry about them coming after me though. Hinata nods, that's reassuring. Turning and motioning to Tayuya, Hinata brings up their conversation. There's been a development while you were away. Mentally shaking it off, Naruto focuses on the here and now. What's up? He'd spend some time worrying about Pain later. Tayuya sighed and handed him a sheet of paper. A foreign ninja is near the border, but refusing to actually cross into wave. They keep flaring their chakra though, like they're trying to call someone. We wanted to wait for you to make a decision on what to do with her. Naruto looked at the paper, taking in the picture of the blonde wearing purple and gray armor. He wasn't too surprised by the Kumo headband. I'll deal with her. Ah, the Matatabi finally shows herself. So she is the other Kumo Jinchuriki then? Yup. You're most likely in for a fight to the death. Naruto nodded and waved the concerned girls away. I've got just the thing for someone like her. Isaribi has made sure no one has returned to that volcano island where we found Anoka, right? Tayuya nods, yeah, besides your clones, no one has been there. Naruto grins, good. He was stressed, more than a little pissed off, and ready for a fight. I'll go meet her. If we suddenly vanish, just assume I'm going to smack her around a bit. He leaned in and kissed both girls gently. Don't worry, I won't kill her. I have my own way of putting her down gently. Hinata can't help but worry, but nods all the same, so long as you're smart about this. Tayuya nods, you will be smart, right? Naruto gears up to flashing away again, yeah. I will, that's a promise. Believe it. Yeah. He'd be letting off some frustrations. Might be a little unfair, but oh well. Kumo has it coming. B. High above Konohagakure on the Hokage monument, Naruko looks down on the village she had been working in. Triggered by a seal and created to kick Danzo around for a while, she wondered at what she was going to do. She could dispel, ending her mission and her existence. But was that what she wanted right now? Reaching into a brown bag nestled next to her, she pulled free a small package of dango from a pile of other foodstuffs and treats. Spearing one of the sweet treats with the provided skewer, she popped it into her mouth with a moan of delight. There were foods this sweet? Not just fruit, but things humans made too. Oh, it was wonderful. Of course, this body of hers didn't need food, all of it was converted to chakra almost immediately inside of her, but she didn't mind. She could taste it and it did give her a bit more time in the world with the added chakra. She wondered, briefly, how she would bring this up with Naruto himself. Her mind was a weird mix of personalities, but she had more time to experiment with who and what she was. She knew what had created her, but her relationship with the real Naruto was more complicated. Oh well, she would worry about her existence and her purpose later. Finishing off her dango and tossing the container into a waiting trash bag on her left, she wondered about what she should do next as she fished out her next tryout food. A dragon fruit this time, was she supposed to peel it? Maybe she could travel a bit, head north maybe? They hadn't been to Waterfall before, and beyond that, IWA needed a visit from them. Well, from the original maybe. If she went, a lot of people would die. She had no need for controlling her more sinister mindset after all. It was part of who she was. Part of the set, so to speak. Light and dark. Yin and yang. All things sought balance. Biting into the fruit, she resolved right away that the skin was not to be eaten. Spitting and ridding herself of the horrid taste in her mouth, she pouted as she removed a kunai and instead cut the rest of the fruit in half. It sucks not knowing things. How do humans put up with this? Exposing the grayish flesh of the fruit, she cut some free and popped it into her mouth. Ah, that was much better. Oddly, she wondered as she felt another pull of a Hiratian seal. That was the third one today. The original certainly was busy. Dancing a bit in place and savoring her food, she decided that yes, going north was the plan. She didn't need to be in Konoha anymore. She had left Danzo, or what was left of him, barely alive and easily found at the Uchiha compound. She was sure Sasuke would love that present. Maybe. Hopefully. She wondered what sex was like. She'd have to give that a try as well, both with women and men. Sasuke and Sakura were her friends, right? They wouldn't mind. Wait. No. Some part of her rallied against that. Love, huh? So she needed to find someone to love first? Humans were so complicated. Eyes shining red for a moment as she tossed the empty fruit husks into her trash bag, she gazed out over Konoha and the steadily building evening. Maybe she could give Granny Tsunade a visit before she left. They loved her, right? No, that part of her rallied against the idea as well. So frustrating. But oh well, maybe she could find a bounty or two to fight while on the road. That might be fun. Standing and sealing her bags away, Naruto took a running leap and tossed herself off of the fourth's head and gathered the wind around her. Clothes fluttering and hair whipping about, she was soon carried by the wind up and over the village. Waterfall better be fun. She'd hate to get stabby once she got there. Jiraiya was a lot of things that he was happy to admit to. A hermit, an author, an unrepentant super pervert all made the short list. But he was also a very talented and powerful ninja and sage. That said, the idea of traveling alone with a beautiful kunoichi for several days had been wonderful. Sure, Tsunade had told him to take her little boyfriend along. But everything he had heard about Anko had made his worries moot. Surely a woman that, experienced, wouldn't mind a little fun on the side. He could teach them both so much more after all. And man, did she have a body to kill for. Of course, his life being what it was, instead he got to put up with two of the most lovey-dovey individuals he had ever had to put up with since Minato and Kushina. How the hell could someone so terrifying also seem so domestic? Walking along the road behind them while making sure the suppression seal he placed on her curse mark was holding, he gave them both flat looks as Anko leaned into a blushing Irika. Oh come on babe, we can sneak off after he goes to sleep. You know I can't go a full day without you. Anko was laying it on thick, but she had learned that focusing on things she enjoyed made the seal hurt less. This meant Irika got to be the center of her attention for a while. Irika wasn't complaining about that part, just about the part of having an audience. You could at least wait until he goes to sleep before talking about it. It's embarrassing. Oh don't worry about that codger, he probably can't get it up anymore anyway. Eyebrow twitching, he remembered the very real death threat he received from Tsunade, I'll have you know everything works just fine. He was reminded that he could not go overboard. Not now. Naruto owed him for this. He wasn't sure how yet, but he did. Anko waved him away, don't mind him, he's just background noise. Come on Irika, how about a quickie in the woods? I know a spring nearby that's perfect for washing off the dirt from the day. Ignoring them both, Jiraiya grumbled and mentally made a note to accuse Naruto of blowing up something important in front of his girls just for the hell of it later. If Jiraiya had to be tortured, so did he. Having flashed to the top of the Great Naruto Bridge and taken stock of the situation, Naruto was now making his way sedately towards where he could feel the foreign chakra source. Whoever they were stationary, keeping off the road but flaring their chakra evenly every few minutes. A call out for sure, and with the hint of Biju chakra in there, only one person would be answering this call from Uzushio. Introspective for now, Naruto mentally turned to Kurama, any idea who this is? Kurama hummed and felt out himself before nodding, it is the Matatabi. The Two Tails. Any advice? Normally she is pretty lazy, but she's ferocious and loves fire, so be careful of that. Kurama was curious however. It would take a lot to motivate that Biju into action for anything, and by extension her container as well. It did not bode well. Naruto nods at that and automatically decides any and all wind techniques were out the window. That still left him with plenty of options, though less non-lethal ones. Spotting their target, a tall blonde woman wearing purple and black Kumo-themed armor with bandages along her forearms and a red sash along her waist. She was settled in a small clearing, arms crossed and waiting for him. Dropping down a few meters in front of her from the trees, Naruto offered her a grin. So Kumo sent you, huh? Not going to go with the quiet approach? It'd probably work out better. Less damage too. He was pretty sure he and B would have been facing off, not this woman. I warned B, I won't go easily on any of you. Sighing and still wishing she was anywhere else, long beat in training kicked in. B warned me as such, but I have my orders. You already knew one of us was coming, so nothing less than a fight would suffice. And since I have complete control of my powers and you don't, I believe I have the upper hand. There was a lot to be said about a fully realized Jinchuriki. This boy was about to find that out. If your Kage wants to talk to me so badly, he should have just come himself. But, oh well. I feel like you're underestimating me, and that's a no-no. Any chance you can go back and just tell your Kage to come and talk to me himself? You know that won't happen. My Kage does not recognize containers as people. We are tools. That is all. You are to either submit and return with me, or die. Forcibly keeping the link between her and the Matatabi closed, knowing the Biju would be telling her this was the wrong way to do this, she didn't care. There were only two outcomes for this mission after all. Fight or die. Heaving a deep breath and giving her a dejected look, Naruto couldn't help but feel for the woman across from him. She had obviously been through a lot. Look, you're free to do whatever it is you feel like you need to do. But I won't be leaving here with you. Don't throw your life away for some asshole who could care less if you live or not. It was telling that they were so confident that they could subdue him, on his own home turf at that. This wasn't confidence, this was arrogance. He'd definitely be paying the Raikage a visit after his training with the toads. It would give him time to gather information. Nodding and welling up her chakra, going straight into building up her Biju cloak, Yujito gives him a genuinely mournful smile. I wish things could be different. Things could be, if you'd calm down. Think about this. No one is out here but us. Whatever they put you through, whatever they did to you. It doesn't matter out here. Chakra levels reaching new heights, ground beginning to crack and buckle, Yujito locks eyes with him. As a fellow Jinchuriki, you should know better. Our fate was sealed the moment our Biju were sealed within us. We don't get normal lives, we don't get to be human anymore. Yeah. Naruto began to prepare himself as well finally. Guess I should, huh? But you know what? Here his eyes begin to shine as more chakra begins to circulate through him. I think you need a bit of a reality check. And I'm here to beat it into you. Dashing forward and looking to end this quickly, Yujito howls with rage as the Biju cloak begins to more fully form around her. Don't speak to me as if you know how bad it can be, Konoha brat. Suddenly Naruto grinned. Gotcha. Huh? Yujito is blindsided by a clone and suddenly they were gone, the clearing left with cracks in the ground and not much else. Far away, on a lone island that was previously heavily damaged, the Naruto clone dropped a woozy Yujito on her ass while Naruto himself continued to stand a few meters ahead of her. The space they found themselves in was a wide cave with no discernible way to enter or leave, short of an opening at the top, a small 3-meter wide opening that let in natural light but nothing else. That the opening was 100 meters above them told Yujito all she needed to know about her chances of leaving that way. Standing and looking around, the rock was odd-looking. Porous and jagged with some hints of ash here and there. She had to refocus back on her target, leaving the mystery of where they were for later. Naruto however was happy to continue to banter with her. If you want to fight me so badly, I figured I'd bring you somewhere we can really cut loose. No one is here but you and me. I blew this island apart once and the volcano erupted and built this massive lava tube. Well, I had to hollow it out a bit, but that's a different story. Beginning to well up his chakra much as she had, Naruto summons and dons his Okame mask, placing it over his face and smirking behind it. I'll be getting serious, so I'll only warn you once. You start this fight and I won't stop until I put you down and you stay down. Chakra cloak springing back into life, Yujito nods slowly. I wouldn't have it any other way. Just one last question. Here he points at her purposefully. What do you know about captured Uzumaki in your village? Mentally thinking back to the pens, monitoring feeding tubes and jail cells, she shakes the thoughts away instantly. You want to know? Beat it out of me. Everything not a Kumo citizen was a tool to the Raikage. Everything. Sighing and realizing that he wasn't going to get through to her, stubborn woman, he nods and raises a hand, beckoning her forward. Then come, and let's see what you've got. Learning her lesson, Yujito keeps her distance, leaping to the right and spewing blue fire blasts with abandon as Naruto nimbly dodges between them with ease. Utilizing the Nibi's fire easily, Yujito keeps up the pressure, attempting to hem the boy in while keeping the damage to his body to a minimum. Yes, he was a container, but she didn't want to provoke a direct response from his Biju. Uncontrolled as his power most likely was, working him into a rage wouldn't be good. Naruto mentally sighed as he casually flipped over a fire blast before hitting the ground and rolling under another, before performing a kawarimi with a rock formation and gaining some distance. She's underestimating me, by a lot. Something tells me Kumo thinks they have a monopoly on fully realized Biju. Naruto nods, making several dozen clones and fading away into the smoke, gaining some space and watching her fight. I mean, we aren't fully realized, so that part isn't really wrong. But you are truly powerful all on your own. And I believe by this point, if I had the other half of my chakra, we could harmonize much as she does with the Matatabi. Remember, after the toads and we play with nature chakra, we'll get to modifying the seal. I know, it's just frustrating to wait. Naruto watched as Yujito closed in with the clones in furious taijutsu, nails on her hands and feet extending and turning into claws. Watching her eviscerate several unprepared clones, Naruto whistles, well that's new. And deadly, better get back to it. Nodding and directing his clones away from Yujito and into the shadows of the cave's edges, Naruto dashes in while unsealing the kubikiri. You know, this has been fun to watch so far. Sword arcing out and clashing with her nails, hardened with Biju chakra, a serene smile graces his face that she can't see. Wanna take it up a notch? Breaking the deadlock and going on the attack, trying to break through the younger teen's guard while also keeping an eye on the various clones in the shadows, the older woman scoffs, arrogant. Thinking you can take me without resorting to your Biju? Are you so scared of the Kyuubi you won't even touch its chakra? Flaring her chakra and donning her Biju cloak fully, a ghostly Matatabi taking form around her, Yujito grinned, I'll make short work of you coward. Whistling and admiring that indeed it was pretty cool, he does bring his sword up to defend himself as a powerful paw comes crashing down towards his head, legs braced and having to squat a bit, the ground below him cracks and craters. Woo, that's got some punch to it. You better put her down, or I'll never let you hear the end of it. Can't have that. Having only a second of warning as the Matatabi's mouth opens and fire begins to gather there, he leaps backwards as a hellstorm of blue fire engulfs where he was standing previously. The blast is short but instantly raises the temperature of the cave greatly, and his previous position is left as molten rock and black glass. That looks spicy. Take this seriously. Firing another blast of fire, Yujito tracks him up and away, fire trailing along the ceiling and leaving more molten rock. To think B was so worried about you. Casually making a Rasengan, he launches it into her side and watches it connect and detonate with a grin. I haven't even started kitten, but don't worry, I'm starting to get all fired up now. Landing and dashing around her, another Rasengan was formed and launched into her other side, knocking her off her feet. Dust and smoke rise to conceal her for a moment before another blue blast of fire races towards Naruto. With a grunt, he uses the kubikiri to fire a futon, Daitapa into the ground that launch him away. That said, I think you're gonna be my guinea pig. I want to test out something really cool. Yujito shook her head from where she had been rattled around and growled, racing forward to close the distance. Test? Test. We're fighting for our lives and you want to test something? Do you have any idea what is at stake here? Claws coming down towards his face, his sword intercepts her and holds her back. Years of memories hit her, torture labeled as training. Mental conditioning, physical conditioning of every type and form. Years upon years of molding into being the perfect container and kunoichi. Since she could walk, she had been nothing but the Nibi container. Today she was a proud Kumo ninja and she would lay down her life if necessary for her village. Whether she truly wanted to, or not. Naruto could feel it, through her actions, through her strikes. Her heart wasn't in this. Batting away a claw strike and backing away as another blast of fire glassed the ground they fought on, Naruto blew out a breath and locked eyes with her. You know. Sounds like you've had a rough time of it. We're containers. Our lives are nothing but sacrifice. More fire fueled with her chakra and rage, it briefly lit up the cave and illuminated all of the various clones watching them, waiting for something. Yujito didn't care, so long as they kept out of it. Seeing him still somehow standing there in front of her, stance calm and ready, she welled up even more chakra. I'm going to put you down. Releasing another massive fireball, she misses Naruto's step and disappear. Appearing behind her, sword mid-swing, Naruto shakes his head. You sure about that? Coming down hard on her, Yujito just barely has the time to block him with her tails. Naruto grins behind his mask as the end of the kubikiri explodes, showering her and the surrounding area with metal. Watching her be knocked back by the explosion, the massive chakra construct tumbling, Naruto felt out and considered his plan ready. So far, I think I had a harder time fighting Orochimaru. Gritting her teeth, more from the indignity of being thrown off than actually being hurt, Yujito returned to her feet with a snarl. You said you'd take this seriously. I'm nothing compared to B, or the Reikage himself. To think he was worried about you. If somehow I do fail, they're coming next. Mark my words. Nodding and bouncing the remaining half of the Kubikiribocho on his shoulder, Naruto can't help but lower his estimations of her. She was smart and a dedicated tactician, but she made a lot of assumptions about him because of him being a fellow container. He'd have to watch it and make sure he didn't do the same in the future. You're right. I should take this seriously and wrap this up. I have more to do today after all. Taking a step, he was gone, a light trail of dust raising from where his foot was without a sound. Looking around frantically, Yujito considered her options. Was it a genjutsu? No. With the Matatabi's chakra coursing through her, that would be an impossibility at this point. Hearing a flutter of cloth behind her, she was already turning and raising a claw to attack, except her paw was taken off at the wrist. Sending her off balance, she gets a brief glimpse of blonde hair before he's gone again. Reforming the missing section of chakra cloak and turning to where he had gone, she was instead impacted heavily in the side and sent tumbling end over end. Feeling like she had just gotten hit by B in his own transformation, she just barely makes her feet before the same heavy impact sends her flying in a new direction. How was this happening? There was no sound, no warning. Maybe a flutter of cloth or a flash of blue light, and then the hit came. It continued like this as well, never given a chance to fight back or retaliate. Yujito is battered back and forth within the cavern and the damage mounts up. Trying to raise her arms in front of her, another chakra arm is hacked off, sent flying to dissolve into the air. Reforming this one took more effort, and she realized with a start that she was beginning to fade. As she looks around herself, several seals she hadn't noticed have been placed on her chakra body, soaking up her chakra and dispersing it. Eventually losing control of the chakra cloak as she's sent sailing through the air again, she's treated to Naruto appearing above her, glowing eyes locked onto her and the sun at his back to cast his face in shadows. A larger Rasengan is already headed her way. Sorry about this. But you're done, I think. Launching his attack, he watches as the woman is sent spiraling into the ground with a crash. Dust and rock sent flying, he lands at the edge of the new crater and admires his work. Yujito is dirty and battered, clothes ripped and torn, bleeding from wounds all along her body as she panted and gasped for breath. He could feel her chakra was dangerously low, and considered that she was done for now. Still cautious, two clones dash in, suppression seals placed at her navel, chest, arms and legs before they dashed out of range again. Seeing her fully slump into the ground but remain conscious, Naruto nods and begins to make his way down to her. This could have been different, you know. Groaning and doing her best not to let the tears come, Yujito accepts her fate for what it was. Sobi was right. The boy was truly powerful, even without his biju. She didn't want to think about what he could do if and when he decided to use it. Looking up into the skylight and admiring a fluffy cloud that was passing overhead, the woman let out a tired sigh. How are you so powerful? Lots of practice and hard work. And having a family that I've sworn to protect with my life. Bouncing his sword on his shoulder still, he idly raised it and with a white flash it was suddenly whole again. All of the various pieces from the ground reassemble and back in place where they belonged. With a flourish he seals it away before he takes off his mask and seals that away as well. Now then. I have some questions for you. You gonna be a good kitty this time? Scoffing, Yujito refused to meet his eyes as he stood over her. Do what you will. You've beaten me. I don't know what you're expecting, but I only have questions for you. How many Uzumaki are in Kumo? Mentally preparing for what she knew would be coming eventually, Yujito still answered him truthfully. Several, but less than a dozen I believe. Mostly women. There are a couple males left I believe, but one is elderly and beyond use now and will most likely be culled soon. And the other is a boy, not viable for seeding yet. Twitching but not showing his rage on his face, Naruto nodded. Any others? Of offspring that I know of? There are 5, but only one has shown any Uzumaki traits at all. The typical deep red hair. But nothing else. Yujito had heard whispers that the Uzumaki had figured out how to keep their traits to themselves with seals to protect against breeding programs. It was the only reason the older man was still alive, researchers hoping to break him and learn their secret. Naruto sighs and nods, upset that it was just as bad as Orochimaru had told them. You'll forgive me, but I'm going to have to imprison you and question you more thoroughly. Hope you understand. I can imagine what type of questioning you have in mind. Do you worst? I've already been prepared. In the end you aren't much different than all the other Kage. I'm sure you'll either want to turn me into your own weapon or rip the Matatabi out of me for yourself. Her training had been very thorough, and she knew the politics involving all of the villages. Jinchuriki were the height of power between the villages. Walking disasters. Human weapons. They were kept to maintain the delicate balance. Collecting one by any means was normal. Yeah, you've hinted at that a few times, and while Kumo sounds like an increasingly disgusting place, we don't do that here. You won't be assaulted, raped, or anything like that. You will be treated like a real human being here. Because you are one. You aren't just some tool. Some human sacrifice. Naruto pointed with a thumb at his own chest, fury finally entering his eyes. You're a person, with hopes and dreams and desires. And if the Raikage is the one who beat that out of you, if Kumo is doing this to people it deems as tools, then it's my job to save you. I want a peaceful world, but mindsets like that go against that. Separating people as less than human is no better than slavery. And I hate slavery. Sitting down next to her with a sigh, schooling his anger after a moment and a deep breath, Naruto eventually joins the paralyzed woman in staring up at the sky. I do get where you're coming from, though my life wasn't so horrible. My village instead used my clan, pillaged us for our knowledge and our money, kept me in the dark and attempted to use me. Like you, some of them thought of me as nothing more than a tool, to be used and discarded when necessary. It was why I started this. Why I rebuilt my family's home, our village. I wanted a place where we could truly be equal, where people could come together, build a peaceful home together. And me? I would be here, to protect that peace. By any means necessary. Looking down at her, giving her a view of his mismatched eyes, ring purple eye glowing, Naruto grinned. I know you probably don't believe me, but that means you as well. You're a Jinchuriki like me. Kinda makes us family, doesn't it? No one else but them understood what it meant to be them after all. Scoffing and wishing she could turn away, Yujito instead just sighed and finally made eye contact with him. Sappy nonsense. You truly are from Konoha. Bleeding hearts, the lot of you. Ha, they do have some good points. Come on, wanna talk about it? His eyes were finally calm, trusting. Willing to listen. Yujito could see that and wanted to puke, like I said. My life was nothing but training and conditioning. My Biju was sealed inside me when I was 2 years old. From then on I was Yujito, the weapon. The container. The sacrifice. For my family, my people, my village. I would lay down my life if ordered to. Here the beginnings of tears finally began to well up, mental blocks finally coming down as in her heart she truly did feel like this might be the end. I wish you'd just get it over with. Kill me, or take your vengeance and use me as breeding stock like Kumo has done with your family. Just stop this. Don't mock me with this try-hard redemption you're attempting. Even if it was the wrong response, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle as he placed one last seal around her wrist that melted into her skin painlessly. Seeing the work complete itself, he removed the rest of the seals and stood slowly, backing away as feeling and function returned to her limbs. Look, I'm not being fake about this, and I know it'll take a lot for you to believe me, but well. Here Naruto scratched his neck nervously with a smile. I really do mean it. Knowing you've suffered like this, I want to help you. So, take some time. Relax. You're gonna be stuck here for a bit, but I'm going to bring you to Uzushio. And I'm going to put you up somewhere comfortable at least. You will be treated like a person, and I will show you that things can be different. Naruto pointed at her as she sat up slowly and looked up towards him. I won't kill you, torture you, or anything else while you're in my custody. And when I'm done with Kumo, if you want to leave, figure yourself out somewhere else, then I'll let you go. That's a promise, Yujito. From one human sacrifice to another. Yujito finally let down her mental blocks, the Matatabi nearly screaming at her and making her wince. You utter idiot. Yujito mentally nodded as Naruto walked around and ordered his clones around for a moment. I know. I just dash. Just nothing. I know you've wanted to die. But this. What the hell is this? Well. I'm sorry. You owe me a mountain of fish. And tons of naps in the sun. Chuckling and getting a knowing look from Naruto, Yujito couldn't help but sigh and accept her fate. Hi. I bow to your will, Matatabi-sama. And when we're healthy and have him alone, you're mounting that stud and fucking him into a coma. You've put me through too much for this. Can we negotiate that one? Absolutely not. Please? Maybe twice as much fish? Maybe we can find some catnip? Not good enough. Oh come on. He's like 7 years my junior. I don't care. You cut me off from you. You promised you would never cut me off. You promised. With a pang of regret, Yujito did acknowledge that she had promised the Matatabi she would never cut her off like that. Stuck inside of her, her senses were the only way Matatabi could experience the world around them. It was like suddenly becoming deaf and mute. Truly terrifying, really. I'm sorry. I can't make a promise on that one though. You're a woman. Figure it out because you owe him a lot for forcing him to put up with this bullshit. He was willing to talk as well. I know. Bah. I'm going to sleep. Listen to everything he tells you, kitten. Irritated but happy her container was alive, the ancient Biju at least gave thanks for that. Sighing and looking up into the kind eyes of the teen holding of the strongest Biju in existence, Yujito shook her head. Your Biju just as much of a heavy-handed meddler? Naruto can't help but nod instantly, something like that. Is that complaining, asshole? 'Cause I can start playing around with your genetics again. You really wanna experiment some more? Remember what happened last time? Yes, you got an ancient and nearly unrivaled dojutsu. What's the worst that I can do? You don't even understand how the human body works. 'Cause it makes no sense. Who needs a redundant nervous system? What the hell is an appendix? Why aren't your teeth sharper? It's maddening. Shaking his head and sharing a look with Yujito, he tapped his head. Mine likes to play God. 'Cause I am one. And he's super humble. Giggling, a weight lifting off of her shoulders that she didn't even realize she was holding onto, Yujito nodded. I understand that one. Sighing again, she leaned back on her hands. So what happens now? Well, you did attack me, after I offered to just talk multiple times. So there is that. So like I said, you're going to be our prisoner for a while. But beyond some questions there won't be much else. Well, Karen will want to make sure you're all healed up, so be prepared for that. Naruto crossed his arms and tilted his head from side to side. Depending on how things go with Kumo, we can eventually release you back to them, but somehow I doubt that. But I promise, we won't enslave you or any of that other nasty shit you assumed would happen to you. You beat me, without resorting to your bijou. I'm fully at your mercy from here on. I'll play nice. And she would as well, she didn't just have to answer to him after all. The Matatabi was royally pissed off at her. I still think it was a cheat, whatever it was you did. Naruto grins and wells up a small combination of his and Kurama's chakra, red mists hanging on his form and drawing a shiver from the woman before him. I mean, if you like you can try again. I'll use his chakra this time. Gaining some respect for the boy, as even without the cloak she could tell that his chakra dwarfed hers by a wide margin, she shook her head. No thanks, one beating is enough for me I think. Her friend thought otherwise. Bet he could beat you in others ways you might enjoy. Maybe we can skip the healing and go straight to the mounting. Horny cat. Hard-headed prude. I'm not offering myself to him after he just literally stomped me flat. That's the best time. Shaking his head and leaving Yujito to talk to her tenant, Naruto waves over his shoulder. You get to hang out here until I prepare your room. One of the clones will bring you. Flashing away with a more visible Hiraition, he leaves Yujito alone with a cave full of silent clones. Left alone and dropping onto her back with a grunt, Yujito accepted that she had been thoroughly beaten. Feeling sluggish and assuming that the seal on her wrist was suppressing her chakra, she decided that the forced boredom might be good for her. Looking around and knowing the cat wouldn't shut up, she wondered if she could coax one of the clones into a conversation. She couldn't do much more than talk anyway at this point, and listening to the cooling and cracking obsidian around her wouldn't be any fun on its own. It had been days since Naruto had left Konoha, and having to stop and eat a few times to refill her chakra, she was still flying high above the land of fire forests. Today was pleasantly warm and she was enjoying the sensation of the wind pushing against her and the heat from the sun on her skin. And while the novelty of flight eventually had worn off, she still was having fun as she finally locked on and navigated her way towards where she could feel chakra, and a lot of it. While maps weren't always reliable, she should be headed in the correct direction of Taki. Hopefully. Ahead of her she can see a cliffside with a large waterfall and begins to angle upwards to clear it. Maybe this was it? Feeling chakra surge up towards her, Naruto was surprised to see someone else taking to the skies to confront her. Confusion gave way to curiosity. Was this tan-skinned girl an enemy? She was slender, mint-green hair pushed back on one side with an orange hair clip that matched her eyes, dressed in a white skirt with a white tank top and odd half-sleeves on her forearms. Naruto, however, was very focused on the insect wings coming from her lower back, less so the bright and cheerful smile on her face. Hey there! Fu was a lot of things and was used to seeing weird or unusual sights. Another girl flying through the sky was very much a new one for her. It's rare to see someone else that can fly around here. What brings you to this corner of the world? Naruto nods dumbly. I was bored and exploring. I wanted to find Taki because I realized I've never been, so I wanted to see it. That really was it, just her idle curiosity. Fu nodded and grinned, arms folded up behind her head. Well, I can't take you in today, but hey. I can talk to the guards and see if you can gain entry, if you're willing to wait, that is. See, Taki isn't really a friendly place to outsiders. Or people like them really. Someone else able to fly would probably put to many similarities to the insect Jinchuriki on the other girl. Naruto takes a moment to really look at the other girl, senses telling her more than her eyes ever could. As both girls hover in place for the moment. Oh, I get it. You're a Jinchuriki. The feeling was there, not quite human, but not human either. It was odd to be able to pick Jinchuriki out like this. Fu nods quickly, a bright smile still in place as something hopeful builds in her heart. Does that mean you are too? That's so exciting. I've never met another one before. She had so many questions for the other girl. Were others around? Did they meet up? How many had she met? Oh, she wanted to know. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle as the other girl did a good job of bouncing in place while in mid-air. Yes and no. It's a bit complicated. She as well, however, was curious about the chipper biju container with insect wings. I'm Naruto. Oh. I'm Fu. Nice to meet you. Naruto nods and looks around, realizing that she would have to head down soon. This technique did burn through chakra. Say. Could we hang out a bit? I'd like to learn more about you. Eyes shining, Fu nods furiously and grabs the other girl by the hand. Absolutely. Come on, my place isn't far from here, just outside of the village really. And I can actually take you there without getting in trouble. Zooming through the sky with Naruto in tow, the other pseudo-girl gave thanks that in her haste, Fu didn't seem like she would be asking more complicated questions for now. At least she had found an inn with Taki. Descending to the forest, Fu leads them to a larger-than-normal tree where a tree house has been built. Makeshift and looking like someone barely put the effort in putting it together, Fu still landed upon the porch that circled around the entire construction and spread her arms wide, finally letting go of Naruto's hand. This is home sweet home. My little hideaway. Welcome. Idly rubbing her fingers together at the warm feeling there, Naruto couldn't help but smile with the other girl. It's nice. She sure had a lot of energy. Throwing open her door and ushering the other girl inside, Fu giggles and follows behind her. It's the best place for me. I get to stay far enough away from the village so that people don't bother me, but I'm close enough so that I can stop in and do my shopping and take missions when I need the money. The room was rather bare. On the right and under a window that looked out over the cliff and forests was a comfortable-looking bed with a dresser at its end board. To the left was a sitting area with a couch and coffee table and a small kitchen. Ahead of them was a flat wall with 2 doors, which Fu pointed to the one on the left closer to the kitchen. Through there is the bathroom and the bath. Pointing right, she grinned wider. Through there is storage. It's usually just me, so I don't really need a lot of room. Naruto took it all in, noticing the lack of decorations, though there looked to be a few handmade trinkets here and there. It's homey. Thanks. Twirling and making for the kitchen, Fu looks at her questioningly. Are you hungry? Want some water? Or maybe tea? Naruto shakes her head, finally coming to sit on the rather worn-looking couch while Fu watches her. I'm good, ate a big lunch earlier. That bore had been filling, and as long as she didn't use much chakra she would be good for a few more days yet. Hopefully at least. Nodding and joining Naruto on the couch, Fu turns to her excitedly. So, where are you from? I'm guessing you're a ninja, but you don't have a headband. You're not a rogue, are you? It was only now that she thought about that, but decided it wasn't important. Naruto didn't strike her as the rogue type. Have you met other Jinchuriki on your travels? Chuckling and raising her hands at the barrage of questions, Naruto can't help but feel like she's indulging a overly excited puppy. It's a little strange. I'm from Konoha, but I left under odd terms. I'm not a rogue though, so don't worry about that. I'm not a ninja, but I have training. She was really having to think about what she could or couldn't answer about. She didn't want to lead bad things back to Naruto after all, or cause trouble for Uzushio. It was home, wasn't it? Well, in any case she didn't know this girl at all, even if she got such a goody-goody vibe from her. I met the Suna Jinchuriki though, and the Konoha Jinchuriki. He's really strong. Like, crazy strong. Watch out for him. Did that count as boasting about herself? Nah. Fu had stars in her eyes as she nodded quickly. What are they like? Do they have cool powers from their biju? I'm happy you aren't a rogue. I'd have to take you in and I don't want to do that. Fu pauses to put a finger to her chin and seemed to be thinking hard about something. Snapping her fingers after a moment, she pointed at the wide-eyed blonde. Have you heard that the next Chunin exams are in Konoha? Naruto shook her head. I hadn't heard that. Fu looks down to the table, hands idly twisting and fidgeting with each other. I really want to attend, but my Kage is really reluctant to let me go. But I had a dream of meeting the Konoha Jinchuriki and maybe making some new friends. I did hear that he was really special, not just that he was super strong. It sounds stupid, but I always hoped that maybe one day all us Jinchuriki could get together and be friends. Chuckling and shaking her head, Naruto does have to burst the other girl's bubble. Sorry, but the Konoha Jinchuriki is long gone. He's on his own adventure outside of the village. Naruto took in the almost downtrodden look on the other girl's face. Something within her coaxed her along and she nudged her gently. I'm sure that you and him would get along though. In fact, I think you both would be great friends. He's just as much of an excitable airhead as you. Hey! No fair teasing me. Puffing out her cheeks in a way that Naruto almost immediately found cute, Fu eventually groaned and relaxed bonelessly back into the couch. Guess I can scratch that hope off of my list. What are the odds I'll ever meet him now? Again wondering if Naruto meeting Fu counted as the other girl meeting Naruto, she shook her head mentally in the negative. She wasn't Naruto. Close, but not. I'm sure the fates will make it happen, one way or another. You really think so? Yup. Throwing her arms around the surprised girl and hugging her tightly, Fu gave a light cheer and grinned fully as she pulled away from the frozen Naruto. I'll take your word for it. Fu was staring up into her ceiling, legs kicking idly. Maybe my dream of getting all of us together can come true after all. We're all we got, you know? Who else can understand us but us? Orange eyes met mismatched blue and purple. Something interesting moving behind those eyes. Naruto almost couldn't bear to watch the all-too-trusting girl smile at her. Maybe we can make that happen. Someday. What was this? What was this feeling in her chest? It was tight. She was stuck wanting to flee and wanting to hit something. Not Fu, no. Her mind automatically labeled the other girl as, to be protected at all costs. It was maddening. But she was traveling to learn all these little things about herself. This would just be the next step towards understanding herself. Part of her felt like giving Fu some real hope, and leaned into it. You want to meet some of the other containers, right? Surely the part of her that wasn't her wouldn't steer her wrong. It was telling her to trust Fu, and the girl really looked like she needed a win in life. Fu nodded quickly, absolutely. Well. Naruto was a bit reluctant to give out information, but something within her, something calm and gentle, was telling her that Fu was trustworthy. You have to promise to keep this to yourself. This is Jinchuriki business. Just for us, okay? Seeing Fu nod quickly and mime closing her lips, Naruto couldn't help but grin. If you're really interested in meeting one of the containers, try heading towards Wave Country. It's an island to the southeast just off the coast from the Land of Fire. You don't have to worry about finding him directly. Just make it there, he'll find you. He sounds really powerful if he can track me just by being near me. For once her smile dims just a bit, eyes downcast as she stares into her kitchen. Well, as fun as it is to dream, and as much as the village doesn't like me, I can't abandon them. I do have some people who like me here. Not family, sort of friends. Naruto nods with understanding. I won't push you. I'm just giving you information. Poking the girl in the ribs and delighting at the yelp that it provokes, the not-quite-human blonde changes the topic. Say, as bubbly and happy as you are, you have to have some friends. Admirers? A boyfriend perhaps. She didn't like that one, hands almost automatically clenching as she uttered it. Curious. Fu shook her head. No. Certainly no love interests. You should know. The villagers barely even consider me human. Fu turned to look the other girl in the eye again. You're the first person in a long while that's actually sat and talked with me. Scratching that topic off the list of things to talk about and vowing to eat a few people here before she leaves, Naruto again changes the subject. Well, I'll be your friend, so add me to the list of people who like you. Eyes wide and shining, Fu almost instantly has Naruto's hands captured within her own. You mean it? Naruto nods. Yup. Honest? 100%? No foolin'? Naruto nods again. No foolin'. We're friends, me and you. She's dragged into another tight hug, and it's easier to understand the warm feeling that fills her chest this time. Fu pulled away with a smile and held the other girl by the shoulders. You're welcome here anytime. And since we're friends, I'll call you Nachan from now on. Oh, but you can't shorten my name, But I want a cute nickname too, Caught up in the moment, Naruto reaches forward and pokes the other girl in the forehead. I think Fu-chan is good enough, yeah? Unless I start calling you Airhead-chan? Puffing out her cheeks again, Fu set about pounding her fists into a laughing Naruto's shoulder. No fair. I'm just excited. I'm not an airhead. I don't know, Airhead-chan sounds really good all of a sudden. You're so mean, Nachan. Laughing and considering that, this was probably the nicest she had ever been to anyone. Ever. Light in the dark, she guessed? Sorry, Fu-chan it is then. Looking out and seeing the sun was beginning to set, Naruto looked around and felt out for chakra. She could probably make it to the village before night fully fell. I need to go find a place to stay. Fu was already shaking her head. Nonsense. She motioned to her home. You're my friend, so you can stay with me. I want to hear more about your travels and your adventures. I want to learn more about you. Suddenly bashful as she realized what she was saying and how that might be taken, Fu twiddled her fingers together. That is. If you'd like to stay. You know. Since we're friends now. Thinking about it, Naruto goes back and forth with herself as she watches the suddenly nervous girl. Part of her was fine with staying. It wasn't like where she slept mattered at all, and at least here she was reasonably sure that Fu wouldn't try to kill her and no one else would barge in on them. Fu's home didn't seem like Naruto's in Konoha, where break-ins might have been common at one point. But, the part of her that was happy to inflict some pain on others knew that she would need some real influx of chakra soon. What she had taken from Danzo and the few animals she had caught on the way here wouldn't last her much longer. And she couldn't pull chakra from nature like part of her was sure she should be able to do. It was all so vexing. Idly she realized she was making Fu wait for an answer and the girl looked ready to cry. Oops. Guess I'll stay here then, and we can talk for as long as you like. More gentle coaxing from the part of her that wasn't her. Really? I mean. Yay, great. Scratching her cheek and bouncing up to the kitchen again, Fu turned to her with a wink and a grin. I'm gonna whip something together so we can have dinner together and we can talk. And tomorrow you can come into town with me so I can do my weekly shopping and I can show you the sights. Sighing and relaxing back into the couch while Fu busied herself about the kitchen, Naruto mentally patted herself on the back. She had made a friend, if she was much too bubbly and excitable. But, this was new, interesting even, and this journey was all about doing new things and learning about the world and herself. Plus. And here she felt deep within herself, staring idly at the flickering core of what she had deemed as herself. She didn't have much more time anyway. So she might as well enjoy everything that she could. The end to her independence might be coming up faster than she originally thought. Wave's port was always a busy place. Originally meant to be the new hub of Gato's shipping enterprise when he had taken over the country, now Wave and by extension Uzushio was making greater use of it. More than 80% of Eastern Sea trade to and from the Land of Fire went through Wave, and the country itself made a heft profit from that. Add in other deals, such as luxury cruises, passenger travel, and now, ninja dealings with Uzushio, Wave's port was nearly always full and busy. A fact that found Naruto, Tazuna and Hinata weaving their way through the busy dock on their way to a new ship that had docked and was waiting for them. Hailing from Kiri, their newest potential citizens of Uzushio were here and ready to meet them. Naruto had deemed this too important not to meet them personally, and Hinata and the rest agreed with him. Tazuna was interested in the shipbuilders, and Naruto had asked him to come along instead of Tsunami, the older woman needing a break as far as Naruto was concerned. Gazing upon the ship, Naruto couldn't full place it. Certainly not a cruise ship, nor a container ship, but it was something in between both. A long and flat center section that looked like it could boast massive storage, while windows lined the hull and hinted at passenger quarters. Short in height and built of iron and steel, Naruto had a feeling that it personally belonged to the Zosensho clan. Tazuna whistled as they looked towards a long and thin boarding ramp being lowered to the dock by the ship crew. Seems like a fast ship. Looks like one of our cargo ships, just shorter. Naruto shrugged. Shipbuilding is their thing. I'm sure it has more tricks and secrets than we could imagine. Watching the ramp fully lower as they finally approach and step out of the main foot traffic, they watch as a mismatched pair walk down the ramp to meet them. The first is a woman who looked to be in her 30s, fair-skinned but dark-haired, who had a very kind face. Dressed in a traditional kimono colored in white and blue with a deeper blue obi, she exudes an aura of quiet sophistication. Naruto could see her as an older Haku if he didn't know better. She had to be of the Yuki clan. The other is a stern man who Naruto guessed to be in his 40s, corded with muscle but shorter than average. Dressed in heavy and thick clothes, most likely water-repellent, with what looked like a tool belt hanging off of his right side, it's easy to guess he was a craftsman. As they reach the bottom of the ramp, Naruto offers a slight bow as Hinata and Tazuna do the same behind him. Welcome to Wave. I hope your trip was easy. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The lovely woman to my right is my wife Hinata, and this is Tazuna. The woman bows deeply while the man snorts, much to her consternation. I am Hana Yuki, current matriarch of the Yuki clan. We decided to make the trip with the Zosensho clan to make things easier on everyone. Waiting for the man to introduce himself and seeing that he wouldn't, the quiet woman gave Naruto an apologetic look. Lady Terumi spoke very highly of you and your country. I do hope we can fit in here easily. Snorting, the man has crossed his arms and looks down on Naruto, having not descended completely in order to have a height advantage over the kid. All the flowery talk in the world isn't going to convince me that this country is going to be any different than Kiri. Leaning over the rail and spitting on the ground, the man growled, I need to see men of caliber, of grit, if I'm going to consider bringing my family and resettling here. We only work with those who can and will work hard. Not use your pretty ninja tricks. Naruto can't help but nod, not put off in the slightest. The man that he was assuming was the Zosensho patriarch was just looking out for his family, something Naruto could understand. Guessing you're the leader of the Zosensho? Easy guess. Sighing and deciding not to be a complete ass just yet, Tsuyoshi decided to be a bit more upfront. The civil war done a number on everyone in Kiri. Us included. Our losses were just ignored because we weren't ninja, just shipbuilders. Final straw was having our own ships and weapons used against us. We can't stand for that, and we can't stay in Kiri. New Kage and new direction she plans on taking things aside. Naruto nods and holds eye contact with the man. Things are much different here in Uzushio, of that I can promise you. We don't mandate how you live or do things, so long as at the minimum you are peaceful to your fellow citizens. If you want to hole away and keep to yourselves, we can respect that. If you want to continue your trade, we'll be there to help and support you. Tsuyoshi nods and scrubs a hand through his thick shoulder-length hair, dark eyes regarding Naruto intently. I'm Tsuyoshi the Keel. I'm the current Zosensho head, like you guessed. Looking around at the port around them and taking in all of the various people and workers, and barely a headband in sight, the older man grumbles, a civilian port. We can't settle in here, there's no shipyard, no facilities large enough to convert either. Naruto gains a twinkle in his eye as he turns back to Tazuna. Think their ship will fit in the cove? Tazuna nods quickly, easily. The dock is just bones right now, but it's fit for some light unloading. Fortress access is right there too. Cove? Tsuyoshi is curious, but tries not to show it on his face. Naruto however is waving off Tazuna's concern and ignoring Tsuyoshi's curiosity. We can set up something temporary for them in the meantime. Something tells me Tsuyoshi and the Zosensho would appreciate something with promise. Putting special emphasis on the word, Naruto looks up and down the ship, seeing a mix of crew and passengers hanging out at the rails. Can we board and set off? I'd like to direct you somewhere special that I think you'll like. Tsuyoshi considers it for a moment, or makes a show of it, before nodding and turning back to his crew. Fingers to his lips, he blasts a loud whistle. Prepare to shove off. This isn't the end of the line. Aye aye. Suddenly there is a frenzy of activity and Tsuyoshi beckons everyone to follow him. Falling into step behind the broad man, Naruto can't help but grin and offer the surprised Hana a wink as the ice is sufficiently broken between the men. Suppressing a giggle, she shakes her head as they all reach the main deck and the ramp is tugged up and stored behind them. Naruto notes that indeed the center of the ship looked to be a mix of storage and open deck space, with the bridge towards the rear of the ship much like a container ship. Even if the ship in total was maybe 100 to maybe 150 meters long. Crew giving them space as they followed after Tsuyoshi, they make good time along the clean and well-kept steel deck. Tazuna notes the gritty material spaced along the deck, feeling its rough texture with a sandal. Grip tape? Tsuyoshi gives him an appreciative eye, something like that. Helps during heavy swells and storms. Part of our beliefs is not to rely on chakra if we can help it. Tazuna nods, well I'm just a civilian, so I get it. Makes work a bit harder, but so satisfying. Tsuyoshi nods, offering the older man a grin. You're a builder too, eh? You can tell, huh? Tazuna laughs loudly as they're ushered through a rounded steel door and immediately up some very steep stairs. I'm originally a bridge builder. But I've branched out a bit. Naruto chuckled, Tazuna the builder has a better ring to it. Shove it brat or I'll ring you. Tsunami might have something to say about that. Grumbling about know-it-all brats, Tazuna looks around as they come out into a long and well-staffed bridge deck. From the door they entered from, ahead of them is a walkway along the back wall full of instruments and controls that are only partially manned. To the right of that from them is an island laden with controls, a radio, and a chair which Tsuyoshi drops himself into. Furthest to the right, the front of the bridge near the windows were two large steering wheels facing a long bank of windows which were both manned at the moment. Tsuyoshi is already barking orders as the ship is eventually tugged away from the dock by smaller tugboats. While the guests all try their best to stay out of the way at the back. Hana however turns to Naruto and bows quickly. I should go and check on my people. Would you say we should be on land by the end of the day? Naruto nods easily, shouldn't be a problem one way or another. Here he turns and gently takes Hinata's hand into his. Why don't you go down with her, get to know the Yuki clan and give them a bit of a primer on Uzushio. Hinata can't help but shake her head, knowing he was trying to spare her from the macho aura of the Zosensho clan head. Sure thing Naruto. Turning to Hana, Hinata nods her head, after you then. Hana offers her a smile, perhaps we can talk on the way, I hear Uzushio has some interesting customs. Hinata giggles as they leave the bridge, so you've heard have you? Conversation fading out as they leave the deck, Naruto and Tazuna are left among the bridge crew. Naruto takes a minute to look out through the thick windows, seeing the eternal fog bank of Uzushio in the distance and getting a mental picture of where exactly they were. Tsuyoshi turns to him, hooking a thumb towards the sea. So, what's our heading? Naruto shrugged, taking a look at the sun but knowing he wasn't a seaman by any length. From here it's a bit north by northeast. Naruto pointed towards the fog bank. You're going to dive directly through the fog bank when I tell you. It takes a little practice. Tsuyoshi frowns, there's nothing but whirlpools beyond that fog. He knew that well enough. Everyone who lived on the sea knew of Whirlpool's famous eternal and destructive namesake. Shaking his head, Naruto offered everyone a grin, trust me, they won't be a problem. My wife is on the ship too, isn't she? Think I would put her in danger. That rang true enough for everyone present, and with orders given, the ship was on its way. Tazuna looks around with a curious gaze. Something tells me if Karen or Anoka ever get on board one of these ships they'll have a field day. Naruto nods. That's an easy bet. Tsuyoshi is curious about that. They interested in shipbuilding? Nah. Naruto turns to look at the older man again, more like they just love everything to do with science and technology. Tazuna can't help but rib the boy a bit more of his eccentric but talented wives. That gets a rise not just out of Tsuyoshi, but most of the crew present as well. Wives? There are more. Naruto sighed and turned aboard, looked towards the unrepentant Tazuna. Yeah. In total, I have 7. 4 now. Forever if I have my say in it. I don't know if my heart can take any more abuse. Tsuyoshi's estimation of the young ruler goes up a tad. Must keep you busy. Naruto nods, like you wouldn't believe. Below deck, Hinata was walking beside Hana as she led her to a common area where many of the Yuki clan members were currently assembled and waiting for news. When we were offered the chance to resettle away from Kiri, we hoped for a real fresh start. We had been forced to scatter our numbers, hide out and hope for the best. Here Hana seems a bit remorseful as she thinks about it. Many of us were killed in the purges, ninja especially. We're mostly a civilian population now, a few members have exhibited our bloodline, but otherwise we're all ready to settle in and live peaceful lives. Taking in the more homey wooden deck and plush-decorated corridor, Hinata nodded to the older woman. I want to assure you, Uzushio will allow you to lead whichever life you want to life. The city would be a great place for you to settle down in right now. Schools haven't filled up completely yet and we are building new ones due to our increasing population. It's a busy place with plenty of work, helpful people, and a strong community mindset. I think you could like it there. Hinata does take a moment to consider things before nodding. Of course, if your clan has special requirements or you would prefer to be more secluded, we can arrange something for you as well. We do have an island nearby that we've been meaning to develop and your family could be just the excuse we need. Hinata could see a hopeful look crossing the woman's face and tried to sweeten the deal. It has a natural hot spring. We could even build up a bathhouse. Hana couldn't help but mentally drool over the thought. A family bathhouse would be a wonderful idea. We could run it as a sort of resort. Shaking herself and coughing into her hand as she can see Hinata grin, Hana gives the young woman points for being attentive. Admittedly, after our treatment in Kiri, we would like to remain a bit isolated for some time. Being around people not of our family can be exhausting, to say the least. She does however turn to Hinata more fully. We do not wish to put an undue burden on Uzushio or the Uzumaki family. You are already doing much for us by allowing my clan to resettle here. We will accept whatever you allow us to have, though we would prefer not to become some new military asset for you. We were assured we would allow to live peaceful lives after all. They were done with war and bloodshed. They had lost more than enough lives to the senselessness of it all. Hinata thinks that over. I think you should consider your options thoroughly. Thinking on it, we do have a new district we are building up as well that's a healthy mix of close to the city but far enough to be away from the major hustle and bustle. And Naruto's word rings true, you will be allowed to live however you please within Uzushio, so long as you can get along with the rest of the citizens here. That won't be an issue. Hana knew her people, they were ready for a new life. We will do our best to integrate seamlessly. Reaching the common room and gaining the attention of 30 or so people, Hana motions to them all with a smile. This is most of my remaining family. A few of the children seem to be missing but probably are out exploring the ship, I'm sure. And we would love to hear some stories about your city and your own family. Hinata can't help but smile and nod, seeing that much like Hana, the Yuki clan collectively seem to be more of the traditionally dressed. Well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of stories to tell me. But let me tell you about your new home. They didn't want to be a burden, huh? Bah. Hinata would have them convinced the hot spring island was the best place for them and having them thinking it was their idea before they left the ship. Above deck and back on the bridge, Naruto is leaning against the back wall while idly chatting with Tsuyoshi and Tazuna. Tsuyoshi can't help but secretly be a little impressed with the young man. A Kage and husband, as well as an internationally known ninja? Seems like a huge workload for a young pup to have. Gonna have to broaden those shoulders up. Not that the kid looked weak, not at all. Those lean muscles of his would fill out as he got older for sure. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Big dreams come with big work, don't they? Caught off guard, Tsuyoshi can't help but burst out into loud laughter. True words, boy, true words. Slapping his hands on his chair while his bridge crew watch him from the corner of their eyes, each making their own internal decisions and coming to the conclusion that the kid had him hooked. I like you, kid, but liking you isn't enough to sway my decision. This is the future of my family at stake after all. Naruto nods and points a lazy finger out of the winder. Oh, don't worry, I've got something that'll give you some real incentive. Seeing the fog bank closing in, Naruto focuses and creates a single hardened clone. You know the drill, yeah? Clone nodding with a salute, he bounces out of the bridge. On it, boss. Before anyone can stop it or question it, the clone is bounding over the side of the ship and racing into the fog bank. Feeling questioning looks turned his way, Naruto shrugs. Remember when I said the whirlpools wouldn't be a problem? They're powered by Uzumaki seals. Only an Uzumaki can shut them down. So I sent my clone to clear the way for us, and activate them as we pass by. That seems like a major piece of information to give us right away. Tsuyoshi points out with no malice. It's not like it's a secret. Every nation who's tried to invade Uzushio before knows about our whirlpools. Naruto shrugs as the ship barrels its way into the fog. Of course, no one knows just how many whirlpools there are now. Guessin', there are more now? A lot more. And some scarier things too. It takes some time, but they eventually break through the fog bank to open and clear skies and the island of Uzushio on their right-hand side, or their starboard side as Naruto had learned. On their left, port side again he mentally changed, was another smaller island that he had found a natural hot spring on. He sure wanted to do something with it, but wasn't willing to step on the land of hot springs' toes with that. At least not without a good reason. Of course, it wasn't like anyone else didn't have hot springs, but still, the close proximity gave him pause. Shrugging as the ship navigated its way through the strait between the islands, Naruto pointed straight ahead where they were beginning to make out a much taller island with a bare mountain. That is our destination. Looks like a miserable rock. Tsuyoshi pulled no punches. Tazuna was the one to come to their defense this time. Great building spot. Easy access to bedrock. We stuck the fortress there and you aren't wrong. If you aren't careful it's a miserable rock to try to get a foothold on. But if you know the way. Tazuna trailed off with a grin, and Tsuyoshi got the message. Sounded like a perfect spot for a fortress then. As they begin to pass by Uzushio, Naruto sees a form racing along the water and kicking up a decently sized wake. His radio crackles to life, and in his ear Isaribi's voice calls out. Queen Undertow here. Any Uzushionin know this ship coming in, or is this kaiju bait? Over. Naruto can't help but chuckle, gaining everyone's attention while he made a show of pulling free his radio receiver and keying the unit directly. Queen Undertow, this is Mr. 9. He still wasn't sure about his call sign. But between the girls jokingly trying to make the Exalted One stick, or several of the ninja mission staff trying to go for unending stamina, he'd take Mr. 9. These are our newest citizen transplants from Kiri. En route to Fortress. Over. Seeing a hand wave towards him, Isaribi's voice enters his ear again. Roger that, Mr. 9. Undertow returning to patrol. Watching the woman jump and then dive back underwater, a massive shape following behind her along with several smaller others, Naruto sighs and wonders what else Karen or Anoka cooked up for her. Something nightmare-inducing most likely. Tsuyoshi catches on that they must have encountered a patrol, so security was tight then. You're a prudent bunch. Most would have let the natural defense do their job. That Uzushio still ran patrols was telling of a people willing to put contingencies in place and plan for emergencies. Naruto can't help but nod as the main portion of his radio makes it back into a pouch nestled at his lower back. Never hurts to be prepared. Be ready for anything really. They were ninja. Ninja were sneaky. Though the ship was faster than most, it was still another half an hour of travel time before the ship got within range of their island destination. Naruto directing them to the cove entrance with a grin as the fortress loomed high overhead on the other side of the island. Even from here as they closed in, the high and thick walls were an imposing sight that Tsuyoshi can't help but give an impressed whistle to. That's good work, Guessin', that's you Tazuna? Tazuna nods, arms crossed over his chest with pride. Yup. Took some work, but I'm proud of our job here. I'll be even more proud of this addition we're going to work on once we get the design finalized. Entrance to the cove just before them, Naruto looks back to the captain of the ship. Might want to slow, this is it. Tsuyoshi makes a motion and the helmsman does just that, slowing the ship as they enter the massive cove through the archway. Quiet gasps come from the crew as they take in the space, while on deck below them the various crew members are all slowing in their work and taking in the area as well. Naruto watches them all and knows he has them hooked. Above them new work lights had been installed temporarily to give them light in the dark space, while along the back wall where the fortress entrance was, space had already begun to be demolished and cleared especially so they could begin docking and unloading ships. It was rough, and still needed work, but Naruto pointed around the massive space. We eventually plan on turning all of this space into not just a port for the fortress, but our shipyard as well. It's rough, needs well, everything. But I'm sure you aren't afraid of getting your hands dirty, no? Seeing the rapid scanning of Tsuyoshi's eyes over the area, Naruto isn't worried about the Zosensho clan settling in Uzushio anymore. They could see the opportunity here, and they would take it. Tsuyoshi already knew it was a done deal. This was exactly what his family liked, a large enclosed space that could be walled off and protected from the elements. They could build year-round, protect themselves from the elements and from intruders. Build it how they wished so long as they got to give their input on the port's designs. Carefully he turned his eyes to Tazuna and realized Naruto had brought him here just for this. Tazuna was the builder and designer, just who Tsuyoshi was going to want to talk to right away. Shit. Kid had him, and by the looks of it, he knew it too. Grumbling and ignoring the quiet chuckles of his crew, Tsuyoshi slapped his chair. Well, it's not a bad space. Might just fit us all. Before anyone could call him out, a younger boy of maybe 12 zoomed onto the bridge, slamming into Tsuyoshi's side and pointing excitedly out of the front windows. Dad. Is this our new home? Holy cow, we could all spread out and we wouldn't even take up a quarter of this place. Come on, tell me this is our place. Is it? Wide eyes looked intently at the older man, and with a tired sigh he gave up, his crew chuckling. I'll burn it all, yeah, this is home. Or will be once we get some construction going. His son cheering and sprinting away to most likely spread the news, Tsuyoshi turns a tired eye to Naruto, who can't help but grin and bow lightly towards him. I need a man's promise from you, lad. Naruto turned fully to Tsuyoshi and held out a fist. If it's within my power, it'll happen. Through his demeanor and the respect he seemed to command from his people, Tsuyoshi got the feeling that Naruto was the type to honor a promise till death and then some. If we stay here, if we decide to build ships and weapons, we demand that they only ever be used in the defense of their home, or in the defense of others. Can you promise that? Naruto nods instantly. Absolutely. Uzushio will never use anything you build for anything other than protecting the weak in our home. We wish to remain peaceful and to build peaceful relations with as many nations as possible after all. Standing and coming towards the young leader, Tsuyoshi holds out a hand which Naruto takes and they both shake firmly. Then we are yours to command, Lord Uzumaki. The Zosensho are in Uzushio clan from here on. Naruto grins as the man steps back, happy to have you, Tsuyoshi the Keel. I promise we will do our best to do right by you so long as you are with us. Tazuna is already standing and making his way outside. Well, if we're back, come get me back to shore so we can get back to work. Now we really need to ramp up construction. Naruto nods and follows along behind Tazuna. Gotcha, old man, I'll get you to shore. I'm gonna sick tsunami on you one day. You wouldn't. Absolutely would. Both men banter as the gathered Zosensho men all watch them leave, eyebrows raised at the casual manner of their new leader. Tsuyoshi can't help but chuckled and returned to relax in his chair. Maybe this won't be so bad. At least he isn't so stuffy as most other nobles. Down below, Naruto has the chance to freak out everyone by steadily making a procession of dozens upon of clones at a time, one of which having grabbed Tazuna and was carrying the loudly barking man towards the shore. Already his orders were being followed, and several clones were getting back to making a racket, blasting and removing rock from selected areas. Having heard the news and decided to come up to observe, Hinata followed by Hana and several members of her clan reached the upper deck. Looking around with some wonder, Hinata comes to find the grinning blonde who was well on his way to making more than 1,000 clones. I'm guessing things went well. Naruto nods, looking back at his love and smirking. The Zosensho have pledged to be a clan of Uzushio from here on. Hinata accepts that easily, never doubting that Naruto would bring the somewhat stubborn clan head around. Turning aside, she watched as Hana comes before the teen and gathers his attention. As he turns to them, Hana bows deeply to him, an action mirrored by her family members with her. We as well, the Yuki clan pledges their lives to Uzushio and the Uzumaki clan. May our lines be long and prosperous. Standing tall and having a small smile on her face, Hana has no worries that things will go well for them so long as they are with Naruto. Grinning, Naruto gives them all a resolute nod. I promise, we'll take good care of you here. Hinata chimes in quickly. I had mentioned that the hot spring island we were thinking of developing would be perfect for them. Think we can spare some time for that soon? Naruto nods without a care. Sure thing, Tazuna and Kotoheim actually designed something out a while ago. Supplies won't be an issue, so I'll set about getting started on it tomorrow. Easy work really. By now he mentally had thousands of hours in construction thanks to Tazuna and his clones. He could work the entire project alone if needed. Hana waved her hands quickly. We do not wish to be a burden, my lord. Honest. Naruto was already waving her off. It's no trouble at all. If you do decide to open it up as a resort though, make sure to invite my family at least once. I'm sure you can turn it into something breathtaking when you get to personalize it. Focusing back on his work, he went back to creating clones. He still had a little more to give now that he thought about it. Tiredly looking at the innocent-looking Hinata, Hana couldn't help but snorting, "You are crafty." Hinata nods, "Have to be, my husband is a very determined one." She motions to the horde of clones around them. He can spawn literal legions to follow his will. All for the sake of making his will reality. He wants to make a better life for his precious people, and that now includes you. You'll have to get used to his more, hyper-focused personality. One of the Yuki clan members, a younger girl with a shock of white hair and purple eyes, can't help but mumble loud enough for everyone to hear her, "Are we sure he's not some kami descended to Earth? What human can do this?" Hinata chuckled and watches the chaos around them with a smile. "If he is, consider him one for the people here to make our lives better with every one action he takes." She couldn't let Kurama hear that kind of talk though. The proud and arrogant Biju would let it go straight to his head.